Hello, it's Lisa Ann Pinkerton.
I can't hear. I got no audio return. I got no audio return. Check one.
It's time to rock and roll.
5 minutes off. Okay. I was born ready. That's what they say. That's what they say. Exactly like that. I was going to put this in front of me or behind me. But, all right. We're on this camera.
Oh, thank you.
Well, well, well. Here we are at last. It is RE Plus 2023. Welcome to the show, folks. Welcome to the show. My name is Nico Johnson. I am your co-host here for the PowerUp Live morning show. I'm joined by my illustrious co-host, Lisa Ann Pinkerton.
Hello.
It is so good to see you.
It's excellent to see you as
Listen
well.
to that radio quality broadcast voice. Lisa Ann, how long were you in radio?
Over 10 years.
10 years. You got me beat. I barely got 8 years as a podcaster, which, as we all know, is a hobby.
Actually, I think podcasting is a lot more work.
It can be, yeah. You got a team at the radio. I didn't have a team for 6.5 years. So the PowerUp Live morning show is here every single day for you all to feel a little less stress, a little less pressure. It's a way to ease into the day and into the show. It's a way for Lisa Ann and I to help peel back some of the layers of this complex thing that is RE Plus that every year gets bigger and bigger.
It is. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you know what? It's one of those things where there's a lot of anticipation to get here. There's a lot of planning. There's a lot of stress. Is the exhibit booth going to work out? Is the things you order going to show up? And then you get here and you're overwhelmed with all the content and everything to see. So we're here to help you understand. It's okay. You're going to make it through.
And I got to tell you, even if you listened to the Suncast Know Before You Go episode, which was tremendous, there is still a lot to digest and ingest and think about. Every day, at the beginning of the day, we're going to bring you the PowerUp Live Morning Show. The PowerUp Live Morning Show is brought to you by Meyer Burger. Meyer Burger is a manufacturer of the future of solar panel technology with a global track record of gigawatt scale production and coming to the U.S. in 2024, setting up module and cell factories. We're grateful that Meyer Burger has partnered with us. Thank you for the amazing swag. We'll get to swag in a minute. I am also really grateful for KeyBank Capital Markets. KeyBank Capital Markets is our presenting sponsor for the PowerUp Live stage. All throughout the day, for the next 3 days, we have KeyBank Capital Markets to thank for helping make this stage possible. We have so many other supporting sponsors and folks that helped make this entire thing possible, for which we have, we have to be grateful that we are on stage with them now.
Yes.
Lisa Ann, How, if I want to know what's happening at the show, would I begin to unpack? Where would I find all of that information?
You would download your handy app if you have not already. Stop what you're doing, download the app, start looking through,
Let me see.
and figure out what it is you want to see and want to do, because this is going to be your Cliff Notes.
Yeah.
This is going to be your little pocket friend. And and this little guy is going to help you through your day. You can star any type of panels that you want to watch, booths that you want to check out, and then I use it as a checklist, so I uncheck the booths as I visit them,
Oh, that's
so my
smart.
list gets shorter and shorter, and I am less overwhelmed.
Well, I am taking more notes from you. I have to admit, despite having shared with everyone that they should download the app, I downloaded it this morning, just before I came to the show floor. I would have been so much more prepared, but it's not like I'm going to leave the PowerUp Live stage a whole lot to be able to go and see sessions, but I will be going by to see booths, and that is a really, really, really good tip. I wish I had had that one.
Well, now you got it.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much happening on the show floor. As you walk around today, there's a lot to take in. One of the things that I'm going to be paying close attention to just along the aisle back here behind the PowerUp Live stage is the innovation stage and startup alley, one of my favorite areas of the show floor. I always love to go check out who are the new startups, and in particular, the startups that are part of the American Made Challenges prize. And today at 4 p.m., they're going to announce the winners of the AMC challenge, the winners of the prize. And then tomorrow at about 11, I think, 11:30, they're going to be here on stage. You'll get a chance to speak or to hear them. I'll get to speak with them. You'll get to hear them, and we'll be interviewing them. Lisa Ann, where are you going to try to make it to on the show floor after the morning show?
I got a bunch of booths I want to hit up, and I want to go to, over to Caesar's Forum, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I want to make sure I
Good
see
point.
those exhibitors early and show them some love, because there's some good companies over there.
There is. Absolutely. Caesar's Forum, where is that?
That is south of this conference center, and you take a shuttle over there. They run about every 10 minutes. And this is a great way to network. Most people are like, oh, shuttle, I don't want to take a shuttle, I'd rather walk it. Remember, it's like 100 degrees outside, so you don't want to be all sweaty when you show up over at Caesar's Forum. And you can use these shuttles as an opportunity to network.
It's true.
You're going to be standing in line to get on the shuttle, talk to the people around you. Talk to the people you're sitting next to. Use it as an opportunity to meet new people.
Yep. And ground transportation is if you're going along the escalators or past the escalators back into the hallway, you'll see signs that tell you how to find the shuttles. This is really important, folks. As RE Plus expands, you have to find, until we can get into the Las Vegas Convention Center, we have to find increasing capacity. So this year, because there's so much interest, there's over 1,500, over 1,400 exhibitors, so much interest. Please go visit the Caesars Forum. Make sure that you put that on your agenda as well. There's some fun stuff happening, Master Speaker Series. We've got a guest coming up who was just on stage with the illustrious Jigar Shah. We've got a speaker from the former Nevada governor speaking with Dan Sugar of Next Tracker on stage at the Master Speaker Series. It is a lineup that in and of itself could be a summit, a conference.
Absolutely.
The Master Speaker Series is incredible this year.
Absolutely. You're going to recognize a lot of those brand names up there, a lot of very impressive, very smart people who've been leading companies you are well aware of. You know their names. And these are the people that have been leading the industry for years, and they're up on stage sharing their wisdom. I highly recommend you check them out.
Absolutely. We've got Eco Art Show is all 3 days. Where is the Eco Art Show?
You know, that's at Caesars.
It is at Caesars.
Yes, along with those diversity meetings.
We have so many different areas that you have to visit. The community lounge, which is actually up by the on the way to transportation to Caesars. Diversity meetings. All day today there are various diversity meetings. Tomorrow they all meet sort of at the same time.
Yep.
And that is a really great innovation in the lineup for RE Plus. A real focus on how do we bring diversity of communities? How do we pull those communities together? It's the first time that we've actually had diversity meetings specifically for each community that wants to get together.
Yeah, and those communities also have booths, so if you can't make the meetings,
I didn't know that.
you can still go over to Caesars. There's a line of booths, and chat people up who are manning those booths, or womaning those booths, who are personing those booths, who are humaning those booths, and chat them up and learn about their perspectives and what they're up to in this industry, because it is quite fascinating, the point of view that some people have coming from different backgrounds.
Yeah, speaking of fascinating point of view, we have the president of Meyer Burger, Artis Johnson, who's going to join us up on stage. Where did Artis go? Are you guys hanging out with Artis? Artis, can I get you to come up on stage? Just slide that headset right on, my friend.
And while you're getting settled, we did have one pro tip we wanted to throw out there from our co-host for Thursday, Lauren Glickman. She said, put your phone on low power mode. Put it on lower power mode. You are going to be using that phone all day. Set yourself up for success and keep it on low power.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be too disappointed if my phone shut off.
Fair enough. I definitely know a lot of folks are going to be coming up to get the Meyer Burger charging bricks.
Yep.
We'll talk about swag in a minute, but
sure.
Meyer Burger is a manufacturer that's kind of the manufacturer behind the manufacturer, right?
Yeah.
I find all the time I carry the Meyer Burger water bottle around because it's beautiful and I love matte black.
Yep.
And people say, well, Meyer Burger, who is that? 70 years in business, make equipment that most of the modules that you guys are utilizing in the field have been made on their equipment. Can you give us a quick intro of the company beyond that for those who are unfamiliar with this brand?
Yeah, like you said, we're a 70-year-old brand. We've been around in the solar industry for over 20 years in
Wow.
that. We started in the semiconductor industry before we moved into the solar industry. And as you said, about 50 to 60 gigawatts a year pass through our technology every single year across the world in the globe. About 2 years ago, we decided to vertically integrate and become our own producer of modules and cells. And so now we're doing that. We've got a gig and a half in Germany, and we are coming to the U.S., and we'll be starting with 2 gigawatts of both module and cell in the U.S. So when we like to say that we're the brand behind the brand, we really are a technology company at first, at heart.
Yeah.
And that's, so you hear about us, we're doing the heterojunction technology. We have a lot of patents around how we integrate that with our smart wire. We're doing a lot of work right now on IBC technology. You'll hear that in the coming months and years, but not only with heterojunction, with TopCon, and then of course perovskite, the magic word that everyone talks about. We've got 29% ownership of a company called Oxford PV, so we're fully ingrained into what's coming down the road. And we're excited about what we have today, of course, and we definitely are working towards making sure our customers are satisfied with the U.S. manufacturing piece as well. But we're not taking our eye off the ball, which is how do we get more energy produced from solar on people's roofs. So that's our job. Yep.
And being in the industry for 70 years, it's not like you're resting on your laurels. It sounds like you're staying on the cutting edge of technology as it's coming, keeping yourself current and moving towards the future.
Yeah.
What kind of advancements are you seeing or looking for from manufacturers this week as you're walking the show floor?
No, when you come to RE Plus, you typically we're going to walk around and you're hoping to hear, for me as a module manufacturer, you're hoping to hear what's the next thing, right? What do you see? And a lot of people are talking about the next technologies. PERC has kind of hit its end, right? And Meyer Burger was a pioneer in that technology. But we know that it's coming to its end. So people are looking around saying, hey, there's TopCon, there's heterojunction, people are talking about IBC. What is it? I like to tell people, make sure you understand what's possible and what's real, right?
Yeah.
What you're really going to start doing. But this year, I don't think people are going to be talking nearly as much about technology as they're going to be talking about these magic words called domestic content.
Oh, yeah.
So people are going to be very interested in that. And of course, the Treasury didn't make it very easy right now in understanding what that is. And there's a lot of discussion about what those milestones will be because as a manufacturer in the U.S., we're really interested in other manufacturers coming to the U.S. of other parts of the supply chain, including poly, wafer, and beyond that into the parts of the module, the frame and the racking and the glass and whatnot. So that's what I would think you'd see, a lot of discussion around domestic content. And you'll have people asking, do you have a domestic module? And I like to tell people there's no such thing in terms of this, calculation for this bonus 10% bonus on the ITC. So yeah, make sure people understand it as much as they can, and we're making sure that we educate people as we see it as a manufacturer of solar cells and modules in the U.S.
Artists, you've been coming to this conference a long time. It's kind of old hat for you, but there's a ton of new people coming to the show. This is, I think, going to be, again, record-breaking attendance.
Yep.
What questions would you advise? I find when I was at Trina, people would come up and they would ask the questions that were, they just weren't the right question to ask. So what would you advise folks who are approaching any vendors, but particularly module vendors, questions that are going to likely get asked or going to lead to the next question?
Yeah, well, we're a big proponent of understanding that the rectangle makes energy, right? And good, bad, or indifferent, our industry has always been driven by the one thing, power. It's all about power, power, power. And of course, power is a great indicator of what the thing's going to produce. But in our experience, when you calculate LCOE, it's not just about power. It's about how much energy you can harvest, how much energy you can harvest at any given day, and over the lifetime, in the lifespan of that module. And so for us, we tend to say, and you're starting to see this transition because energy storage is coming along. No one's talking about the power in an energy storage. They're like, how many kilowatt hours can I get out of that battery? And I tend to say people, it's like, why don't you ask them how many kilowatt hours will you put into that battery with the solar modules that you are choosing? Because oftentimes manufacturers will try to drive towards something. Go get power. Go get that number, that magic number of a 4 for the residential. And I'd say at the end of the day, the number means very little if you don't understand how well it works on a 140-degree roof.
Absolutely.
You know, and how well is it going to work in 10 or 15 years? That's the magic to it. So I implore people to really start thinking about ROI and LCOE and how you pitch that to your customers, whether it's a homeowner, a business, or of course the utility scale players. And the sophistication in modeling tends to go opposite of what I just said, and the utility scale players are very interested in that, and they do great calculation. That's why we've got about 6.5 gigawatts locked up on utility scale. Amazing. Because they understand that the heterojunction technology is really going to produce energy.
There's going to be a lot of folks trying to parse the difference between heterojunction and other types of technologies and warranties, et cetera. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You got to dig into how it's producing energy and how it's driving to the bottom line.
I mean, you 100%. Can, a Mustang can go really fast in a straight line. But it can't corner very well.
Right.
So this is the kind of thing you need to think about. You're going to be using this technology in multiple ways, not just one activity.
That's right. You can get a '69 Chevy. Go look at it on Sunday morning at the store where everybody's in its cherry and everyone loves it. But you're not going to drive it across the country, right? So for us, it's really about get that gas mileage, right? That's what you translate that to for sure.
Good way to think about it. Yeah. Well, speaking of mileage, we have a little bit more to take care of here on the stage.
Sure.
My friend, I would love to have you back on SunCast to talk about domestic content. I want to dig more into that, the factory you guys are setting up, and how Meyerberger is bringing that technology to bear. But thank you for joining us on the morning show, and thank you for being our presenting sponsor.
No, I appreciate Nico. I appreciate you guys for what you're doing.
Always good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's keep it growing. All right. Thanks.
Awesome.
Take care.
Careful with the headset. There we go. Easy to walk away with it. I
know. It's so comfortable.
It is. It is. As I mentioned earlier, the Master Speaker Series is really a lineup of who's who. And this morning, to kick things off, there was a conversation with none other than Jigger Shaw and our next guest, Mr. Lon Huber. You're after it. So I'd like to bring Lon up. Lon, can you come on up? We'll chat for a minute about the conversation you had this morning. I would like to say that Jigger had with you, because
there you go.
I don't want folks to think that I've been saying, Jigger is the more important person on the stage. He's not. It's an even stage, equal stage.
Well, thank you for that. Even though he is deploying like $100 billion of capital, I will not argue with you.
Well, I'm sure Duke has deployed many billions of dollars in capital, right?
Well, that's right. Yeah, we've got a lot of infrastructure. In fact, our distribution transmission system can wrap around the world 10 times.
Oh my goodness! I didn't know that. I'm a North Carolina resident. I know that. So for those who are unfamiliar, why don't you let folks know what you do at Duke? Who are you?
Sure. So I'm SVP of Pricing and Customer Solutions. So we try to solve customer pain points and also bring benefits to the networked utility system at the same time. So it's a great win-win. So think EVs, community solar, demand response, energy efficiency, all the fun stuff is in the house.
Yeah. We've also got Lon to thank for a lot of the negotiation, as it were, in the Carolinas specifically, for how solar gets injected into the grid. You've been quite busy, I would say, setting precedents. And a lot of folks like to say that, as goes California, so goes the nation. But candidly, I've seen a lot of states looking to Duke and looking at what you guys have been negotiating for the Carolinas as an example of how to manage net metering, how to manage customer engagement with regards to being power generators.
It was
right?
a completely collaborative effort with the solar industry, and that's why I think we have a better end product than some other states that go through a big war and then you sort of like leave it up to chance of what happens with the regulators. So we're really excited to see it, and we filed a 60 megawatt solar plus storage pilot that's in front of the North Carolina Commission right now. So we're excited about that as well.
And the talk you had today on the stage was related to virtual power plants and how utilities can deploy these systems with solar developers. What was one of the main takeaways that you want people to remember from that talk?
Well, yeah, Jigger tried to get the crowd to chant, "We are VPP," because
did he really?
Yeah, 3 different times.
Oh my God!
We are VPP.
And I think they would have done
totally
it if it wasn't an 8:30 a.m. panel. I think they would have done it. So he tried his best, but he was making the point of we've got to move beyond just the solar-only transaction.
Amazing.
It's got to have some type of dispatchability. It's got to have some type of integration in the utility system. And so I think that's a great rallying point of hey, let's take it to the next level now that we have these new technologies, now that the utilities are willing and able to partner when there's this type of cost effectiveness and dispatchability. So let's take advantage of it. And so when you're out there with the customer, think, hey, is there a battery you can couple with it?
Yeah.
Is there a smart thermostat? Can you get them in a demand response program? So that was like the big push, and again, I think he would have had them just a little bit later.
We are VPP. That's hilarious. Lon, where do you see bottlenecks over the next year or two for the installers? Not the super regionals and the big guys, but the local installers who really do need to think, re-envision, reimagine their business model.
Yeah. Well, there's financing as an issue. We know that the cost of borrowing has gone up, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of the low-hanging fruit with customers has been just taken over the years. And so the customers that are out there now, they have, they might not have the $10,000 in the bank to pay for the system, right? And so it's getting the financing. So we actually just got approved for a program called on-tariff financing. So it's financing that's tied to the meter, not the customer. And so we can give them some like great energy efficiency upgrades, new HVAC systems, right? And no money down for them. We pair it maybe with some IRA and some other incentives, so they start saving from day one. So that's a way where we're trying to help as well. But I think it's all about partnerships, and the local installers. They can be a part of like our Find a Duke, our qualified installer program. So that's a great way. But just in general, thinking about the different partnerships to help you out. I used to work for a small installer, and it proved really beneficial when I started to, get different types of collaborations together to make a more holistic bundle for our customers.
And tying it to the meter then means that all of this work stays with the house, and it's a lot easier to transition from owner to owner.
Exactly. The customer, and this is I said this morning, we feel like we cracked the code because other programs, when the person leaves, they have to pay off the thing. But no, this is tied to the meter directly. So we think it's scalable, and then it solves that split incentive problem with multifamily housing that you have in renters.
That's the next big challenge I feel that we're going to tackle as an industry is the multifamily.
Yeah. So we think this on tariff is the way to go.
Yeah. And so what was unexpected in your talk today with Jigger that you thought was poignant?
Well, he did mention about the friction between the utility industry and solar industry. And so we talked a bit about that and just how the new technologies, these new opportunities, the fact that we've got a lot of load growth, it opens up the door to have conversations of opportunity. And I took that as an opportunity to say, hey, the future that we all envision isn't going to happen without new conversations, without new framing. And so the new conversation is this opportunity to bring dispatchability, integration, into the conversation, right? So, Jigger's like bury the hatchet, and because I really do think this is a new time.
Yeah.
Let's leave the baggage over there. Let's move forward with conversations, figure out how we can make a difference together.
Thank you, Lon. So great having you on stage.
Yeah, thanks
Lon,
for inviting me.
Always a pleasure to have you, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
All
is fascinating. The innovation that we're going to see in the next couple of years for how we actually bring the homeowner into the process of creating their own electricity and being a part of the grid is really remarkable. And you know, what's also remarkable is the companies that have really stepped in to lift the industry up. One of those companies that has effectively consumed the majority, as it were, of the racking industry is SDEC Solar Group. I'd like to invite SDEC CEO Stein Voss to the stage. Stein, it's been 4 years since we've had you on the stage, man. It's good to see you.
Exactly. Yeah, great to see you.
Welcome. Thanks for coming across the pond.
Thank you for having me. Wonderful.
So Stein, it's been quite a run for SDEC Group, SDEC Solar Group, and I would imagine that as a result, last 5-6 years of consolidating excellent brands that folks know, PV Hardware, Panel Claw, and many others, there's some need in the marketplace for a rebrand, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
we can't just rattle off all these brands
and
one
also,
after another.
Exactly. And I know they fall under SDEC Solar Group, but you've also got SDEC, the racking group in Europe, that is quite successful.
Yeah.
Today you all announced something along that line. Can you tell us a little bit more about the new name under which the SDEC Solar Group falls?
Yeah, so today we're going to launch our new brand, which is called Enstall, Solar Sooner. It's the name of the mother brand, so SDEC Solar Group will be replaced into Enstall. But it's super important to realize that the brands, the business unit, will keep their own name. So Iron Ridge will still be Iron Ridge. Panel Claw will still be Panel Claw, and EcoFast is the same. Because we have a go-to-market strategy where we strongly believe that we want to be as close as possible to the installer. And with the different brands, we can do that. But we learned, exactly to your point, that in Europe we have a business unit that's called SDEC, and then we have SDEC Solar Group as the top holding. And we have a big strategy around digital.
Yeah.
So we have decided to put a new name on top of that, and that's Enstall.
That makes sense because you have a lot of brand equity in these other companies, Iron Ridge, Panel Claw, etc., and you don't want to just throw that away.
No, exactly. No, and those brands are super strong. Also to your point, everyone knows these brands.
They have very loyal customers.
Yeah, they have very loyal customers, and we want to keep that. But yeah, it makes sense to replace the top holder.
You have a perspective from having a global team. Lots of products sold in Europe and obviously the majority share here in the United States. What would you share with those who are watching and are concerned about supply? They're concerned about constraints and growth and you know, trade barriers. What from your perspective do you see as the biggest opportunities and maybe some of the challenges as well that the industry is facing and Install is trying to help alleviate?
Yeah, so if you look to our business model, so we have a very clear go-to-market strategy. And if you look then to our company, one of the biggest departments is RD&I, Research, Development and Innovation. So we have almost 70 people working on product development. And there we put a lot of time in it to make products that are super easy to install. What we don't have is own production. So we work with contract manufacturers all over the world, but super important, most of them are close. They produce it there where we sell it, so close to the BU.
I like that.
Because
keeps the transportation down, keeps that carbon footprint down.
Exactly to that point, but also makes us super flexible. We have at least 3 suppliers per SKU. So what we have seen last year, over the last 2 years, a lot of supply chain issues, we didn't have that. Because it was still very flexible, organized, and that helped us a lot. So we could have spent our time and most of our money in RD&I to come up with new products, and we're going to present a lot of them today and the coming days at the BUs on the booth.
I'd love to know, you know, I know that as individual companies, sustainability and you know, keeping this local feel while being absorbed by a larger company like SDEC has been important. Could you talk a bit about the role sustainability plays in Install as the new brand, and how does it emphasize that commitment?
Yeah, so we are in the heart of energy transition. So this is the key topic for our company, and we do a lot of things. Of course, if you talk about supply chain, hey, now to my point, we want to produce this as close to where we sell it, but we also want to use products that are as most sustainable as possible. So that's why we a couple of years changed our aluminum product line into a greener steel product. It's not 100% green steel yet because that takes some time.
That's a long time, but lower carbon.
But green steel has a lower carbon, and that particular product where we started with is now our most favorite product in Europe. Now that's one of the initiatives which we also want to do here in the United States. But we also have a social program which is called Aztec Empowers, and now it will call Install Empowers, which is our program to train people with a longer distance to the labor market to become installer. We did it a lot with refugees from the Ukraine coming to Europe, to the Netherlands. We also did it a lot with veterans here in the United States. We have now trained over 1,000 people to become solar installer.
Yeah.
And what we see is that people really liked it. And of course, they like the industry.
Yeah.
It is a super nice industry. And most of the people have a very good technical background. So it is relatively easy for us to bring them up to speed. Of course, it differs per situation, but we love to spend a lot of time on that. So that's also part of our ESG story.
Well, thank you for giving back in that way, because we know we have a significant labor shortage. We need many, many, many more installers than we have today.
Yeah.
So thank you for putting forth that effort.
Yeah, oh, it's great to do.
Stein, how many companies do you have represented on the show floor? Just, do you know off the top of your head how many different booths people could visit?
We have 3 booths here.
3, okay.
Yeah, with the 4 brands.
Okay.
So we have Iron Ridge Quick Mount is one booth, EcoFasten is the other, and Panel Claw is the last one.
Amazing. And do they all now say Install, or are all the booths individually branded?
They're still individually branded, but you can see Iron Ridge, an install company.
An install,
Panel Claw, an install company.
Fantastic. Well, Stein, it's impressive to see the empire that you all are building under Install, and we will certainly I will be making my way. I've got plenty of friends in all of the companies mentioned above, and I would encourage folks that are watching to definitely go check it out. I mean, the work that you guys do is always top notch, and you're definitely a leader in the industry for a reason. Thank you for sharing some of the knowledge about not only how you're helping elevate the workforce, but what we can learn from around the world through the eyes of Install, a global company.
Great. Thank you very much. And
Pleasure.
it was great being here. Have a great day.
I hope we can have you back on the show.
Yes, of course. We will.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, Lisa Ann, as with most things, all good things must come to an end. It's sad to say, but it's true. I want to make sure that folks remember that there are a couple of things to take into consideration. What are we doing every day? I posted on LinkedIn that we want folks to come by and share with us.
Oh, we want them to bring their swag.
Bring your swag.
We got a swag contest happening today, people.
Buckets of swag. Bring
Meyer
it on
Burger
over.
has already entered 2 products into our swag contest.
Install's commitment.
Oh yeah.
But really, Meyer has set the standard right now. But even if you've got like Pappy's, my buddy Matt, Natural Pain Relief, Be Pappy, we take all swag, because
absolutely
the good thing is we're swag hawkers.
Yeah.
And we want to see how the marketers in the industry are thinking about presenting their brand. I mean, matte black bottles is a beautiful way to go, in my opinion. A lot of folks are going with chargers. Does it work? Got to make sure it's going to work.
I still have my Enbala charger from Distributech 2016.
Yeah.
Still works.
Fantastic. I wear on a regular basis my Fractal Energy t-shirts.
Oh yes.
They're the best.
They're
Everybody
awesome.
talks about the Macho Man and
there's
Mr. T.
There's a Dwight Schrute one this time.
I can't wait.
From the office.
From the office.
I gotta run over there before
Fractal
they
Energy's
run
always
out.
themed. Fractal bring us some t-shirts in case I don't get by there. And then last but not least, if you have a good coffee station, a good espresso station, let us know. We'll give you a shout out. And we need some coffee each and every morning. Let us know. We'll be sure to feature and shout you out here. Lastly, I'd like to thank once again our presenting sponsor, Meyer Burger, for helping us bring the morning show to you all each and every day. We'll be here tomorrow at 9 a.m. as soon as the show floor opens. If you're watching us on the Jumbotron, thanks for sticking around. Thank you for taking the time. We hope we help unpack a little bit more your day and make it easier for you to engage. I'm Nico Johnson.
And I'm Lisa Ann Pinkerton. And remember, you're going to meet all the right people today. Just give it up to the universe and go with the flow.
Swing by the PowerUp Live stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets, and listen to all the thought leaders we'll be featuring here today. We'll see you on tomorrow's show.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US. The objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're trailblazers in renewable project development, problem solvers. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put the purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I can't really.
So I'm Catherine McLean, founder and CEO of Dillon Green, and today I have with me Zoe Berkery, COO at Clean Capital. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me, Catherine.
And thank you, Nico, for this experience that I will not be replicating. Because I am very, 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 very nervous.
We're going to have a great time.
So for those of people who don't know, can you please introduce yourself and what you do at Clean Capital?
Absolutely. So I am currently the Chief Operating Officer at Clean Capital. So what does that mean? Me and my team, we oversee all things asset management for our growing fleet of commercial scale solar and battery storage projects across the country. We currently have about 250 megawatts across 20 states, 153 sites. It's a lot to manage. Commercial scale is no joke. And throughout the history of Clean Capital, we've put over $1 billion to work in the space. So, you know, our portfolio has ranged as large as 500 megawatts. Right now it's 250, and we're continuing to grow and build.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. That's wonderful. And I know that you started out as a White House intern.
Yes.
And then you worked your way up to your current role. Do you think having more senior women leaders in clean tech could help advance the energy transition as well as the DEI-J initiative?
Of course. I mean, climate change is not just a white male problem. In order
It's
to
not?
No, I know, crazy. And in order to effectively solve any problem, you need those affected by it to be part of the conversation.
Right.
I think barring that, you're not going to find effective solutions to what we're, at the end of the day, all here because of, and that's climate change and when wanting to support the clean energy transition.
Yep.
So I think, you know, increasing the diversity of perspectives, voices, faces in the industry is mission critical. Without that, I think we will fall flat.
Yeah.
For sure. And countless studies show that women in particular are actually savvier investors. So, I mean, the data shows it.
It's a good thing we're allowed to open a bank account without a male
Right.
signature these days.
So we need more women in investment committees and driving, you know, where we're putting our capital into, I think, in order to continue to accelerate this transition. And I think I've been very lucky in my career to have had a lot of really strong female mentors that have really helped champion me to get to where I am right now. And I hope to be doing the same to others and in pushing the DEI conversation as much as possible.
Yep. You've progressed from a mergers and acquisition associate at Clean Capital to running the place. So Chief Operating Officer.
With help. With lots of help.
What was like your progression like, and do you have any advice for those looking to make similar strides?
Absolutely. So I can't stress this enough that I think it is so important to do a lot of learning by doing in your career. I was given an excellent opportunity in the earliest founding days of Clean Capital where we were really just getting our feet under ourselves. There was so much work to be done, and we all wore a million hats every single day. I was definitely the most junior person at that point. I didn't say no to a single project or ask that was thrown my way. I had no ego, and I just dove in. And I had, prior to that, been on the policy side of things. So finance and investing in capital markets was brand new to me, at the very start of my time in this space. So I it was a lot of grunt work, putting in the hours, again, not saying no, and Googling every little thing I didn't understand, and not being afraid to ask questions along the way.
It's one of the number one things I get asked when I'm taking briefs for job descriptions is they want somebody that has that intellectual curiosity.
Completely.
I'm like, so somebody that Googles stuff. They're like, exactly.
That's the number one thing I am looking for in interviews. I ask how people deal with a challenge that they come across, and what are the steps that they take. And if their first response is I ask someone and they haven't even delved into the problem or looked up potential solutions, even if it's wrong, I know that that's maybe not someone who's going to be the right fit, because we always say we want to hire athletes at Clean Capital, people that are able to potentially play a number of different roles and really just get their hands dirty in any problem that we might have. And so kind of back to starting as an M&A associate, as the team grew, as our assets under management grew, we really needed someone full-time overseeing all things performance and asset management and reporting out to investors, finding ways to harvest more value, post-operations. We just knew that there was more that could be done in terms of contract extensions, property tax optimization. So that really spoke to me. A lot of people think I'm crazy, but I like how tangible asset management can be. Seeing those kilowatt hours turn into real dollars that just attracts more investment. So it's been a cool ride building out the team.
What are some of the projects that you're most proud of working at Clean Capital?
So I alluded to one where we've done a major push in terms of extending existing contracts with some of our customers. So over the last couple years, we've extended about 18 megawatts of capacity, but what that really resulted in was an additional $40 million in revenue that had not been previously underwritten or in our financial models. That can be, somewhat lower dollar value, but when it's hadn't been in the initial investment thesis, it's an incredible win for the company and for solar in general. I would also add just actually building out the asset management team. We had previously outsourced a lot of these services, and now we do the full suite of asset management services in-house, from technical management and oversight, finance and accounting, and then optimization, kind of looking at those additional opportunities in the space. On kind of not just in the asset management and operations space, I would say championing or being a champion of Clean Capital's allyship committee and our internship program that looks to offer internship opportunities to individuals that don't have any experience in the space, potentially come from a DEI community, and we're really challenging ourselves to expand our network, because if we're only hiring people we're not solving the problem. So
exactly, or maybe like more people from like an LMI background.
Exactly.
That might not have gone to like an Ivy League school.
Exactly. I know. I know.
So Clean Capital recently closed a $500 million round led by Canada's Manulife, as well as surpassed $1 billion cumulative capital deployed into solar and storage projects. Can you share a bit more about these milestones and why you think they're significant?
So we're really proud of the relationship we've built with John Hancock Manulife. They were our first investor back in 2016 on our first 8 megawatt portfolio across 15 sites. They came in as a debt capital provider. And so being able to revisit that relationship in a much bigger scale equity partnership that we closed initially in April of 2021 and just recently upsized a few months ago, I think really speaks to them trusting our investment thesis and how we see the world, how we want to really push the clean energy transition and grow in the space. And they've been absolutely amazing to work with and have made my life overseeing asset management really, really much better. They're just, it's kind of nice having that one point of contact and working with them so closely. And then the $1 billion milestone is still so surreal, because underneath that quick, dollar value that you can just spit out there, it's just, it's hundreds of thousands of kWh generated. It's hundreds of thousands, potentially, hundreds of truck rolls, maintaining the sites. There's just so much work that went into that. It's just a very cool milestone to have hit.
I would get confused on the spreadsheet. Like, have I put enough zeros in or something? But I'm not a finance guru, but that would throw me. So what are some opportunities and challenges you see with IRA?
It's top of mind, I think, on every single team call we have, and I think it will be for a long time, and that's a good problem to have. Prior to the IRA being announced, Clean Capital acquired BQ Energy Development last spring. They are a solar developer focused on, and battery storage, focused on developing in brownfield sites.
Okay, interesting.
So that was, with the IRA adders on investments and development in brownfield and less, less desirable land.
Yes.
We were very excited about that, and it's a great space to be in regardless. But with the IRA adders, that's only made us more excited about that
maybe
investment.
like beige field or something.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Moving forward.
Exactly. But then from the asset management perspective, I think exploring how prevailing wage and the apprenticeship requirements will play out in terms of our O&M assumptions and how the contracting changes and how the reporting will be required is still something we're wrapping our heads around.
Right.
But again, good problems to have. And then another item that's top of mind is repowering and how the IRA incentives may actually encourage folks to jump into a repowering scenario maybe earlier than they would have or at all.
Right.
In terms of getting those, recapturing the ITC if you were to replace about 80% or more of an existing site.
Okay. So my next question was going to be a bit about some of the investment trends. So I know you've just touched on it a bit. Can you talk a little bit more about, I think you guys came out with a market predictions article with some insights there?
Sure, yeah. And each of the executives kind of gave their insights into where they saw everything going. But I'd say in general, Clean Capital takes a lot of pride in building long-term performing assets. We're not looking to flip them the next year.
Right.
So we ensure that our asset management team, a lot of my championing of this, are involved in the earliest days of the investment.
Right.
Thinking through kind of how we're going to do this on the technical due diligence side, property tax, insurance. I want to make sure we're thinking about that all on the front end.
Right.
We don't have surprises later. Hopefully not post COD.
Yep.
I mean, things always happen, but I think that has only grown the trust from our investors, and it's made us a stronger investor in the space as a result.
You're very thoughtful.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
So we
again,
try to
is,
be.
a woman kind of, thing
that is-
maybe there.
Right. Agreed.
So speaking of trends, what are your thoughts on a topic that is very
We've talked about this. Yes.
very near and dear to my heart, remote versus hybrid?
So it's something that we are constantly grappling with at Clean Capital.
Yeah.
We've always been a very remote-friendly company, even prior to COVID, and that, of course, just only grew during COVID. But I am a firm believer that I think to have a strong culture within your company, which we take a lot of pride in and have really tried to foster over the years, and as we grow, that gets harder to do when you're fully remote. So I think in order to foster, a very healthy and strong culture, as well as for junior folks to learn most effectively, you need that face time.
Sure.
So we are debating maybe a 2-day-a-week in office sort of soft requirement for those that live around the New York area where we have headquarters, but we do have satellite offices in Buffalo and San Diego and North Carolina. So trying to get folks, together as much as possible.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that you had a presence in San Diego.
We do, yes.
very
Alyssa
nice.
and Mia. Yeah. I mean,
Cool.
small, 2 folks, but hey, they have a little co-working space and they love it because they wanted
that's
that connectivity.
Well, that's it. I mean, you only just need 2 to co-work.
Right, it's true. It's true. Just one more. Just one more. Yeah, to his company.
So I just want to thank you for your time and doing this with me.
Likewise, this was fun. I really appreciate it, Catherine.
And I just, just a big shout out to Clean Capital because I've known you guys for so many years, and the amount of candidates I speak to who are like, I want to work for a company like Clean Capital.
Oh, that is so nice to hear.
It's just, honestly, to get to that point, it doesn't go unnoticed in the industry.
That is music to my ears, and I hope we're doing everything we can to maintain that. So I really appreciate that, and it's been excellent working with you over the years. Dylan Green is amazing.
Thanks.
So, yeah, thank you so much.
Great.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Welcome everybody to a live episode of What's Up at RE+. We are here at the live booth with SunCast Media. We are joined today by the executive leadership team of Nelnet Renewable Energy, Eric Peterman, Jess Baker, and of course my lovely co-host Connor Allen. Eric, can you go ahead and introduce yourself, your role at Nelnet Renewable Energy, and how many times have you attended RE+?
Thanks, Marie. This is great to be back this year on the podcast. My role is Director of EPC Services for Nelnet Renewable Energy. I oversee all of the engineering, procurement, construction, our sales team, and the installation of our projects. I was looking back at how many years I've been coming to SPI or RE+, And the answer that I came up with was 8 years. This is year number 8. Obviously,
wow.
2020, 2021, there was virtual attendance, but this is year 8, so excited to be back.
Awesome. How about you, Jess? Can you explain your role at Nelnet Renewable Energy and how many times you attended RE+?
Yeah, thanks, Marie. Excited to be here and participate. What an amazing show. Excited to take it all in here in the next couple of days. So my role currently at Nelnet Renewable Energy is the Director of Special Projects. And the exciting part of that title is that more to come on what that means for us and our organization. And it might seem a little bit cryptic at this moment, but we're working to define the nuance to how to better our product offerings, our services, and with that comes many unique opportunities to really dive into special things. So that's my role, and that will develop more as time goes on here. As far as number of years in attendance, I believe this is my 4th year.
Wow, wow. Well, we all know Jess and Eric, no strangers to massive growth, consistent massive growth, I should say. And so for those listeners who might not have heard, Journey Solar, where Jess and Eric founded back in 2012, was recently acquired by Nelnet in July of 2022. The two entities have since created Nelnet Renewable Energy. Eric, can you share a little bit for the listeners the services and expertise that NRE offers?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you've heard the name Nelnet before, it's probably because that's who you pay your student loans to. Historically, Nelnet, I see a lot of head shaking going on in the audience right now. Historically, Nelnet has done student loan servicing. They have got into tax equity investment in community solar over the past 5 or 6 years, and they wanted to get more involved in the renewable energy space, so they acquired GRNE Solar, an EPC company. So now they have some vertical synergies across all of their different business lines. Obviously, we're still doing EPC services. We're building projects on behalf of developers and on behalf of our internal sales team as well. And in addition to that, we have a greenfield development team that is working on sourcing and bringing to life new projects. And also, tax equity is a big part of what Nelnet is involved in. So tax equity investment, tax equity syndication, making sure that we have secure financial investments for the sustainability of Nelnet Renewable Energy. And then lastly, Net Zero as a Service is another offering that we've been working through, helping educate different stakeholders, universities or students, businesses about how they can become more energy efficient and push towards net zero.
Yeah, wonderful. So transparently, this was a leading question to plug the new powerhouse on the block, which is Nelnet Renewable Energy. And then number 2, to really segue us into our conversation today. So love them, loathe them, fall anywhere in between. Conferences, networking, think tanks, internally, externally, trainings are all aspects of professional development that are catalysts to providing value and furthering expertise for yourself and your teams. And today, while we're live at RE+, we're going to chat about making the investment and putting in the time for professional development for you and your team. So Connor, you want to go ahead and kick us off?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Marie. So Eric, this one's for you. It's no secret that the renewable energy industry is evolving just rapidly. If there's one thing that's consistent about the industry, is that it's change. How does investing time in professional development empower businesses to stay ahead of industry trends and capitalize on emerging opportunities?
There's a lot in there, Connor, but there's a lot of good things in there. Investing in professional development is key because we've talked about it time and time again. Abby said it from the stage last night during the opening session, is that with great opportunity comes great responsibility. And in order to achieve the ambitious goals that we've set out, we have to make sure we have the workforce and the skills within our organizations to succeed. And we can't do that unless we have proper training and the professional development that's needed across all of the facets to make a successful business thrive in the renewable energy space. So investing in professional development and doing things the right way is key to success for us as a growing industry.
Absolutely. And Jess, could you share a time where dedicating to your own professional growth or promoting your team dedicated time led to innovation that directly impacted business growth?
Yeah, I would say a big part of that for me has really been people development. We have seen a lot of growth and development within individuals as a part of our team. We started in this space back in 2012. And at the beginning of that time, it was not common for an individual to enter this industry with no experience. And because of that, we had the opportunity to grow, develop, and educate staff members and team members alongside of us through that time. And shows like this were an important part of that education. What are the products? What are the services? How do we interact with that to create the best offering for our customer? And through that, we had a lot of really cool individual growth. And we see that from some of our original days where Travis Kepler, one of our OG employees, is here, along with many of you that have been with us for a long time, which is amazing. And to see that growth and development within the individuals, I think, is the most rewarding and important part of that professional development. And it's been so exciting to see everyone come alongside of Eric and myself, and then to see how the industry has also grown. And even walk in here today, it's a bit overwhelming to understand the number of vendors and the number of products that are being offered comparatively to when we entered the marketplace back then.
Yeah, I think Louis Butler, who's our national sales manager, said the attendee list this year is 3,200. And I think last year it was topped out at like 27. So just constant growth.
1,000,
right? Yeah, not 100, 1,000. Yeah, it's no tiny event for sure. And Eric, how about you? Same question.
In terms of investing in development for our team members, one thing that I really had to get educated on early in my career was just learning solar basics and solar specifics around the technical aspects of what solar is, how it works. So, my background is industrial engineering. I've mostly been focused on business development, but I also have taken my NAPSAP certification and got PVIP qualifications and really studied on the electrical side so that I could understand the business better and so that I could connect with our people better and grow our teams. And it's so important to make sure that you can connect with your team members and understand what they're going through and the challenges that they're facing on a regular basis. And having that understanding has been key to helping us grow our teams. We started with Jess and Eric, 2 people. We now have 160 people in our team. And in order to grow like we've grown, it's because we've taken the time to invest and develop our own understanding, but develop people. And we talked about a couple people that have been on our team for a long, long time, and I can just think in my head of multiple instances where we've invested in people, even probably before they were ready, but we've seen the return on investment because they have grown into great leaders of our company.
Wow. One thing I wanted to add to a question you asked Eric earlier, just talking about industry growth and some of those challenges in keeping up with growing, but I had the privilege of watching just some of the components of the US Open here recently, and one of the cool quotes as you enter the arena is it says, "Pressure is a privilege." And if you think about that, why is pressure a privilege? Is because if you have no pressure, no one is putting any expectation on you as an individual, right? And so the industry, I think we have that to go out and try to solve the world's problems in the energy sector. And although that pressure is felt daily by all of us, that is truly a privilege to be a part of it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Jess, another one for you here.
Sure.
How would you suggest other leaders, prioritize and allocate resources for professional development within their own organizations?
Yeah, that's something that I'm still learning, to be honest with you, Connor. So I am thankful for these opportunities to come to learn from individuals in the industry and lean on their experience. When it comes to professional development, I think having some core values for yourself are extremely important. Keeping yourself fit, mind, body, and soul are keys to succeeding in anything that you do. And especially when you apply that pressure component, how we respond under pressure is largely dependent on how we've prepared ourselves for those moments. So opportunities like this, opportunities to speak and engage with young people. I have the opportunity to speak at a climate summit at the University of Nebraska here coming up next week, which is really exciting. But saying yes to those opportunities when they come because it's easy for us as leaders to be presented with many opportunities. And with that, we have to choose what is the most important thing in that moment. And oftentimes we pick the wrong one. And so having others help us refine those things, but then making a key value proposition, investing in others and investing in the youth of America and many other countries for that matter. But taking those opportunities when we get them is a big part of my own personal development. And then again, investing in mind, body, spirit.
Yeah, you bring up the good point about, investing in the youth, because this is normal. Renewable energy is going to be normal. We've said it time and time again on the What's Up podcast that to us this is new and innovative, but for our new generation, Gen Z, newfound Gen Alpha, this is normal for them. So absolutely, the investment is key. And last question, Eric, for those who are unable to attend conferences for whatever reason, what alternative methods or practices do you recommend for staying informed and engaged in the industry?
Yeah, not everybody can travel and come to these conferences and make the time investment and the financial investment to get here. I'd say to the extent possible, just try to stay engaged virtually when possible. But also, I think what's really key is making sure that you are connected with trade organizations. I think it's very key. SIA and SEPA, obviously, two of the largest trade organizations here in the U.S. that are helping support the growth of our industry, but also locally as well. I serve on the board for the Illinois Solar and Energy Association, and I know Louis Butler, our national sales manager, serves on multiple boards of different trade organizations. It's so key to support those trade organizations so that we can grow our industry, but also so that you can learn from what's going on, what's coming down the pipe for new legislation, what are new policy changes that are going to affect your business and affect what you do on a day-to-day basis. So making sure that you're plugged into those key organizations is key so that you can grow yourself from a development perspective, but also help support the industry at a whole as well. And then, simple things like subscribing to newsletters, making sure that you're getting on a daily basis.
Or podcasts.
Or podcasts like What's Up. And making sure that you're getting those consistent updates in your inbox and staying in tune with what's happening in the industry so that you can continue to grow your knowledge base as well.
Well, Jess, Eric, we cannot thank you enough for joining us today. If those listeners want to learn more about Nelnet Renewable Energy, you can visit nelnetenergy.com/whatsup to hear more from the podcast. And special thanks to RE Plus and Suncast Media for having us. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life. We're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're TerraPro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Well, you know, I think when we started, the whole point of our work was to prove that we could be something one day, right? That like our technology could get cheap enough that we could actually be material to the grid. We were like 0.001% or whatever. And then when we entered the 2010s, it was really more like, hey, we've actually gotten our costs down. Where's the respect, right? When are we going to get some of that, right? And I think this is what respect looks like, right? This is 40,000 people. You're talking about all the biggest investors in the country that are here. You're talking about, you know, federal government officials. You're talking about all sorts of folks here. And ultimately what they expect out of our industry is to continue to add, you know, 60 to 70% of all new capacity going on the grid every single year is coming from solar in this country. That's respect.
That's respect. That's respect. And that's how we're going to solve the climate crisis.
That's right.
So before we get into the nuts and bolts of some of the things that you're doing today, you know, you and I talked years ago when I was serving in the White House, and we talked about public service. And, you know, someday there was going to be a role that was perfect for you. You are in that role today, and it's helping to shepherd the industry forward in an incredible way. Can you talk first a little bit about your job? Like, what are you doing? And then just the successes that you guys have already taken just in the first few years of this administration, putting real dollars to work, getting projects and manufacturing and other things in the ground that are helping our industry.
Well, thank you, my brother. Look, I think where we are is that, you know, the Loan Programs Office has been around for a while. It obviously was made famous with the loan that we made with Tesla, the one we made with Ford, right? We did the first 500 megawatt solar projects in the U.S., transmission, geothermal, wind. Now, I think the question becomes like, you know, how do we help the next sort of 17 sectors? And the first piece of that was gaining their trust. You know, after, you know, a lot of the scandals and whatever else, like, you know, folks weren't sure that they wanted to use our money. They weren't sure whether it was going to be safe, whether they're going to be treated fairly. I think we've overcome that now, and now we've got $145 billion of loan requests, you know, an additional $10 billion last month alone. And so we got about 157 applications across all of the states, and we've got a couple of U.S. territories, right? And so we're now in a place where people want to work with us. Now we've got a bunch of data that's coming off of that.
Can I pause you for 1 second? I want to give you credit for you putting your brand on that, because that was critical in building the trust, right? If they would have been, and we've worked with some amazing bureaucrats, but you brought a level of credibility back to the office. After years of it, unfortunately, being in a tough position. And that brand has helped attract folks back to the room. So I just want to give you props, because people look at the office and they see the success that you are helping to bring, but because they trust you, right? And they trust putting their applications in. They trust where your vision is. And of course, this has all been amplified by the IRA and the other things the administration
Well,
are
for
doing.
sure. Well, I appreciate you saying that, and we certainly keep trying to earn that trust every day. But you know, I think one of the challenges I'd say that we have is that the ecosystem is not really well functioning, right? So when folks want to use our loans, like they don't just have somebody they can pay, you know, as a consultant to fill out the paperwork and get through, right? And so it's a lot of effort. But you know, when I walk the floor here, you know, we see, I don't know, like 20 or so booths upstairs where people are announcing big manufacturing plants coming back to the United States.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's a big deal. That's the IRA, and then all those folks are coming through the Loan Programs Office, right, to get debt to support their efforts. But the other piece is that, you know, you look at that Hestia loan that we announced, right? We now have an ability to help the residential solar marketplace actually serve low-income customers and folks in Puerto Rico, both of whom, you know, Wall Street basically said, you know, weren't worth serving because they were too much risk. We showed with DOE data that actually they weren't too much risk and that people pay back their loans. And so now they can increase the percentage of Puerto Rico and low income from 3% of the portfolio up to 20% of the portfolio. And that's going to be critical as we continue to like grow this industry. We got to serve everybody.
Well, I mean, what's really interesting about a lot of the alumni of the Obama administration and others that came in to serve in this round is you had folks that had gone out into the private sector, had cut their teeth in understanding where the markets are going. And then, you know, last summer when the IRA did come through, and candidly, I think across the industry, no one expected it, and it was an amazing opportunity that we should all be celebrating. But it was built around a phenomenal checklist of stuff that we needed to help bring and catalyze more private investment.
Yeah.
So when you're thinking about the loans that you guys are looking at, I think people think about government money and it's, they're going to put the public money and it's going to be, no, you guys are really catalyzing the private stuff. Can you give an example or two outside of the one you just did of sort of where you see really the next opportunity for private capital to come on top of the investments that you're making?
So when you think about private sector capital, there's a ton of it, right? I mean, obviously we had a lot of it in 2021, a little too much maybe, and then we had some 2022. It's kind of cooled off a little bit, but there's a lot of equity to go into space. The problem is you can't really make equity returns without having debt available.
Right.
And for a lot of these projects, debt's low or really expensive, right?
Yeah.
So when you think about, for instance, there's a whole bunch of electric vehicle fleets that are going in to serve Uber, Lyft, Instacart, DoorDash drivers, et cetera.
Yeah.
And, those are the ones you want to convert to electric because they're driving 40,000 miles a year.
Right.
Right? And so, but the collateral curve on them are really weak. So when you go to Kelley Blue Book, a lot of them are saying, we don't think this car is going to be worth very much in 5 years, right?
Yeah.
And so they're not provided good quality financing options without someone like us coming in, right? And so then the equity is like, well, I don't want to own the whole car. I was expecting 80% of it to come from debt, and then I was going to put in 20%. So a lot of these things get, like sort of left on the launching pad because the equity is waiting for debt to come in, right?
Yeah.
I think you see the same thing around next generation hydrogen projects, right?
Yeah.
Where a lot of folks are saying, look, these electrolyzers have been around for a long time, but they've been upgraded, right? We need to figure out how to pair these wind and solar projects with hydrogen, figure out the pipeline, how do you get the hydrogen to who wants to buy it?
Yeah.
And folks are nervous, right? And so they're saying, well, who's going to come in with debt? That's going to be us, right? And so when you think about even like long duration energy storage, with the Texas heat dome, the 2 to 3 hour batteries didn't work, right? They were fine. They did okay, but they actually needed to be 6 to 10 hours to really meet the needs of the state.
Yeah.
And they were only 2 to 3 hours. And so we gave conditional commitment to EOS in Turtle Creek, Pennsylvania. Those guys are using zinc halide technology, and that technology has been around for 10 years, right? GE looked at it, Siemens looked at it. So everybody knows that it works. Now, like with lithium-ion batteries, like they got to scale up 10, 15x to get their cost down. Right? But we need long-duration energy storage if solar and wind is going to continue to grow as a percentage of the overall market, right?
Yeah.
And so we're doing that too. So I think when you look across the spectrum, the equity investors are bought in. They really believe in these stories.
Absolutely.
But they need to know that debt is going to show up, otherwise they can't make their rate of returns.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think for all of us in the market, just even in the vanilla solar stuff that we're doing, the debt markets have changed wildly in the last year.
Yeah.
And understanding, how we can communicate that even out to developers so they recognize where the compression is moving forward. So if you looked at a gap of, now that you've got a really strong pipeline of stuff coming in, is there, you and I talked a little bit about the sort of commercial, industrial, middle market space
Yeah,
yesterday.
they're nowhere. We got to get them there, right? I mean, you and I both know that when you look at residential, 20% of all the homes who have solar on them got them in the last year.
Right. 20%.
Yeah, but like residential solar is like 5 times bigger than C&I solar.
Right.
I don't know what's going on, right? I mean, look, I love residential solar, but rooftop C&I solar comes in at almost the same cost as utility scale solar. Right. And you save the transmission upgrades, the distribution upgrades, and the interconnection queue costs, right?
Yep.
The reason that people aren't doing it is because you've got all sorts of issues around C&I, for whatever reason, is not allowed to ever lose money, right? They want an investment grade credit. They only want Walmart rooftops. But most of the rooftops are owned by real estate investment trusts, right? Who have bankruptable LLCs, but they're full. I mean, and you guys are filling them up with all your solar panels.
Exactly.
And so they're full, right? So when you look at residential financing is done on a portfolio basis, where you plan for some of the portfolio to fail every single year.
Yep.
Commercial industrial can be funded the exact same way, but it's not today.
Right.
And so we need to basically GIS map the country, which Google I'm sure has already done.
Yeah.
And then we just got to say, you got a perfect roof, we're putting solar on there. And we just need to start blanketing all those big roofs with solar panels on them. And then when you're there, you put like reflective roof coating in there, you put some bifacial panels in there, so you get more output. I think we have all the technology here, but I think that for whatever reason, people have been focused a lot more on utility scale and residential. So we have a big hole in our applications
Yeah.
in C&I solar.
And for those that are not familiar with the process, because I think there's a lot of companies out there that would love to get involved, but I think they get scared of just entering the process. Can you talk for a second about what that process looks like on the application side?
Yeah, so basically, we've got almost 50 people now that work for us in our outreach and business development group.
Wow.
And they talk to, I think, over 1,000 companies so far. And so you call them up, that's all it is.
Yeah.
And you say, here's what I want to do. And they'll tell you pretty quickly whether it's something that works within our statute or whether, it just doesn't, it's not legal for us to get involved. And so we could tell you pretty quickly, like, hey, this is worth spending time on. Or if you make these 3 changes, then it probably would qualify, but the way you presented it, it won't qualify.
Right.
So that process is pretty fast, and almost all the people who work for us are former executives, right? So they're former people that would have applied to the office, so they feel your pain, right?
Yeah.
And then they ask you to fill out a Part 1 application. No one comes in to the Loan Programs Office without an invite. So when I say we have 157 applications seeking over $145 billion, those are people that we invited to apply, right?
Right.
And then it's, whatever it is. It's 100 hours worth of work. You put in the Part 1 application. We then say, yeah, everything you told us verbally checks out.
Yeah.
And then you go into full due diligence, right? Then you go into Part 2, put a data room together. It's exactly the same as a commercial debt process.
Yeah.
And it's like 8 to 9 months, right, to get due diligence and get through the process. So, it's not easier than a commercial bank.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's harder either.
And it's got better terms these days.
Yeah, well, that's true.
So one of the things that I think, you guys have recently put out a report around virtual power plants. And, I think one of the most exciting things about the industry today is you have an alignment of policy, technology, and finance in a way that those of us that are becoming, even in the DG space, we can begin to create virtual power plants and begin to message the concept of virtual power plants. For those folks that are not as familiar with the idea, first of all, could you just define that a little bit and the market opportunity around VPPs that the report defines?
Yeah, a virtual power plant is really just a collection of assets, right?
Right.
Electric vehicles, backup batteries, thermostats, right? Water heaters that are basically configured such that they can actually provide valuable services to the grid. Right. Whether it's frequency regulation, voltage, right, energy, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
I think what's different today than what you and I experienced in, let's say 2019 is that the electric utilities were unsure whether they really needed this service to be able to, provide the resiliency and reliability.
Yeah.
But I think after a lot of these superstorms, a lot of these heat domes, polar vortex, but also real load growth. I mean, they are now fielding megawatts of interconnection every week for electric vehicles, right? EV chargers.
Right.
But now, because of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, you now have a place where you have gigawatts and gigawatts of new load from manufacturing facilities. Right. And remember, utilities have an obligation to support economic development in their community. Right. They can't just say, well, it's going to be 3 or 4 years or else, before you get interconnected. So whereas they were...
Even though some of them are.
Yeah, well, they're trying. Yeah. But whereas they were shy, I'd say, 4 years ago, I think we've buried the hatchet with the utility companies, and they're now coming to this industry and saying, we need you.
Yeah.
There is no other way to build something fast than with you guys. We need your technology, we need your expertise, and frankly, we need your people power, right, to actually be able to get this stuff done. And so I think that people are still playing off the 2019 playbook, and they're afraid to do bold things with utilities, even though those utilities are actually, they've come around, and that's part of what this liftoff report is about, right? It's not official DOE strategy and policy. It does describe the 20-plus programs that we already do. But what it really reflects is the 200 interviews that my colleague Jen Downing did to figure out what is the status of the marketplace. What are investors investing in? Where are the utilities? Where are the consumers? Where's everybody? And it turns out the regulators, the utilities, have never been more excited about getting this stuff deployed. And so part of what our message is here is that you're no longer the DG solar industry.
Right.
You're now the VPP industry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, one of the challenges, and I'll say this, put my clean capital hat on, is, for a decade, folks have focused on a technology or two, right?
Yeah.
Solar plus. Now you have to look at this holistic play and how do you underwrite that? And I think this report really helps shine a light on taking those steps forward. And I agree with you 100%. This is sort of where the market's going, and the opportunity for those of us that can get ahead of it and finance these things in a way that's unique is going to be incredibly important moving forward. I do want to, without working off the report for a second, I want to go back to the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And, we talked about this offline in the past. This is a monumental, generational piece of legislation that got done in a marriage between those two pieces of legislation, including the CHIPS Act, that's putting incredible dollars to work on multiple technologies, on manufacturing and deployment, the work you're doing. And there's folks in the industry that look at it like, well, only if it does this and this. I think there needs to be a realization, like, we're not getting another chance here. This is what we have, which is
there are
really
a lot
sad.
of needy people in this industry. Lord Almighty, people come to me going like, "Hey, Jigger, can you call up your senator friend and have this thing change for me?" No, I cannot. But look, I think that in general, what you're saying is true, right? So we failed to pass Waxman Markey, right, in 2008. And I think largely we failed because it was an environmental and clean tech industry only effort. This effort passed because labor and justice communities, helped shape the bill. Right. And I think that the solar industry needs to recognize that the only way that these incentives become durable is if we're delivering on labor and we're delivering on justice. Right? I feel like people are like, well, now that I got mine, I'm just going to do what I need to do over the next 2 years. And that's fine, but you know that we have elections all the time. Right? And the way this stuff works is if you want durable progress, then those small towns that are currently fighting solar need to see that there's something in it for them.
Absolutely.
Right? And all these places that have old industrial plants, which are now being converted into a solar manufacturing plant, needs to know that folks are doing the reach out to make sure that folks who didn't know that they could get a job in that plant are going to get a job in that plant, right? And so I think when you think about the opportunity here, is that the solar industry is going from this moniker of being alternative energy to becoming mainstream energy. And mainstream energy has the responsibility of actually doing all of these things. And so I feel like for whatever reason that message hasn't gone through to the solar industry yet. But it will, right? I mean, I think we are going to be deploying hundreds of billions of dollars into these new manufacturing facilities for batteries, solar, for, I saw some of the inverter manufacturers are doing stuff here. Nextracker did their big announcement here in Vegas. I think when you think about what's happening here, it's truly transformational, as you suggested. But to keep it going, I think people need to think more about the entire country and what we need than just their company.
And when we're seeing projects on coal mines in West Virginia these days.
In Kentucky.
We just cut the largest solar array in Alaska just last week, and we've got 200 megawatts more behind it.
It's amazing.
There, which is incredible. So the one thing, and I know you can't say this working at DOE, so I will say it to the folks in the industry, is that while that legislation has been passed, the fight is far from over, and we all need to get active in the fight. It wasn't that long ago in the spring when the MAGA Republicans tried to turn this IRA into Obamacare and undercut stuff around the CRA. We have to go and fight and tell our story, both at the national level, which I think you're doing so well, but also at the local level. So it's on all of us to tell those stories and bring the stakeholders into these conversations so they know about the success that we're having and the jobs that we're creating.
And there's just so much success. I mean, I'm a little tired of all this winning.
It's a good problem for us to have. So, it's an exciting conference we're at. There's a lot of amazing things going on. I want to, for a second, just talk about public service, because it is something that, folks in the industry, some have been in and out. You've got your team from DOE here who are incredible. If you could go back to the day before you started at DOE and give yourself just a piece of advice leading before you walked in the building, now that you've been in there for a while, what piece of advice would you give yourself?
I was lucky because I knew what I was getting myself into because I had you. And then also my wife, who, is a senior executive service at the State Department. So I was lucky from that perspective. But I think the one thing that, I think people they default them way into it is that you're always asking other people to do stuff for you instead of just figuring out what you can do for other people. And, I think when I came in, I was sort of like, how's the rest of the government going to help me help me out, right? And ultimately, no, it's on us to actually show them that we were able to manage the risk, that we were able to like bring all these people in. And frankly, the reception's been extraordinary from throughout government. But I think that mindset shift around, look, you're actually serving, right? Like, you know, you're not doing them a favor, they're doing you a favor. Let's figure out how we can all give and how we can all like contribute. And, you know, frankly, it's been infectious. I mean, the thing that's really been gratifying for me is that we've been able to get over 75 senior executives from the private sector to join us at the Loan Programs Office, right? In outreach business development, in the origination team, you know, but also in the strategy team. I think when you look at, you know, Jen's background and, you know, her like leading the effort on the virtual power plant report, like, I mean, there's no way that we could have gotten that done without, you know, people of her expertise and quality, like deciding that this was a jump that she wanted to make, right? And so that's gratifying, right? To have that many different people decide, you know, like, you know, Jamie Nolan, like, had a great practice. And I was like, no, you got to come back. And, you know, she's been extraordinary, right? So, like, I just think having all those people come back is a big deal, right? And that's, you know, you can't ask for more than that.
So how do we take the success that's been moving forward and ensure that it is sort of stable with future administrations, right? And how we, which I think, to me, is taking those success stories and trying to tell them in a bipartisan way back to the Hill, which is very difficult. You live in Washington. I got out of there for a reason, but it is not a very bipartisan place in many places. Like, how can we help you tell the success stories so that this continue to become a success story going forward?
Well, I think the first thing is that we have to be intentional about creating success stories.
Yeah.
I think in general, you know, folks are just like, just hiring because they got a lot of open positions and they want to hire.
Yeah.
But I think we got to be intentional to like go after folks who, you know, we didn't advertise jobs to in the past, and making sure that those folks know that these careers are amazing, and you know, bringing in other folks so our industry looks like America, right?
Right.
But I think the other piece of it is that, you know, I think as we continue to morph ourselves from the solar industry, right, to the virtual power plant industry, well, now you like have way more reasons for people to love you. Right. Like, I mean, the virtual power plant industry is like being fully embraced by the regulators in Texas.
Yeah.
They're being fully, you know, embraced by all the folks in North Carolina, right? All these states are saying, we want to be like, you know, on the cutting edge of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the solar industry is super important, and frankly, I think it's still going to continue to be where we get a lot of our new generation from over the next decade.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think all these other features, dispatchability and all these other pieces, is what I think makes us more interesting and more credible to all the different audiences. And so I think we just got to make sure we're embracing all of it.
Well, Jigger, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being out here in Las Vegas with us. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to Nico and the SunCast team, as always, for putting together an awesome conversation here at RE+. Any parting words of advice?
Going, gone.
Thanks, everybody.
I love this headset. It's extraordinary.
It is pretty amazing.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. If you can hear us, then you are either streaming live or you're at RE Plus here in Vegas. We're at the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. And this is the Industry Pulse segment, which is sponsored by Solis, the world's third largest PV inverter manufacturer. And we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to jump right in today. I'm excited to have a few guests with us from Burns McDonnell. And we're going to talk about a few things, but first, just real quick, I wanted to introduce Dan Jacobs and Chris Ruckman. If you guys just want to say hi real quick, and then we'll dive right in.
Yeah, hey, Chris Ruckman, Vice President, Energy Storage at Burns McDonnell.
Dan Jacobs, Business Development, Burns McDonnell. Thanks for having us.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for coming. I'm really excited. And like I said, we don't have a lot of time. I'd love to chat in detail at another time, but I think one of the things I wanted to discuss for the Industry Pulse this year is the importance of getting your energy management system correct and how you're approaching that as an integrated EPC.
Wow, so the energy management system couldn't be more important, right, to the overall aspect of a project. At the end of the day, if that control system doesn't work, right, the project doesn't work. And in the industry, there really are a couple of camps, right? You've got construction contractors, right, that want to be integrators, and you've got integrators that want to be construction contractors. And Burns McDonnell really is a unique entity that kind of has a foot in both camps. We're a construction company, but at the same time, we're a powerhouse engineering company. We bring that together really at the earliest stages of a project to make sure that we've got something that's constructible at the end of the day. We also have a large number of controls engineers and over 125 years of building power plants with control systems. So we bring all that together to make sure that we've got a control system that is leveraging standard industrial hardware and software that you can go get off the street. With some technical know-how that we bring as an engineering firm, but that ultimately, right, that you don't need Burns McDonnell to be able to maintain over time. And probably one of the most important things is when you get into the startup, right? That's when you get this plant going. You get to the startup phase. You want to be able to bring the resources that you need to be able to get that thing started up when you need to get started up. And with hundreds of controls engineers at Burns McDonnell, we're able to bring the resources we need at the right time in the project to make sure that project starts on time.
So I want to dive into something you said there. You mentioned a couple times the amount of engineers you have, which is quite impressive. But one of the themes last year at the Industry Pulse was this notion of the just labor issues along with supply chain. I think we saw a little bit of both. And gearing up for the explosive growth that we expect in the industry, a lot of people were saying they're having trouble finding qualified candidates to meet that demand. So I'm just curious, have you seen any changes, and you can take one or both together or take them separately, but with supply chain and labor in 2023, how have you seen that evolve since last year?
So, I mean, the industry is constantly evolving. We're growing so fast. It's a natural catch-up progression, but the critical point in all of this is, Chris said, getting these projects built on time, and how you get there is the planning process and make sure you've got everything set so that when the time comes, you're ready to turn the lights on. And we've seen over and over again projects or people commit to everything and then not have the ability to follow through. And so it really just comes down to planning, relationships with vendors, and having the staff. I mean, Burns Mac has 10,000 engineers, or how many?
14,000.
14,000 engineers and me, and so I'm the oddball. But it's really that planning process to make sure you've got what it takes to get through.
It is. So labor issues really is something we can talk a lot about. That is a significant issue that our industry and every industry in this country that's looking to build something over the next decade will face. But to Dan's point, it's the planning process, to understand where you're building the project, understand what other projects are being built around your project, understand if you're going to need to attract labor into that area or if you've got enough labor there. I mean, it's just a whole process that we go through. And again, we understand the construction side, we understand the engineering side. We can bring all that together to make sure that we get a project, again, that starts on, that delivers electrons to the grid on time. That's what we're all about.
So that's the labor components. Are you still seeing challenges with supply chain? And if not, what other challenges are you seeing currently for these battery energy storage systems?
Supply chain, Dan?
So, I mean, shipping logistics, that was a huge issue for a long time. That is certainly smoothed out, and nothing's perfect, but it's much better than it was 18 months ago when coming out of the pandemic, it was still complete chaos. Manufacturing is up everywhere. I mean, everyone's kind of hitting their quotas. Except for in certain niches like transformers, that shouldn't have, or historically has not been the issue, but now that's 18 months.
Yeah, so I would, for the most part, most things are getting back to normal, at least the new normal, right? HV equipment is a problem right now. Large transformers a problem for us right now. Some of the other electrical equipment, much longer lead times than it used to be, but manageable when compared to, we're talking about years, 2 years, lead times on some of these high voltage and large transformer components.
So what is the typical development cycle? How does that play in? Is it just adding to the lead time, or are you finding that if you start planning early enough, it's not pushing your project?
If you can plan early enough, especially around those two things, transformers and HV equipment, make sure that you're getting manufacturing slots at least secured for that, it can help mitigate those issues. But still looking, ish a 2-year kind of planning process for one of these facilities to get built.
I think that goes back to what we first talked about, of being in integrated EPC. You can kind of plan in advance for those things. So I would think that's a huge.
We can see all of that, and we work across so many different industries. T&D is a huge space for us. So we got people that are buying high voltage breakers every day, buying big transformers every day, and just to be able to get that market insight to understand where there may be a soft spot in someone's manufacturing schedule. We might be able to slip in a transformer, slip in a 345 kV breaker is important.
But the issues aren't the high ticket items anymore. It's not the batteries and the inverters. It's some of the ancillary pieces that are just as critical, but historically not as prioritized.
Yep.
Right. Well, it's the solar coaster, right? So
Yes.
there's always got to be something. But so one other thing I wanted just to kind of get your take on is that a lot of detractors will say, especially at this scale, that batteries are going to lose capacity over time. It's going to be a burden. What do you do with them? Do you recycle them? Do you landfill them? But I think there's other solutions. So I'm wondering how you guys think about augmentation.
So we all know that batteries degrade, right? Lithium-ion batteries degrade with time. Not all batteries, but lithium-ion batteries do. We all carry one around in our pockets every day. We know that tomorrow they're not as good as they are today, right? So it is a problem. It's a fundamental problem that we have with this technology. But there are great solutions out there. And as we look at the landscape, there's really kind of two camps. There's a DC augmentation camp and an AC augmentation camp. We probably are seeing more of a shift towards AC augmentation, although DC augmentation, especially with some DC converters, can be a really, really strong option. So it is a problem, but I'd say it's more of just something that goes along with lithium-ion batteries. Not necessarily a problem, it's just that if you put in a lithium-ion battery, and if you need to deliver consistent energy over time, you're going to have to augment. Now, we talk about all the time, right? For us, you're looking out so far into the future. It's like trying to buy an iPhone case for an iPhone 19 or something today. You don't know what that looks like. You don't know what that technology looks like. You don't know what the form factor looks like. So that creates some challenges for us as we're designing today, thinking about augmentation, really not quite understanding what that looks like in the future.
Yeah, that makes the DC component much scarier. So a lot of people are kind of now pivoting more towards AC, but then you have to go back through interconnection, and there's a whole other set of challenges that come with that. So there is no perfect solution, but it will adapt as we get closer to, and we are starting to get closer to, sorry, thank you, as we're starting to get closer to augmenting some of the first systems that have come online. So now we're starting to try to figure out those solutions.
Wow, so we're already at that point where you're going back and augmenting existing systems.
Yeah, so there were different overbuild philosophies, right? So that's how much additional battery capacity do you add so that you can delay augmentation, right? Some people had an overbuild strategy of 4 to 7 years. Some people had a very short overbuild, and so they were almost immediately into this augmentation cycle. So yeah, the augmentation is a current reality for some projects.
Wow. So we talked about a lot already about just things that need to be considered, how being an integrated EPC helps with that, and thinking about labor and supply chain and augmentation. So to come to conclusion here, I'm just wondering what other considerations are there when you're developing a large-scale battery energy storage system? Like, if you could predict, you don't have a crystal ball, like you said, you don't know what the size of the iPhone is, although I think they announced it today, but what are you thinking as you look into the future? What are you thinking about when you're planning these systems?
Yeah. So, I mean, it has evolved so far, and I came to Burns & McDonnell from LG, so I've seen every possible system deployed, and Burns & Mac has built every possible system, whether it's a OEM containerized enclosure, custom-built enclosures, that Burns & Mac has done gigawatt hours of custom-built enclosures, which is certainly no longer the optimum solution, but then we're still seeing a lot of building-based solutions being requested as you're trying to get closer to load centers. So the range of systems that we're looking at is wildly different, and it really all comes down to the use case that the customer has, the location, and having the tools in your tool belt that Burns & Mac has to actually deliver on those different applications. It's kind of amazing that there really isn't a standard one-size-fits-all model at this point. It really depends on what you need.
Yeah, I don't know that we've executed the same project twice as we've been doing this over the years. So it really is understanding what the client needs, what the particular project needs. Energy density plays a huge factor in all of this as we move maybe from less optimal, land parcels, or more optimal to less optimal, right? Energy density becomes an issue, right? So it's great to be able to have so many different options available to us, whether it's a building-based solution, whether it's a container, whether it's a custom-built enclosure, or whether it's a DC block, right? So we'll see lots of DC blocks as we're walking around the show here this week. All of the OEMs have now a DC block that they're offering into the market, and sometimes those DC blocks work great, sometimes they don't. And Burns Mac, we're happy to take a DC block and integrate it, but we're also happy to do something much more customized if the solution demands it.
That was great. So I think that's a really good place to end. Do you guys have, as you said, these projects aren't cookie cutter. There's no two that are the same. So if anyone out there listening wants to find you, how do they come find you to help them with their solution?
Yeah, www.burnsmcd.com, search energy storage, and you'll find both of us. We also have a booth 6137 out there, 6135. Come see us. Be happy to talk more about what we're doing in the market.
All right, Dan, Chris, really appreciate the time, and I look forward to seeing you guys again very shortly.
Thank you so much. This was fun. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Brought to you by Solus, who's developing technology to power the world with clean energy. And joining me on stage is Igor, and I know I'm going to get his name wrong, even though we practiced and it seems simple. But Igor Mugaleski?
Close enough.
Close enough. All right, I'll take it. With Solus, and we're going to sit down and do a really quick, ask a couple questions. So I appreciate you joining us today, Igor. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So we just heard from Burns Mac about the things that they're considering and what they're seeing with solar and these large-scale battery systems. But I'm curious, what trends are you seeing in the utility sector? Excuse me. What trends are you seeing in the utility sector that large installers like Burns & Mac should be thinking about?
Yeah, well, the changes in the industry is basically very dynamic industry, and right now I see a lot of opportunity for string inverters to where utility scale projects that Burns and Mac used to build, and I used to be involved with a lot of those projects. It was 100% central inverters. Right now I see a trend that we see more and more projects moving towards string inverters, large string inverters, where provide the whole solution, where it's the inverter, the skid, the switchgear, and basically that's the trend, that the difference I see with that. The pricing, the cost difference between string inverter solutions and centrals becoming very, very narrow. But there is a lot of other advantages for string inverters, like larger energy harvesting. It's a system with a lot of information. It has a lot of advanced data and analytics. Where basically we monitor each MPPT, so we can detect issues in the field immediately that could increase your power harvesting in time. It's also one of the things you mentioned, purchasing or buying the system lead times. With string inverters, those practically off the shelf. You can have those off the shelf available, shipped from the stocks, from our stock warehouses in US. So there is a lot of that, and the biggest advantage is O&M cost. So there is practically almost no O&M requirement for string inverters, where central inverters do require yearly, annual, or semi-annual O&M maintenance and so forth.
So it sounds like there's a lot of advantages then with string inverters when you're thinking about multi-megawatt PV systems. Is there any size limitation there, or do you go, is there any point where a central inverter starts to make more sense, or are you just seeing string inverters across the board?
String inverters could cover the same application, the same size as central inverter. The communication right now with the new model that's always coming up, the speed is essentially exactly the same or even faster than central inverters. We can do 60 milliseconds response time for reactive and power and active power support. We can do power oscillation damping, fast frequency response. So we can cover all the utility applications that the central inverter currently can cover. We do come with native Ethernet communication, so it communicates directly, natively to the inverter with Ethernet. And we're adding a fiber option, so you will have a fiber optics ability to communicate with the inverter directly as well. So all those features coming up with the new products that Sol is introducing, that will be able to cover all the applications that utility will be requiring in the future.
So you're talking, just to kind of bring everyone in who might not be familiar, so you're talking about interoperability with the grid and how you can work more with the grid. Is there any one particular that you could highlight that you see as a more of an emerging trend? Is it frequency regulation, or is it just demand response, or?
Yeah, so definitely power oscillation damping, especially in ERCOT territories and where large distribution distances are, that becomes very critical. Additional thing, the new trend that is, I would say, 2 years away, it's grid forming, and our new 350 kilowatt model will have the ability to do grid forming as one of the options. So rather than just have a grid follower, we'll also have a grid forming capabilities coming up with that inverter. So with that, we'll be able to cover all the utility future applications requirements.
So for just quick 30 seconds, can you tell everyone listening what grid forming is? Because I personally don't know. So
well, there are two techniques to let's say, send power to the grid, right? One is to grid follow. So you grid follow the grid itself, and you basically inject current into the grid. The other one is where you actually form the grid, which is, one is the current mode control, the other one is voltage mode control, where you actually form the sine wave and you form the frequency and of the grid. So that basically creates sort of like a microgrid situation, or a lot more robust grid stability.
That was great. I appreciate that explanation. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
And if anyone out there wants to come find you, where will you be hanging out today?
We have a large booth. It's 4130 on the second floor. So please welcome everybody there. Like to have more information on this. We will be happy to assist.
Awesome. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is a global market leader in energy storage products and services and cloud-based software for renewables and storage assets. And I have our guest who I saw, and I don't see, I don't know where he went off to, but Kelly Frey. I don't see him. Nico. Oh, he's on there. Do you know where Kelly went? This year's Industry Pulse will be back tomorrow, same time, with another stellar lineup of guests. And I wanted to thank our sponsors here at the PowerUp Live broadcast stage. It's presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. And the Industry Pulse was brought to you by Solus, who is developing technology to power the world with clean energy. I'm Nathan Giovanelli. If you want to hear more from me, check out my podcast, Limitless, with Nathan Giovanelli. You can find it anywhere or on LinkedIn. And as always, remember, you are limitless. Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
All right, sound good? Yep. Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster live show here, RE Plus 2023 Las Vegas. This is awesome, man. I don't know how you doing, Jay.
I'm in super high energy, but it's really hard to move around. There's so many people here.
For those of you that don't know us, we are the Solar Coaster from Maui, Hawaii. We've been a radio show, an AM/FM radio show in Maui for about 5 years, from 2017 on. I myself was a solar installation company owner in Maui from like 2011-ish. I did Jay's house, actually, way back in the day. I think we did Solar Edge on your house, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
All right. And since then, we created the Solar Coaster, and we've been talking about all things clean tech, all crazy renewable energy stuff there in Maui.
Well, that was it. It started with like 15 shows. We were going to talk about a few things, like all the kitchen table stuff. That was your bright idea, is to bring it to everybody. We'll just do it once on the radio, and I played the customer side.
Yeah, that's right.
But then, there's always something new to talk about.
Remember, it was 13 shows. We had a little bit of money, and we went to try it, and then it turned into, a couple hundred shows over the years.
And we have no money.
Yes, exactly. It's an expensive hobby. No, it's been wonderful being on the Solar Coaster, and we have an opportunity at this show to talk about kind of the culmination of that experience, which really is RE Plus Hawaii in January of this upcoming year, January 22nd and 23rd in Waikiki. That's at the Alohilani Resort. And by the way, I've got a little experience in the different resorts in Waikiki, and Alohilani Resort is top of the list. It's a great one. Yeah. It's right there by the Duke statue.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful location in Waikiki. And we're going to get a chance in that show. Hi, Aaron. Hey. Going to get a chance in that show to be able to look at all the amazing things that are happening in Hawaii from the RE Plus lens, which really is all of clean tech and all of the new energy economy is the type of language I love to use.
Yeah, and what I'm hoping for is that we'll bring a lot of new faces into the state. We need, Hawaii has always been like the early adopter. We've got the early mandate, 2045. We're rolling out solar and renewables pretty much everywhere. But we need new, intelligent people doing interesting things with technology to really bring us that next step.
Absolutely. What's really exciting about Hawaii is that we have the country's first renewable energy mandate, right?
Yep.
And we have, if you're not familiar with how energy works in Hawaii, Hawaii is basically Big Island. I'm going to go east to west. Big Island, Maui, which is 3 islands. It's Lanai, Molokai. It's Kaho'olawe is actually a little tiny one that no one lives on presently. Over to Oahu, and then Kauai, and there's a little one on the side called Ni'ihau as well. And then there's the atolls and stuff all the way up into the Pacific, the northwest, the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. But in any case, the energy works like Hawaiian Electric really runs Big Island, Maui, and Oahu. And then KIUC, which is a cooperative, Kauai Island Utility Cooperative, is run by David Bissell, the president.
Yeah.
So energy in Hawaii, with that 100% renewable energy mandate, the country's first, this is where all of the innovation is happening. What's neat about Hawaii, and people may not necessarily think about this, because we have such expensive electricity, your projects, your technology, your innovation pencils. It pencils. Because imagine right now, I have a solar plus battery system that we're geeking out on all the time and doing really innovative and fun stuff. But when I pay to the utility, I pay, and I just run the straight bill versus kilowatt hour overage, it's about 43 cents a kilowatt hour. 43 cents kilowatt hour is no joke. That's got to be on the highest order of energy across the country, right?
It's definitely nationally, and I'm pretty sure top 10 in the world, right?
So when Span came up to me and said, hey, we should do something together with a load control panel, and I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because now I can put that in there and I can actually see load by load what's hogging energy at a given moment. And I can say, hey, what are you doing there? And I can turn that thing off on my app and save myself money, right?
Yep.
So that's an example of an innovation that makes loads of sense in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, and it's that education. I mean, people don't really understand where they're consuming their energy. We've had monitors for basic usage for a long time. They're never that accurate. Data's getting better and better. We're getting all these, that's my initial takeaway here, is that I walked these aisles and there are so many data companies here. Everybody's doing something with data, and it's going to play a pivotal role in how we move forward.
100%. And so I think that, we've got about 4 months until RE Plus Hawaii, and this show really, there's an opportunity to cover things in the residential space. There's an opportunity to cover things in the C&I commercial space. There's an opportunity to cover things in the utility space. For you utility guys out there, I'll give you an example of this, right? RFP phase 1, 2, and 3 over the course of the last 5-ish years. RFP phase 2, we thought we were inching up to like 80% coverage on Maui specifically, right?
Yep.
But in actuality, because of COVID, because of supply chain issues, because of rebidding issues, a lot of those projects fell away.
Yeah.
So I want to say like maybe like 60, 70% of them. That's just my guesstimate on this. So there's opportunity. There's opportunity to do amazing projects throughout Hawaii. RFP Phase 3 is bidding underway, but there's a lot of opportunity out there. Right now, we got some of the coolest things happening in the world. The thing we love to talk about is David Bissell of Kauai Island Utility Cooperative, for an example. Long-duration storage, doing the largest pump storage hydro long-duration storage system in the entire world right now. That's happening in the petri dish that is Hawaii energy.
Yeah, and it's this location where you can get everything you talked about, just the project penciling really easily. I mean, we have abundant solar, abundant wind, geography, geothermal, that support all these alternative energy structures. You can build this stuff and you can make it work financially.
So that's on the utility side of things, right? And I will say that on this, I think that we'll end on the C&I side, really. And C&I is really just kind of like a lot of mostly hotel type stuff, microgrid type stuff. But on the resi side, for years, and I want to say maybe decade plus, I was primarily a Resi installer at one point, and we were fighting constantly to get our interconnections constantly, right? And it's so interesting because once I think the solar battery revolution started to happen, hey Wade, once the revolution started to happen, then the utility and the kind of the way it was all organized, they started to change their tune. And they said, hey, you know what? We need every roof. Yeah. We need your roof. It was no longer, please let us interconnect. It's, we need your roof. Can we borrow your roof?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you saw that map. Okay, Oahu has 92% of the population of the entire state. We saw the map where there simply isn't enough geography to roll out all solar. We're going to need alternative technologies.
100%, yeah. It's crazy. Actually, when you think about, so that's the residential segment. And right now, I'm not sure I haven't been keeping up with the numbers as close as I did back in the day when I was, flipping solar constantly. Sure. But I'd say we're probably like somewhere around a third penetration with Resi, something like that. We have, like, give you an example, like Maui is 65,000 utility account holders, right? So I think we're probably inching up to that. So there's plenty of room for growth there. And the cool thing about these clients in Maui, and I know them and throughout Hawaii, is that they're now kind of post-NEM. Their concept is squarely post-NEM. They're like, it's no longer what's a solar panel. We know what solar panels are. Everybody's got it. It's saving us all money.
We're changing them out. Like they've aged out. Their warranties are over, and we're repurposing them.
We're NEM plus. We're going in and saying, you're NEM, you're grandfathered in. Now you're going to get solar and battery. Now and I was just talking to a good friend of mine, Doc Mills. He's got a cute little house up in Kula, up on the slopes of Haleakala. He was like NEM 10 or something, right? Like, forever ago. Yep. I think he got a legacy upgrade on the Enphase system, and he's got me helping him out. I don't understand all this stuff. And I said, you're going to get an M Plus system. You're going to do a legacy retrofit on those old M180s or whatever it was from Ragu and Martin, and the Enphase guys. And then you're going to be producing a lot of energy. You're going to be able to do your NEM with your interactive grid storage thing, and you're going to be able to have your battery as well. He's going to have 2 EVs. That is as standard operating procedures in Hawaii right now. 2 EVs, solar, battery. I'm starting to see load controls get penetration. I'm starting to see other really, exciting kind of like innovative tech. So we want to just make a call out to everybody and say, bring your ideas, bring your technology, bring your enthusiasm. He's got one, right? Yep. To Hawaii, because it'll pencil there. Another thing to think about, I'll give you a little a pro tip. I'll give you a pro tip about doing business in Hawaii. There's Hawaii Energy and the utility. They're looking for innovative technologies to fund, to provide grants or actual like bonuses, subsidies for. When I ran the math on the SPAN panel, it was like there were 2 or 3 different subsidies, and I was like, so you're telling me this is more than free?
Essentially that. Essentially
it was
that.
crazy.
There are that many programs out there.
Yeah, it really surprised me. I don't think anyone had really done the full math yet because they were kind of so dynamic. They were coming out, right? Sure. And then, so that's the Resi space boatloads of opportunity, the utility space boatloads of opportunity. When we think about C&I, let me tell you, that's an exciting place in Hawaii. C&I, and I don't know that you can really legitimately call it commercial industrial because you don't have boatloads of industrial, right?
Sure.
But you do have some. But really you're talking about larger scale projects like for hotels and other types of institutions. That space is exciting because that is where we're talking about, I want to say the second largest consumer of electricity, for example, in Maui, is the Grand Wailea.
Right.
And 10 years ago, those guys had $1 million a month bill, right? So now I can't even imagine what it is at the moment. And so the opportunities to be able to deploy technology, whether it could simply be storage that reduces demand charge, for example.
Sure.
Right?
But I mean, just energy rates have gone up 25% in that time share.
So there you go.
Think about it.
So we're talking about like a lot of opportunity, and that replicated across pretty much all of the resorts, all of the different institutions. They need to find ways to make that P&L work, and the best thing they can do is reduce the cost of electricity. So I think the C&I space is really interesting, and I think that I personally have spoken, even remember the conversations I was having with the large Japanese companies?
Oh, yes.
They've resurfaced at post-pandemic because Japan's just kind of like slowly getting out of the pandemic, and they said, hey, I mean, this is the type of scale that's coming at Hawaii right now. We'd like to deploy $250 million of capital. We need to do it in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you produce that many projects? That's the kind of stuff that's happening in the C&I space. I think we're going to see everything get microgridded over the space of the next few years.
Yes, please. That's all I can say about that.
So that covers a little bit of why I think it's relevant to come to Hawaii, from a business perspective. Now, let me say the obvious here. It's in Waikiki. It's in Hawaii. The whales are there. It's January.
Get out of the cold.
It's great. I mean, it's great. It's a lot of fun. Waikiki's a funny place. You know, it's like we live in Maui, so Waikiki's a 30-minute ride for us on an airplane. But when you're in Waikiki, you actually get a little bit jazzed. You know, it's kind of a little bit of the big city taste.
Yeah, you go to the city, exactly that.
And it'll be so fun, and I'm so excited to see what kind of companies come to kind of plant down their technology and their ideas and their talent.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing to see, because these folks, they're going to be a little new to the environment, but I think they're going to be shocked. Like, just when you get there and you can see how much available energy there is, talking sun, wind, and then the demand.
Yeah.
The demand, you're going to be accosted.
Accosted. So we were going to have Gary and Steven from Setson, CEO and CMO, today, but they couldn't make it. So we may be able to do that on Thursday. We'll see how that pans out.
Sure.
But we can provide some more insights into Hawaii in general. One of the things that I think is really interesting, hey guys, come on over. One of the things that I think is really interesting about, for example, Oahu. Oahu, DBED, I forget what that acronym stands for, but it's like maybe like an academic or an NGO or some government group. They did an analysis of all of the roof space and all of the land space in Oahu versus their current load and their projected load over time, and they said we don't have enough space.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. And the issue is, I mean, electrification of transportation is playing a big role in this. We're asking more and more of our grids, which are having issues already. They're going to have to find other ways of generation, or the generation is going to have to be much more efficient.
Right.
And I don't think we can get there with existing technology, which is the reason why I'm asking for new and interesting tech.
So on Oahu, if we do it on island by island, that'd give us, they can kind of fill the time with that, and it'd be insightful stuff, useful stuff, I think.
Sure.
If we think of Oahu, there's a reasonable wind play in Oahu right now.
Yeah.
Offshore wind is a discussion that's not crazy. It's not going to be fast, but I think that, and I've talked to a handful of local wind groups. That are actually there on Oahu that are saying we're going to take a shot at this. But wind is a conversation that I think is going to be interesting for Oahu. If we were to look at Big Island, just hopping back over east, Big Island is big.
And they're
Hawaii.
way far ahead because they have the active volcano, they have the geothermal power plant. They're that alone. It's like 35%?
26.
26, that's a lot.
26%
See,
of their firm.
Their energy demand is growing.
Yeah, 26% of their firm is Puna Geothermal.
Yep.
And and they're doing great too in terms of a lot of the there's the macadamia nut plantation and factory there. That's all going microgridded, and Parker Ranch and a couple of these are all making really cool innovation steps. But I think that by the way, I don't know if you saw, but Kilauea just started erupting again yesterday. And that was erupting like a couple months ago. I went there with my mother and we took a bunch of video. It was beautiful. But Kilauea literally just started erupting. Okay, we're rolling up. How much time do we have? Zero? Okay, well, we could wax poetic about Hawaii all day long and about all the cool things. But wrapping things up, RE Plus Hawaii is January 22nd, 23rd, the Alohilani Resort in Waikiki, and we would love to see everybody join us.
There's no better place to be. There's no better place to deploy your technology. Make it happen.
There it is. All right, aloha, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in and listening to us. We're the Solar Coaster. We hope to see you soon.
Very much appreciate it.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America. Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life. The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America. Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum,
we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy. The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Yes. Hey everybody, thanks for joining us here today. We're going to have a fun conversation around demystifying data and the energy transition. My name is Devin Hampton. I'm the CEO of Utility API. Utility API is unleashing the clean energy revolution by unlocking the data that we all need to provide our services, whether you're a state, school district, utility, or joining the stage with me today, so a clean tech provider. We'll talk a bit about the data world, but also we're going to talk about an equitable energy transition and how those all pieces fit together. So without further ado, I'd like to join my friends on the stage here, McGee Young from Watt Carbon, CEO and founder, and Erica Diamond from Energy Hub. We're not going to do long introductions. I'm going to let them talk about themselves as we jump into the conversations. We have 30 minutes. My goal is to potentially leave a chance for y'all to ask us questions. So come up with some hot takes. I hope we have some up here on the stage. And I also hope we don't agree on everything. That'd be a very boring conversation. So I'm going to dive right in. Kicking off, utility API for us, it's important not just to have a decarbonized and clean energy future, but also one that is equitable. When we say terms like clean energy for all, we mean it. Not only because it's the right thing to do, we have a long history of the folks that have and the folks that don't. The beauty of the energy transition is we have the opportunity to include everybody. So my first question, I'm going to start with you, Erica, is really, what does Energy Hub do?
Sure.
And how does what you do help ensure an equitable energy transition?
Sure. So I'm Erica. I'm the head of customer solutions at Energy Hub. If we think about the goals of decarbonization for the U.S. by 2035, if we're going to hit those goals, we're going to need like 1.5 terawatts of clean energy. And so along with that, we're also going to need like 300 to 500 megawatts of flexibility. For, I guess, hopefully we all know what flexibility is, but it's basically building VPPs that can work along with the renewables that are coming onto the grid in order to make sure that the grid is stable. And so Energy Hub's role in that is to provide that flexibility to utilities and markets. We provide software to utilities to both take in device data from all kinds of DERs and then control those DERs when the grid needs it most. When I think about equity is super important to Energy Hub. We spend a lot of time talking about this at every level of the organization, and I think the way I think about it is our goal is to provide these programs to every utility customer out there. So you don't have to have a battery to participate. You could have a smart thermostat. You maybe could, in the future, could have a window air conditioner. Any device that's in the home that's controlling substantial load can participate in a VPP. We also do a lot of things like working with utilities and marketplaces and device OEMs to provide free devices to DAC communities, and that way they get the efficiency of having the device in the home, but then we also can control it for the grid, and so everybody benefits. And I think just generally overall, the goal is to build a cleaner grid, and that's obviously going to benefit everyone, especially in places where we're potentially putting new power plants, which also usually happens to coincide with disadvantaged communities. So I think it's all kind of intertwined.
I appreciate that. I appreciate how you talk about serving all utility customers. I know it sounds like a no-brainer, but we often hear in our industry this idea of like we got to go where the money's first, forgetting that that's kind of short-sighted. Like it's not just people, it's not just money we're serving, it's people we're serving. And by, I think, including everybody in a potential new program or new market, you're actually creating a larger market, which ultimately should be good for companies like ours, your bottom line, but also for making a bigger impact.
Totally.
Especially when you talk about the energy savings that come along with it, right? McGee, same question. What's Watt Carbon up to, and how do you make sure you make everything accessible to entire communities?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, as we step back and think about climate change, the impacts of climate change are not proportional to income. In fact, they're inversely proportional for the most part, right? So when we talk about the energy transition, not only is it important to think about who's included in the energy transition, but why are we doing this in the first place? And when you talk about building new power plants and the infrastructure of our energy economy, in a lot of cases, the utilities are the ones that are propping up the fossil fuel, the existing fossil fuel infrastructure, and standing in the way of the deployment of clean energy. Where I live in California, they've just rejiggered the rates to make it really hard to put in residential solar. Community solar is really challenged in California, not to mention across the country. And so 40% of our emissions every year come from the built environment. We need to reduce our emissions 40% by 2030. And the question that we have is, are utilities the right place to lodge this responsibility? And in fact, so what we're doing at Watt Carbon is opening up that opportunity for climate action through decarbonized buildings to the broader market. So if you want to have an impact on climate change, if you want to help decarbonize buildings, if you want to help with the energy transition, you shouldn't have to be a utility to be part of that. We all share a collective responsibility, and we all should have collective opportunities to help make a difference. And so that's what we're doing as a company.
It's great to hear it, and I failed to mention at the outset, I'm really happy to be joined by both Eric and McGee, because when I think about folks who've been doing this type of work for a minute, and who are leading this work, not just because it's like the new hot thing right now, but have been in the trenches and thinking about these challenges for, I think it's fair to say everyone on the stage has been doing this for over a decade, minimum. And in some ways we're talking about a lot of the same things, but also I noticed a tone across the whole show. These things are happening finally. Like, we're talking about things that we're actually doing, not things that we want to see out there. So for my next question, though, it wouldn't be a utility API, host a conversation if we didn't talk about data, right? We try to make the energy data available to folks like y'all and others so that you can actually provide these services, really dependent on the utility or not, right? The data should be free, it should be easy to get, and it should always be secure and private. So with that, McGee, I'll start with you. What blockers have you traditionally seen, do you see now, when it comes to energy data, and also what's shifted?
Yeah, it's a great question. When we look at the carbon offset market that's based on not cutting down trees or some of those kind of mitigation schemes, what we see is a lack of transparency, a lack of data, a lack of accountability, and we have the opposite opportunity here with the built environment. We have data for our buildings, for our devices. We can do this in a way that creates a culture of trust, and so we see all of the different stakeholders as kind of critical to this ecosystem flourishing. So from companies like yours, Devin, that allow us to do measurement and verification, to companies like yours, Erica, and all the rest of this, as you look out on the floor here, all of these companies have a role to play in helping to unlock the transparency and visibility into the climate impacts and into the energy impacts that these new and exciting innovations are unlocking.
I just keep going back to the fact that we're actually talking about doing this now, right? Like, we're actually unlocking this work now. So Erica, same question to you, but I think you have some examples of real markets that are happening.
Yeah, and I'm just build on what McGee said. I think first of all, the partnership between all the different players is really crucial, and I think the data can now come from anywhere. So I think traditionally we've really thought about the data for stuff like this coming from meters, which is great. Smart meters are great. But that's not the only data we need. So we get device data from all the devices on our platform, and you can use that in real time to make decisions. You don't have to wait for the meter data to come in. Data can be used for lots of different things. So we need data for real time, just monitoring, so utilities can react. We need data for M&V, so we need data to evaluate whether programs are doing what they're supposed to do. And then we need data for market settlement. And it makes sense that you need meter data for market settlement. But for all those other things, device data is a great proxy. You can even build virtual telemetry so that when you don't have great device data, and I say this with all due respect to all of our OEM partners, it's not always the best data. Sometimes it comes in fits and starts, and if you can use machine learning to figure out what happens in those gaps, you can use that reliably to manage the grid. So lots of opportunities with different data streams. And then as far as blockers, I think a lot of times, especially in demand response, we've talked about how it's really hard for residential people to participate in markets because of the meter data problem. People have to agree to share their data with a third party, and once you ask folks to go through some sort of 18-step process to share their meter data. That's it. You lose them.
There's only one with us.
Right, so one of the tools is Utility API. That's a great way to get that data. The other way is to eliminate the need at all. So we're running a program with the IESO, the ISO in Ontario, and because they have the whole territory, the whole province of Ontario, they're not requiring customers to do anything but submit their postal code. And that eliminates all the friction out of the sign-up process. And this is the fastest I've ever seen a program grow that we've launched. And their goal is to get to over 100,000 participants. I'm sure they'll get there very quickly. But the friction in the sign-up process is a huge part of making sure that people can participate in this clean energy transition.
I appreciate you using the example of Ontario, a territory-wide proposition. Utility API, we're really excited to be partnering with the state of New York to help build a statewide data platform, right? Where, again, taking some of that friction away. Every citizen in the state can go to one place, right? And I think that's the wave of the future here, where how can we take all these barriers and minimize them so that people can just participate and hopefully participate in these new market opportunities. They're ultimately going to save them money and also, oh, by the way, help us actually reach our climate goals. It's no secret to anybody here that it's the hottest year on record, and this is just the beginning. And so what we do next, I think, has great impact. Speaking of great impact, we're 1 year out from the Inflation Reduction Act. I think this show is about 4 times bigger than they thought it would be because they planned it before the Inflation Reduction Act existed. So my question really is how is that impacting you, if it is impacting you at all? If it is it helping? Is it not helping? What else needs to be done? So very open-ended question, but I would love to hear your quick 1 year reflection on the Inflation Reduction Act. Erica, we'll start with you this time.
Sure. So at Energy Hub, the Inflation Reduction Act is really focused on getting DERs in the ground, which is awesome. We want to see lots of DERs everywhere. Our role is really then to take those DERs and help integrate them in a way that we have a reliable grid. And so we're really we are really just a layer of that. And so we're kind of cheering everyone on, but we don't have a real part to play in actually allocating those funds to something.
But I love how you say we're just a layer, right? I actually think each company up here is just a layer. And that's the beauty of the kind of work we do. We're not the thing that's in someone's home. We're not the car. We're not the solar panel. We're just a layer that enables all these things to do. And that was actually part of what I think is so exciting about having this conversation with y'all is by doing the pieces that we do to enable this industry is actually how we're able to have the largest impact. McGee, though, same question to you.
Can I interrupt? Yeah. So something you said just made me remember one more thing.
This is supposed to be a conversation, so please
okay,
interrupt
great.
me. You guys are being way too polite.
Without asking. So I think what you were saying is right, is we're a layer that enables these things to happen. And I think when people go out there and they're building these projects, a lot of times we haven't really made the connection between the software that needs to sort of enable the coordination and the building of the things. And so I hope that the conversation about VPPs, which is sort of exploding, I've noticed over the last year, will have people figuring out what's going to bridge the gap there, because I think without that, you're not going to really get all the value out of all the things that are going in the ground.
No, I appreciate that. We're obviously thinking about how do we build something that's valuable now that has that opportunity to grow as the market matures, right? We're always trying to build technology once. There's huge switching costs, right? And so, that's a great point, right? How do we make sure we actually get full value? McGee?
And I think IRA has also sort of because for political reasons, has just sort of said, go. and build, as Jigger likes to say. Deploy, deploy, deploy.
We almost got through it without saying his name. So shout out to Jigger Shah, the Department of Energy. Appreciate the work you're doing.
But it is, it's pretty haphazard, right? Where we don't explicitly have an environmental mandate with IRA, right? It's hope for the best. Don't say that part out loud, but hope that it works out pretty well. And we see that lack of coordination as a result. There's significant tax benefits for high efficiency fossil fuel systems. If you want to buy a high efficiency natural gas furnace for your house and continue to generate tons and tons of CO2 for the next 20 years, IRA will give you a tax break. And at this point in time, we need to be seriously thinking about climate. And it's great that we're deploying solar panels, but putting more solar panels in California may not be as impactful as putting some solar panels in West Virginia, in other parts of the country. IRA doesn't exactly have that level of vision, and it's probably impossible to ask it, but we need to be expecting that of ourselves. And so systems need to be coordinated with each other, and a more holistic approach to solving not just the energy problems, but the climate problems that are the reason that we're doing this in the first place is probably next on our collective agenda.
I think that brings us full circle back to the first question, because it's not only like, where is it important for clean energy, but then where is it important to make sure there's equity? And we're not doing a lot of that either. Like today, with early thermostat programs, you just wanted as many as possible. But now we have a few utilities who are really focused on, okay, but how do we get the thermostats in these zip codes? And we're seeing a lot more of that, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it, just like, as a former government employee or official myself, right, recognizing that it's not perfect. But like this room of people are literally the ones who can take what is not perfect and do some great things with. And I think there's also that give and take. Like public sector has spoken, what can the private sector do now, knowing this is how these programs are written? How can we take these and maximize the opportunity? And so I'm really excited to see how that works out. We have about 5 minutes left, so I'm gonna do some quick hot takes and maybe we'll have time for one question, right? So I know that I said I was gonna ask you for a bold prediction, but that's boring. That's always boring. I wanna know, you can answer 2 questions, pick one. Either what's busted right now, so forget a bold prediction, what do we need to fix right now? Or we're talking about VPPs a lot and DR a lot right now and decarbonization. What are we gonna be talking about next year? So it's kind of a bold prediction, but what's the buzzword next year? You can pick one or the other.
I'm going to go with your first one.
All right, let's hear it.
I've been thinking a lot about this here because this conference still very solar focused, whereas we're a little bit on the edge of that. And a lot of times when we're working with utility clients or even our device partners and we're working with the commission, there's a lot of conflict between what the utility wants to do to grow a VPP and what the solar or battery companies want. And I really think that until we come together and start working together, we are not going to get to the scale that we need.
Yeah.
So I hope that maybe this answers both, but I hope that the theme of next year's RE Plus will be how we bring everyone together to come up with a common agenda.
No, that's good. I like that.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'll go out on a limb and
say... You, McGee, on a limb? Nah.
I think next year we're going to be talking way more about resilience.
Interesting.
We just started to see the first hints this year of the impact of significant increases in global temperature. I don't, you might have said it's the hottest hottest year we've ever had. It's also the coldest year that we'll ever have in the rest of our lives, right?
Exactly.
So, how do these systems hold up in temperatures that are significantly hotter, rainfall that doesn't happen anymore, windstorms, hurricanes, floods, the droughts? It'll be really fascinating to see how the industry kind of responds to the impact of climate change on our existing systems.
That's a great point. I'm seeing our friends in the audience who work on resilience smiling and shaking their heads. So that's I don't know if that was a planted answer, but nice work. But I agree with both y'all, right? It's like to bring that resilience to the table, we're going to have to figure out how all this works together, right? And I think that's our big opportunity. We have like 2 minutes. Does anyone from the audience want to answer a question? Or ask a question, I should say? Nobody?
Can we cold call people?
I see some faces of folks down there that I know always have something to say.
Same.
No. All right, well, with that then, we'll all ask. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So I love the focus on equity. I'm just wondering, in some populations, for understandable reasons, there's a lot of mistrust of utilities. There's, maybe you don't understand why you need a smart thermostat or what it's doing in your home. Is it watching, that sort of thing? How do you work with local communities to get over some of that mistrust and do education?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think a lot of it, first of all, a big part of it is incentives. We haven't talked about that at all, but I think the really important thing about these things moving forward is that they'll be valued correctly. And so the incentive to the customer hopefully will help get us over that hump. But I think we just continue to partner with community leaders to get the message out about what we're trying to do. And we have some programs, like in LA, half of our program is in disadvantaged communities. So I think the message is starting to get out. It's like, we all want the lights to work when we turn them on, and here's an incredibly easy, very convenient way to do that. So I think it's working, but it's slow.
I have a slightly different take on that, which is maybe controversial.
Bring it.
But I think too often we look to disadvantaged communities and ask them to sacrifice, when the grid is stressed, right? Turn off your air conditioner, suffer so that the lights can stay on. At the same time, we see lots of discretionary energy used from the more affluent community, like not being turned off at the same time. And because there's a price sensitivity amongst lower income folks, there might be more inclined to do that. There's a lot of regressive economic sort of management of our grid, both in terms of the way in which we pay for energy and the way in which we value the benefits of energy. And it's not always clear that providing these resources to lower income folks should come with that expectation that you're going to sacrifice when the grid needs you, that maybe you should be the last ones to have to sacrifice and we should be asking others. And so I think there's an opportunity here for a much broader conversation about equity and about the relationship that we have with our utilities and with our own energy use.
And to close us out on that, I think that's a great point. Even the word disadvantaged community, right? The fact that we live in pockets, depending on what our zip code, determines what advantages and opportunities we have. So I love talking to Seattle City Light, where they're making some of their first investments for the new grid of the future are in some of these communities. They're doing it what we traditionally would have called backwards, right? And why do we think of that as backwards? When really they're going to the community that can benefit the most today because they have, for so far long, been left out of the conversation. And I love seeing that example there. And I think companies like ours can continue to follow that type of lead, but also lead ourselves in showing that these markets should be available everywhere. All right, that's about time. Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable.
Awesome. Super excited to be here today with our friends from Pinegate. I'm Mike Kolodner, and I lead our global renewable energy practice at Marsh. I'm going to go ahead and do something a little off script. I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves a little bit and also tell us something interesting about themselves. As I said, I'm Mike Kolodner, but the interesting fact about me is I happen to be fifth generation insurance brokerage and risk consulting, which is pretty rare. So that's a little bit about me. T, you want to go next?
My name is T. Lee. I currently lead the risk management and insurance at Pinegate. My family and I, we love national parks. So my husband and I, we got married in Yosemite. And then we named our first daughter Sierra after Sierra Mountains, and then our son Bryce after Bryce Canyon.
Awesome. Kevin?
Hello, I'm Kevin Hoskinson. I'm a global client executive at Marsh. Work with Mike quite a bit, and obviously Pinegate. And my first job was working in an explosives factory where we blew things up, and I almost chose that as my career, but instead went into insurance.
Fascinating. Fascinating, Kevin. Doug?
My name is Doug Stein. I'm the Chief Administrative and Accounting Officer for Pinegate, and great to be here. I moved to Asheville, North Carolina when I joined Pinegate and got out of the heat of Houston, and now hike the Blue Ridge Mountains and started playing pickleball.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Awesome. All right. Well, I'm sure we got a lot of pickleball fans out going to be listening to this podcast today. In the next 30 minutes, we're going to cover 9 questions that cover 3 different topics. First, we're going to cover a little bit about the current state of the solar industry. We're going to delve into one of my favorite topics, risk management, and then one of our favorite topics, which is partnership. And so let's just get right into it. So this first question is actually for Doug. Doug, if you wouldn't mind, just give us a brief overview of the current state of the solar energy sector as you see it.
Yeah, so there's a common term called the solar coaster, and it's very true. There's a lot of ups and there's a lot of downs, but it's a very fast-paced industry. And the good thing is business is really booming, and it's booming to the extent that the level of demand we struggle to keep up with in the industry. And it's coming from all places. It's coming from corporations. It's coming from utilities. It's coming from government entities. And everyone's looking, how do you hedge against volatile fuel prices? How do you meet very robust sustainability and decarbonization goals? And how do you develop economically the communities that we serve? And so solar currently has passed 5% of overall production. So we're growing. That's about 11 times more than it was a decade ago. The first half of this year, 45% of all new build installations are solar. So It's growing rapidly, and it's going to be exponential. And so great news for companies like Pinegate, great news for the industry, and great news for the communities as we get more distributed, cleaner energy. So I'm very, very excited about the current state of the industry and the next stage.
Awesome. Can you talk to me a little bit more, Doug, a little bit about the significance of transitioning to clean and sustainable sources?
Yeah, so the energy transition has been a term that's been thrown around for a long time, and the exciting thing about it is as we move toward this electricity grid of tomorrow, there's buy-in from all the stakeholders up and down the value chain. And especially from utilities, from corporate buyers, from regulators, they've all really recognized that the benefits of clean energy are there. And so we've got the marrying of the environmental and social benefits that people have talked about for a long time, but we're also marrying that with the favorable economics and community benefits. And so really across the low and no carbon technologies, there's an accelerated momentum to build. So when I look at it, there's things like enhanced energy security, there's workforce development, job creation, economic growth, all coming together for the communities, and it's really a win-win-win scenario of cost savings, better for the environment, broad economic benefit. So it's an exciting time.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit. We'll get into the risk management subject here. Clients across the power gen and renewable energy sector, for all of them, risk management maturity is something that we spend a lot of time talking about, especially the last couple of years with all these new entrants, all this new funding, all the excitement about this space. But a couple of years ago, Pinegate was actually probably one of the first to really make a significant decision, which was to entertain the idea of hiring a full-time risk management and insurance professional. And this is something that, my first experience with Pinegate, as you know, was actually around that time. And I guess my question, is why did Pinegate do that? How did that happen?
Yeah, so managing our risk is core to our business, and so there were a lot of bottlenecks, and we were financing deals, and we were working with counterparties on how to mitigate the project finance risk. And so we looked around and we said, this is a core competency of ours. And so pretty early on in our maturity, we decided to bring on a professional. And so we were lucky we did, and there's a ton of value we've already gotten out of it. And so T was the hire that we made, and we have not looked back.
That's pretty awesome.
Thank you, Doug.
And I guess, Doug, just in your perspective, I mean, you've got a history. You've been at larger companies, you've been at smaller companies, you've been at high growth companies. What's your view? Could companies of any size benefit from risk management professional? Because I'm sure there's a lot out there, particularly attending this conference, of all sizes, many of whom don't have it.
Yeah, risk management is core to what we do, and so T was the 150th hire that we made at Pinegate. Wow. So it was early on in our maturity, and like I said, hopefully we get into it, but the value that we've gained from that and how we place insurance, how we source additional capital, how we file claims, has paid for itself time and time again. So it was the right move. Obviously, hiring the right person is important, but when you have a core competency of what you need to do, like manage a risk and manage the insurance, it's well worth bringing it in-house.
Awesome. Thanks, Doug. I'm going to shift over and ask a couple of questions for T here. So T, what do you see as a risk management professional? What do you see are the most complex challenges, and where do you see risk and insurance really being most helpful to Pinegate and to the industry?
That's great questions. And I think as long as we work on complex problems, we will continue to encounter complex challenges. So we have to borrow some of the framework, some of the elements from risk management, such as risk retentions, risk transfer, risk control. And let me just talk about risk control real quick. So because renewable is so new and relatively young in its maturity, risk control is an area that could easily be overlooked and under invested. And what that means is that is actually where the vulnerability really lies, because over the long term, if you really want to save a lot of money, what you want to do is to spend money to avoid losses in the first place, right? So you want to focus on, defensive driving, safety training. So the next element I want to touch on is risk retention and risk transfer. Those two concepts go together because you don't always transfer 100% of your risk. You always retain some. So think about an insurance policy with a deductible. And your goal is really to optimize that, right? So how do you do that? Here are four ideas. When you're looking at natural catastrophe, it doesn't really discriminate any developer, whether or not it's Pinegate or someone else. So what you want is a spread of risk across geography. Second, if you have concentration of risk in a certain area, you may want to consider having a cap on your nat cat deductible, because if an event hit on your multiple assets in the same region, you don't want to have to pay multiple deductible multiple times. Third idea would be thinking about the cost of risk is actually quite correlated with the number of programs you have in place. Standalone program, that's what I'm referring to. So what you want to do is consolidate them into a handful of really robust master policy. And lastly, I wanted to stress that do not use insurance as a way of spending money on maintenance. It's not the same. You don't want to trade dollars to dollar with the insurance company. Now, so we just talk about some elements of risk transfer. Now, next I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring it towards what does it look like when we're looking at the entire project lifecycle. So you're thinking about getting the projects, fund the projects, build the projects, and then run the projects, right? So initially, when you get the project, this could very well be through M&A, and there's a lot of consolidations going on in the marketplace. So you want to make sure, especially for late-stage projects that already come with a certain kind of agreement, like interconnection or PPA, that attach a certain insurance provision that was written many eons ago. It's not commercially available today. So you don't want you want to thoroughly review those insurance provisions before you buy them. The next stage of the project lifecycle is funding it, and what I'm talking about is project financing. Now, the volume and speed are absolutely crucial. So what you want to do is create a methodology that is scalable, repeatable, and appropriate, right? So people can always tell you, every single day we're going to have different counterparties, different set of risks, but ultimately, there are only a handful of things that are distinctively different on every deal. The insurance provision, definitely the structure and its requirement can be for the most part stay intact. So trying to think of a framework. And my other advice would be thinking about the different variation of version control of a particular contract. You want to have a system to control that. I also wanted to touch very quickly on the next stage, which is building a project. So what I'm talking about is EPC, standing for engineering, procurement, and construction. Milestone really matters. So you want to pick an EPC firm that you have strong and solid relationship, because construction is complicated. And so you have to appreciate the complexity, and you want your best skillful mechanics to be there ready, fix the issues when the issues show up. And lastly, when you're running a system, which is about operating and maintenance or assets management, everyone's chase financial return, right? So the question then, over what time horizon? Is that 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years? And the longer the time horizon, the more you have to pay attention to the resilience of the system. And resilience can come in, from the engineering part, from the equipment selection, could come in from quality control or ongoing maintenance, but it really starts with location.
Awesome. Now I got a question for Kevin. Thank you, T. Kevin, you've been a senior client executive at Marsh. You've been in risk management most of your career. You've been on both sides of this. Can you talk to me a little bit about how partnerships play a pivotal role, in both renewable energy and the insurance sectors? Just talk to me a little bit about those partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. So partnership matters. It's really what you find when you have a strong partnership is the power of collaboration. It's identifying and working on issues and making things better, constantly. So the energy transition itself is very complex, bringing a lot of complex issues. Finding the right partner to work with and always focus on the same solution is absolutely fundamental to what we're doing with PineGate. And at the end of the day, as Doug would say, it's helping all of us get solar done. Maybe there are a couple examples that might help. So, one of the things you find within the solar industry and other industries is just a strong requirement for surety capacity. If you don't have surety, the capacity at the right price, sometimes the project just doesn't get off the ground, and that's not acceptable. So we had that with PineGate. PineGate, relatively young company, started in 2016. It's a relatively young industry to begin with, but we needed to differentiate PineGate. How do we get them the capacity at a price and allow them to do what they're doing, which is getting solar out there to everybody. So we put together a very, I would say, strategic plan. How are we going to do that? So with T and her team, we set out to put together a underwriting summit where we actually invited underwriters out to Asheville. And what that allowed them to see was what kind of company was PineGate, see the culture, meet the executives, have some fun, and just, understand what is going on there. To end it, we went out and actually saw a solar farm. People had never seen them, yet we were trying to ask underwriters to put up capacity at a better price on something they really didn't understand. And you think about that, this past year we did it again, but the overall results of that, first underwriting summit was we increased surety capacity by 8-fold and took 40% out of the cost.
Wow.
Those are big, big numbers.
Thank you, Marsh.
And also to the point, why do you have a risk professional like T? Those are the results you can look for. The other one, I think was one of the more significant things I've ever seen done. PineGate and Marsh kind of identified that as they were growing, there was an accumulation of tax credit liability gathering on their balance sheet. So we sat down together and says, okay, well, God, how do we deal with that? So at the end of the day, we put together a structure which would both accomplish what Pinegate was doing, is like, releasing it from a lot of the liability obligations on its balance sheet, but also be palatable to the insurance market. And that ended up having an effect of tens of millions of dollars, which I think also helped Pinegate continue on the road.
Absolutely, and I would say a nice side benefit was, at least for me, I've never had more excitement or enjoyment in the surety and tax insurance sectors than this partnership has given us. So pretty stellar results.
Well, we like telling our story. It's a great story to tell, and we like to tell the story.
It is a good one. It is a good one.
Absolutely.
So speaking of telling the stories, can we talk a little bit about how those partnerships, so the partnership between Marsh and Pinegate gives us these great opportunities. Talk to us a little bit about the partnerships on the insurance side, and how do partnerships with insurance companies work, and can you give us some examples of what success looks like there with some of the counterparties that we set up for Pinegate?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, being a newer industry, there's headline risks that people are kind of looking at. It's like, again, we had to set out, how do we get Pinegate off the paper just being data and numbers that an underwriter is going to look at and say, okay, well, we're going to put you someplace in here, to getting them to the first quartiles, like getting underwriters to come on as cheerleaders, supporters, wanting to see them succeed. And so it was kind of a similar process in terms of letting them the underwriters really get to know the company. This past July, we spent 2.5 days with underwriters. They were coming to Pinegate event. People at Pinegate embraced them. And why do we do what we do? We're passionate about it, and we do it right? How do we differentiate? And again, that is the oil that fuels what Pinegates and other companies are trying to do. It's like, you can't do what you want to do on an execution basis without having insurance partners to do that, and the best price, terms, conditions.
May I correct you very, very slightly? We shouldn't use the word oil. You should say
it's the sun.
It was the
radiant.
Lubricants. I know.
All right, we're coming up on the home stretch. I'm going to do a combo question here, just as we're running towards the end. You can't really have conversations about renewable energy these days without talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, policy, regulation, all of that. A couple of things. One, T, you've asked me this question a number of times. I want to ask you this question. What is your take on the Inflation Reduction Act from a risk management perspective? And Doug, as she's articulating an answer on that, can you give us some thoughts around your views, policy, regulation, why we might be hopeful looking in the future?
I think the IRA is an incredible policy achievement for our country, and is designed to ignite a movement. It has to work. And I think because it's add layers of complexity into an already complex transaction, we have to be very careful. And an advice from a risk management standpoint is you want to consider hiring someone with technically risk management competent skill, but also have the ability to speak in plain English. Because if you want to zoom out, what risk management really do is really trying to amplify the upside, minimize the downside, consistently and repeatable. And especially when the environment is getting more and more complex, you need someone like that on your team.
Yeah, and I would say the regulatory and lobbying that the industry's done has really gained traction in the last decade, and it's really something that as an industry we should be really proud of. Just 10 years ago, it was really state-focused, and there were only a few states that were really focused on for the renewable power, states like California or North Carolina, where Pinegate's based. And we certainly have pushed the conversation into multiple states and into Washington, D.C. Just Pinegate alone, we're active in 29 different states. We're just one entity in a very large and growing industry. And so significant inroads have been made on the policy front. And with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a huge piece of legislation, we're absolutely reaping the rewards of all of our efforts in that arena. That said, there's a lot to do. We need to take it very seriously. There's very well-resourced traditional energy companies that are pushing a different perspective. And so when we talk what we want to do with the energy transition and how we want to scale and the pace needed to address all the concerns, it's important that we keep working this policy angle each and every day. And so with things like the Inflation Reduction Act and the appreciation of our tax credits over time, it's really important that the industry look itself in the eye and actually win the win. And we say that, we mean we want to make the benefits that we're providing to communities very apparent across the company so that support keeps flowing to those policymakers, to those regulators, so we as an industry really earn the privilege of building more low-cost, reliable, clean energy.
Awesome. Thanks, Doug. This has been so fun chatting the last 30 minutes. We've covered a number of different topics. We've talked about the state of the solar industry. We've talked about risk management, and we've talked about the value of partnerships. And from a company like Marsh, where we think about ourselves as experts in risk and strategy and people, I think one of the really just amazing things about what PineGate has managed to do in this period of uncertainty is really, one, manage risk, right? Two, have a strategy on how you want to execute that. And three, the partnerships that you've formed have enabled you to outperform a lot of others in this space and work through this period of uncertainty. It's been absolutely wonderful to be your partner. And I just want to say thank you. We are live here at RE+, and we really appreciate PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. You can watch all the sessions throughout the week live on www.suncast.live. And we thank you all for listening and joining us today. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
Welcome back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. My name is Nico Johnson. I'll be your host for the next session. And if you have been wondering, what's happening in storage? Well, the title says it all today. We're going to talk about everything storage with some folks that have done a few storage projects. If you're unfamiliar with KeyBank Capital Markets, well, today we're going to dive deep into all the things you need to know and some of the things that you didn't know you needed to know, but they're going to help you develop your projects, maybe even get them sold. So I want to introduce our guests. We have Aaron Klein, KeyBank Capital Markets Managing Director of Utilities, Power, and Renewable. Good to see you, Aaron.
Good to see you, Nico.
Yeah, it's good to see you in person. We prepped for all of this and then finally get to meet each other and everybody realizes how short I am. The stool is an equalizer on the stage here. Beside Aaron, we've got Julian Balliet. Julian is the Managing Director of Utility, Power, and Renewable Energy as well. And you all are both in the, you're running the storage division, right? You're the storage experts, rather. Storage experts.
Storage experts, definitely. It's one of the areas where we focus our time.
So I'd love to hear a little bit about the combined experience in the market that KeyBank Capital Markets brings from the perspective of storage. I think a lot of folks are familiar with the fact that you guys have brought the most debt to projects in the United States, but they may not be familiar with the advisory side and especially how you guys are working in storage.
That's right, Nico. So we've been, and Aaron in particular within KeyBank has been instrumental in leading the foray into battery storage finance. So KeyBank is among the leaders in battery storage finance and has been for a couple of years now. Aaron can talk about some of the metrics there, but we've been increasingly busy over the years with M&A and advisory services, providing M&A and advisory services to developers, IPPs, investors that are active in battery storage. So it goes back to, I think, 2017 is when we did our first capital raise for a battery storage company, and wow. And so we've played I think a pretty seminal role in not just the financing of battery storage, yeah. but also providing the M&A services to the sector, which are enabling a lot of growth.
And are you focused today? Julian, are you all focused on projects specifically, or are you also working on capital raise and institutional finance, that kind of thing?
All of the above.
All of the above?
All of the above, yeah. So we have clients that are pursuing Platform transactions, so that could be both a capital raise or a sale of the entire platform. We're also working with clients who are very active in selling battery storage assets. So in both standalone storage and solar plus storage.
Amazing. Did I hear the total value? I feel like we talk a lot about the total debt that you guys have provided, but what's the aggregate, if you have it tip of tongue, that you guys have done in deals?
Yeah, so since the beginning of 2020, our team has closed 24 financings across either standalone storage or PV plus storage. We've put about $2.5 billion off our own balance sheet to work.
Wow.
Construction, permanent, bridges, some creative financings, but all across that space.
That's amazing. KeyBank is building bridges. You heard it here. So speaking of building bridges and infrastructure, everyone last year was talking about IRA. IRA is the hot topic, so to speak, in terms of where funding is coming from. How specifically did the IRA help the storage market?
Yeah, it helped on two fronts. One is, and the most obvious one, is it extended the ITC to standalone battery storage projects. The second thing that it did is it extended a production tax credit to domestic manufacturing of battery cells and modules. So the two of those things combined really add a lot of gasoline to an already growing fire in the space. So those two subsidies are driving the massive proliferation of storage across several markets. The extension of the ITC to battery storage facilities obviously creates a lot of economic opportunities for developers, for investors. It increases developer fees. It drives increased returns for investors. And so that's sending positive signals to developers to go out and develop more storage. And so that these developers can also pass through some of the upside ultimately to their customers through the provision of the grid services that battery storage provides at a lower cost. And then with the production tax credits, at some point we're going to have more domestic manufacturing of battery cells. And that in turn is going to unlock not just 30% ITC for battery storage project, but 40%.
Amazing.
So it's a positive, virtuous cycle.
Yeah, I've been watching the storage market develop, and it's easy to say it's never been as lucrative as it is right now. We finally have the unlock. And to quote Andy on your team, Andy Redinger from last year, we really are throwing gasoline on a bonfire in this case. Right. So we've talked about, obviously the IRA is a huge tailwind, which we know is lifting and pushing the market forward. But what about the headwinds? What do we have to look for and that's keeping progress from moving forward?
Supply chain comes to mind right off the top.
Okay.
Cost of equipment, it's really tough to get. It's pushing everything back. Every project is it's just slipping.
Yeah.
Whether it's the construction, getting the equipment in, it's really delaying things.
Yeah, and it's critical for you all because you're providing the capital. How do you, are we looking at 2 months, 6 months? Can you put a little bit of a time period on it? And also I'm curious, as the capital provider, or even depending on how you guys are functioning there, how do you think about sequencing the cadence of when you are interacting in the project and how it impacts that?
So that's definitely a focus of ours, especially as we look to raise development capital for some of these developers. And you think about when you can transition to your next investor, and you need to line up the timing there and sync up with when you make your equipment orders, make your deposits, your down payments, so that you don't lose any time on those projects as you transfer ownership or bring in an investor.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we talked about in our first conversation is that people don't want to admit that the cost of capital has gone up. How do you engage at that level with your customers? Like, what is that? I imagine that's also a headwind.
Cost and availability.
And availability.
Of capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, now the credit markets have tightened up. There's no escaping the fact that base rates are up 400 bips over the last year or so. So everything is just more expensive right now, and it is becoming increasingly more difficult for battery storage developers to get access to the capital markets for projects that are ready for construction. So we're seeing a slowdown in the availability of tax equity. Some of the traditional tax equity investors have been pulling back from the market. There's also out of Basel III, we're seeing suggestions that banks are going to have to, tax equity investors are going to have to reserve capital against tax equity commitments, which is going to obviously drive up the cost of tax equity. So that's one of the other headwinds that we're seeing in the space, as well as, of course, interconnection timelines.
Yeah.
So, and that's not unique to storage. Of course, that impacts all technologies, but it's just certainly taking a lot longer to get projects, online in markets like PJM and MISO, et cetera.
Base rates tripling is going to slow down any market from a capital allocation perspective, for sure. But nevertheless, projects are getting moved forward. I think what would be interesting, given how many deals you see on the table as one of the largest providers of advisory, I'm curious, what storage technologies are you actually seeing get financed? A lot of people talk about different kinds of technology, short duration, long duration. First, what's getting financed, and then where do you see it going? What's on the horizon?
So, obviously I would say lithium is the most pronounced in the market today, right? Yeah. Standard 1, 2, 4-hour systems. We're starting to see other technologies emerge, whether it's some type of an iron or other type of composite materials. To date, all we've really seen is equity finance that market. As we look at long duration, we've started to see a little bit of traction in things like compressed air storage.
Oh yeah.
Not only just domestically but abroad. So it'll be interesting to see as those technologies come into play. But part of it, as those technologies come out, is also how do they utilize the battery from a commercial standpoint, and are there going to be offtake structures or solutions in place for them? So you need all the parties to come together at once to really make that work over time.
It makes me wonder, in terms of the type of technology, where you're seeing developers emerge, right? Because you say, compressed air, there aren't a lot of traditional renewables companies coming at the compressed air market, right? And when we look at folks that are traditionally molecule based, we do see a lot of hubbub around hydrogen, compressed air. There's a lot of kind of esoteric products, if you will, but they fit really well with existing infrastructure, just not existing solar or wind or hydro infrastructure. How do you guys see the developer landscape evolving in that regard?
Well, it's definitely broadening, right? As we see this transition continue to evolve and develop, we're seeing people come in from other industries with different backgrounds that maybe have a better risk appetite or a better history and background and experience to go after some of those other areas, like a hydrogen.
Yeah.
Right?
It seems like as well, frankly, a lot of folks coming at it from other energy sectors are more well capitalized as an entity. Does that impact kind of where the dollars tend to go? I'm just curious from a developer perspective, right? There's a lot of developers out there who 5 years ago, 7 years ago, they might not have been competing against one of the big oil and gas companies.
Yeah, listen, having a big balance sheet is a huge competitive advantage, right? You can always just write a check.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait on financing.
Right.
Allows you to do things like put large MSAs in place to procure equipment, get you the right attention, and in this market, scale matters.
Yeah.
So we do see a differentiation there. Ability to access capital when you need it, whether that be tax equity or other forms as well, it comes into play.
It certainly provides a lot of flexibility in the financing front, because we do see that the bigger balance sheet players are able to actually go ahead and start construction on balance sheet, and they'll solve for debt and tax equity during construction, which smaller players cannot do.
Right. We've talked a bit about that there are different stacks of capital available, and there are different markets and stages and life cycles of the project. Can you talk a bit at a higher level about the types of capital that are available to storage developers and the projects that they're working on?
Sure. So the most obvious one is at the kind of the NTP and COD stage, and that's your standard construction financing and term financing package, which KeyBank has been doing a fair bit of and leading the charge on. As you get early into the development cycle, from early stage all the way up to pre-NTP, developers are getting a lot more creative in how they raise capital, and there's been a lot of creativity and evolution on the capital market side of the house, where we're seeing a proliferation of investors move earlier into the development cycle through the provision of development capital. So our practice on the M&A and advisory side has historically been around M&A, selling assets, selling NTP assets, COD assets, raising capital for platforms. 2 years ago, I would say, if we had a client who was looking for development capital, there were maybe 4 to 5 names, go-tos that we would suggest approaching. Today, that number is probably more like 15 to 25. So there's been an avalanche of capital in the industry, generally speaking, but certainly one of the areas where folks are able to get higher returns is playing in the development capital space.
Yeah. With regards to how storage projects are being developed, there are different players in different markets depending on even state level or an ISO, how you want to play. And it ultimately comes down to the reality that we can't get to 50, let alone 80 or more percent renewable penetration in the grid unless we have storage. And storage offers the ability to tap into different revenue streams. Value stack of storage is something that's a common term. Can you unpack a little bit for folks who maybe don't understand what value stack means? What are the various revenue streams as a developer that I might be able to consider? And maybe you can break it down by market if you could be so specific.
Yeah, sure. So there are, storage is not wind, it's not solar. It's not generating electrons at a prescribed time of day, right? It's responding to market signals to store electrons and then to discharge them. And so those signals really depend on the market in which that battery storage system is operating. And no two markets are alike. So the three primary revenue streams that we think about and then our clients are thinking about are around energy arbitrage, which is participating in day ahead or real-time markets. Basically buy low, sell high.
Yeah.
Ancillary services, and then capacity.
Yeah.
And so when we think about the first prong there, energy arbitrage, the market that most obviously comes to mind is ERCOT. Right? There's a lot of volatility in the market, a lot of opportunity to actually deliver extraordinary returns. We're seeing payback periods for merchant battery storage plants in ERCOT in 2.5 to 3 years.
Wow.
So what's the payback period for a storage project?
And that's unlevered.
And that's unlevered?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
unlevered at under 3 years. It's competing with LEDs.
Yeah. So for
when has renewable been able to do that?
Exactly. So looking at a 20-year payback period over a storage project.
So that's essentially the energy arbitrage. What's driving that? Can you talk a little bit about the nature of the market? Because I think folks that maybe are developing in New York or California are clearly looking at Texas, but why is that arbitrage there in ERCOT and not other places?
ERCOT has extreme levels of volatility.
Okay.
Right, and it doesn't have a capacity market, so that market is designed to really respond very quickly to market signals. So it's the volatility that's driving that business model, which is not to say that's the only revenue stream in ERCOT. So a large percentage of revenue from that we see in the ERCOT market is around ancillary services.
Yeah.
I was
going to ask if you could. Ancillary services is kind of a broader topic. We could spend a whole episode on this, but what are the key elements of ancillary services? What is it that the storage provides in that regard to the grid?
That's where the grid's. You want to take it?
Listen, we're not market experts on that side. Don't forget, we're still bankers on the side. But listen, we see our clients focusing on kind of the reg up market and reg down and providing those grid services to stabilize, to allow people to actually put load on the grid when necessary, right? And the interesting thing is as Julian's talking about these different revenue streams, even within ERCOT, they're not all equal. Some of them are location-based, like Energy Arb, where it's very specific where you are at that node, whereas the ancillaries are statewide.
Yeah.
Right, so you kind of play both differently, and as you use one, it cannibalizes the other, and so people's individual kind of commercialization strategies and how they monetize those assets really comes into play.
Yeah, you use the term cannibalize, and I was going to drill into that because one of the things that I've come to understand is we're using storage to essentially try to eliminate or reduce volatility. Early in a project lifecycle, you're going to have the majority of your gains because it would stand to reason that as we integrate more storage, we're going to remove volatility in the system. How do you think about that from a capital allocation perspective, and how are you seeing project developers evolve with that as a reality? Once we have a tipping point where there's just not as much volatility anymore, and it's a declining stream, and in solar we're used to an increasing stream of revenue.
I mean, I think we're a long way from that when it comes to Energy Arb, especially when you start thinking about the transmission constraints and congestion and load pockets and issues that we have in ERCOT. And when you look at overall renewable deployment where we are today versus where we need to go, if we continue with that deployment and it's not all PV plus storage, you're going to need a lot more standalone storage to offset and balance the grid.
Yeah. What do you think are the biggest concerns right now that are keeping projects from getting across the finish line? With regards to financing, I guess, specifically.
Yeah, the cost and the availability of financing, I'd say first and foremost. The other thing has been around supply chain. So Aaron touched on it earlier. Supply chain woes are getting better from what we're seeing.
Yeah. Is there any particular element in supply chain that is like a big? I mean, I know that transformers, for example, are generally a constraint.
Right.
That's not something that's solely a problem for storage. Is there anything in the storage industry specifically? Is it the cells? I mean, I know you guys. By the way, I know you're not scientists. You're providing advisory services. But I'm curious what you see that does limit the project's progress.
It's physically getting the cells and the modules over here to the United States. So this particular market. So I think at one of the last conferences I was at, we were hearing about 18-month timelines to get batteries here. Now, walking around the floor here today, I'm hearing 6 months.
Everybody's got batteries.
So things are getting a little better.
Well, in a market where projects do get constrained and developers are out over their skis on the money that they've put out and the projects haven't gotten there yet, what do we see? We see M&A, right? We start to see consolidation. Are we at a place right now where the storage market is starting to experience that kind of M&A activity?
100%. 100%. So I think over the last 2 years, we've seen about 5 to 6 gigawatts of pure standalone battery storage projects trade hands.
Yeah.
And there's been increasing activity around platform transactions as well in the last 12 to 18 months as well. So look, storage is where solar was about a decade ago.
Yeah.
And so it's still in its infancy. People are still trying to figure it out. Each market is very, very different, and so the application of storage, across ERCOT is very different than it is from CAISO and PJM. So you have very specialized developers that are out there. That's the other thing. We've seen the prevalence of just pure play battery storage developers. Of course, we've had IPPs, solar and IPP experts that have added on storage capabilities to their own practices, but we've been seeing several independent standalone battery storage developers rise and take advantage of their localized expertise within individual markets.
And they've been able to access capital to help fund them other than just equity sources, which is really interesting in this market.
Right.
Gentlemen, this for me has been a quasi masterclass on understanding how the capital markets are looking at and thinking about the storage industry. I talk to a lot of developers that are putting these projects together. It's great to speak to someone on the other side who are advising those developers, helping them navigate what is right now a very hopeful but can be a daunting and intimidating time as these projects try to find the path to completion and get online to actually make money on that arbitrage. Julian Balliet and Aaron Klein are managing directors of utilities, power, and renewable energy at KeyBank Capital Markets. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate it.
We'll be back in about 3 or 4 more minutes with the other half of KeyBank Capital Markets team on M&A. We're going to talk about where is M&A in the market, and their experts are going to guide us. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to take 3 to 4 minutes, bring them up, and we'll kick it back off. Great to see you here at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with SunCast Media.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Welcome back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage. I am Nico Johnson, your host for the next session. This time, we're talking with KeyBank Capital Markets Utility Power Renewables team on renewable M&A market update. So, if you are developing projects, if you are looking for capital, perhaps you have heard of a little company called KeyBank. KeyBank Capital Markets is the advisory side of that practice. We're going to dig in to more about how their business works and why it matters to the industry at large. We're also going to really dig into their expertise around where the M&A market is and where it could be going. I'm joined by Ari Citron, Managing Director, Utilities, Power, and Renewables, Timothy Beach, Everett Courier, and Ryan Pimat, all Managing Directors in the division. This promises to be an interview, an episode that you won't want to miss. I would like to thank KeyBank Capital Markets for being our presenting sponsor and all of the other supporting sponsors that you can see here on our illustrious backdrop. Thank you so much to everyone who's in the audience. This is actually the largest audience we've had the entire day. Thank you for that. Really great. Continue to come back around. And also, by the way, before we jump in, you can watch after you leave at suncast.live. We're live streaming throughout the 3 days. So as you walk around, you can check the schedule and you can come back and check us out every morning and every evening at the Daily Roundup or the morning show. Without further ado, I'm going to turn my attention to the folks from KeyBank Capital Markets. And I'll start with better understanding how KCBM is active in the renewables market.
Okay, thanks, Nico. I would start by saying we've been active and remain active for the last 5 or 6 years and become even more so in the last 3 or 4. And that's basically an expansion of the team and just a continuation of the firm's growth, just specifically in renewables and mostly to date, solar and battery storage. And it's kind of snowballing as other things have happened in the marketplace, but also to all the developers, private equity and infrastructure firms that have continued to invest. They have come up in value and size, and at some point they've needed to monetize, and we've been there to kind of provide the whole suite of advisory service to help each one of these clients transact and monetize on their investments that they've made over time. And that includes developers and business owners and founders. And that kind of continues to, as the space grows, and it does grow, we're just seeing increased levels of activity, both myself and my colleagues and partners here.
Fantastic. Yeah, I would just add, under our group and oversight, we have about $8 billion in committed project dollars across renewables, to include storage, to include solar, to include wind, to include development. We also oversee an $8 billion book to the utility space, many of whom are represented here at RE+.
You know, most of you guys have more than 15 years in the sector, not just at KCBM, but throughout your career. I'd love to hear what gets you excited about renewable energy, specifically with regards to M&A and how the market is developing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start. I mean, I think the thing that's most exciting is that we've been in this business at KeyBank for over 10 years, and it feels like this is like a real industry with, you know, significant hordes of people at a conference, but we're only at 3% solar penetration nationwide. So this industry is still very much at its infancy, despite the fact that it feels like there's tons of capital coming into the space and tons of projects being developed. It's still very early.
Yeah, I think it's still early stages. I tell some of the young guys on our team, if you're bored, you're just not paying attention. Between new legislation, between new technologies, the unknown unknowns that are forthcoming that are going to be dynamic and changing in this industry, as well as the capital markets environment, it's just impossible to not be excited about it.
Yeah. I'd say we deal in capital markets, so obviously we're super involved in that. We see how the inflow of investment coming into the space. So I think obviously that's exciting from us on a day-to-day basis, but when I think about the broad renewable energy spectrum, what excites me is that I feel like it's the first time in the history of the space where there's been kind of broad support for the industry, whether it's, you know, policymakers, regulators, investors, corporations, even utilities, and not every public utility commission, but a lot of public utility commissions are starting to kind of care about renewable energy.
Yeah.
I think that was you.
Probably with the microphone. What I would say, it's a development of all aspects of the value chain. And capital markets and a larger part of Wall Street playing a role where
Actually, we need to keep this up and bring the volume down on this. One, two. Bring it up. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Technical difficulties. All right, can you hear us? Can you hear me? I know. Yeah, good. All right, we're back.
We're back.
What gets you excited?
All right. So look, I think I would point to like fundraising at a company level, at a private equity level, at an infrastructure level, and the dollars and the hundreds of billions that are pouring into the space that you're just seeing now get put to work in different ways is, I think, very exciting. The capital formation, just you mentioned the stack earlier.
Yeah.
I would say it's all the capital that's forming around looking for opportunities, and I think that's exciting for me.
Yeah. I think there's a general question about scale. We talk about billions of dollars, and we pat ourselves on the back as an industry, but let's be honest, we're still only 3% of the energy mix. I like to, a friend of mine says, what other industry brags about 3% market penetration, right? So a question that I have is, how big do you think the market will be? What does a mature market actually look like?
It's a long way away. I'll start, and my partners could jump in. Look, you can measure it in megawatts operating or gigawatts, but that's probably not that accurate. You could measure it down in assets under construction, and then I don't even think that's that accurate. If you took a look at the entire value chain, everything from construction and components, I think that's how we're approaching it, kind of as an investment bank. how can we help all aspects of the supply chain to bring basically more gigawatts online as fast as we can. And that's all part, it's a very time constraint issue. But I think if you can do that quickly and efficiently, and I don't think we're there yet, I think you do that over time, it starts to become like other industries that are much more mature and efficient. We've talked about its infancy already, but that would be a few thoughts out of that.
No, but I think that's the biggest point. It's really how do you define the space, right? You're seeing convergence of other industries. Just take automotive and electric vehicles.
Yeah.
You know, what is that going to do ultimately for grid stabilization? What's that going to mean for capacity markets? What's that going to mean for other technologies, and how, you know, we sit here and we say, okay, what is the renewable space? How big can it get? Again, I still think we're in early innings.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is when industries talk about growth, you know, you look at a consumer or technology, something catches on, it can catch on very quick, and we're in the energy space, and it's just, you know, the energy cycles move in 20, 30, 40, 50-year cycles, and right, so, you know, we're call it 10, 15 years in on this space, but there's still another 20, 30 years of cycle before we actually reach real maturity.
Yeah. But do we think about, well, I guess I'm curious, at an advisory level, you all get approached by, well, it's kind of like Jigger at the Department of Loan Office, right? You get approached by everything. And a lot of folks here might hear the word renewables and have a very clear picture in their mind, right, Ryan? So how do you think about the definition of renewables as it pertains to this idea of maturity of the market?
We're focused on generation and storage at the moment, right? And it's easily measurable.
Yeah.
But I think what's evolving quickly is if you look around this conference, you'll see a lot of folks involved in the supply chain, whether it's modules, inverters, what have you, and it's for different applications, whether it be utility scale, DG, or down at a community, and even a residential level. So all these companies here are participating, and they all have miles and miles of road to go in terms of growth opportunity. So I think it's comprehensive, and like that, for most of us, we're focused on generation today at maybe utility or DG level, even the community or resi level, but that's going to continue to rise. Like, again, it's in its infancy, and there's a big lift to come.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we also look at things through a lens of being a bank, and generally banks are, I would say, relatively slow to adopt to new asset classes. So we're the #1 lender to renewable energy right now. We have more commitments than any other bank in the U.S., in North America. But as more technologies emerge, we would look to advise on those transactions as they get to a certain size and as they become conducive for lending.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, there's a tremendous amount of value creation in renewables, even more so now with the IRA. Let's get down to brass tacks and talk a bit about M&A. How does the M&A market contribute to value creation with regards to developing a robust renewables market?
I'll start. There's a lot to talk about here. Like, there are new investors entering the space every day with funds, and this is on a global basis, particularly that want to invest here in the U.S. for a number of reasons. We have the best bankruptcy laws. We have the best property laws. We have functioning capital markets. And, you know, if you look at us compared to Europe in terms of renewable power, we're very small and in our infancy. You know, California is probably the closest to, say, Europe today, you know, followed by maybe Texas or New York. Like, think about that in the context of why folks would want to invest in the U.S. International dollars, right? And so when we run an M&A process, you would hire us or someone like us to capture that you know, outlier bid that may come to the market with a different view on how things should be valued or priced. And that happens every day, given the infancy of the industry.
Yeah, I would just say it's really a function of the number of new participants. Just looking around the conference and the scale and the folks, you know, outside of the United States, it's really just globally focused. And then you get buyers who perhaps had historical focus on hydro, pump storage, gas markets, RNG, who are now looking to electric and new things. So it's look, again, I think the possibilities are endless. I'm excited about technologies and how that's going to drive some M&A. And then the convergence in what you've seen on the utility space, I think Everett touched on it earlier. You could create an entire new wave of M&A if you get state jurisdictions more comfortable putting assets into rate base.
Yeah. I'm going to simplify it even further, maybe even step back. But for me, the value that, you know, a business like ours brings, whether it's running M&A processes or raising capital, it's basically liquidity for developers or owners of assets to run and grow their business. Renewable energy is a very capital-intensive industry, and you can't grow without capital. In most cases, you can't grow without a lot of capital, and I would argue that the worst place to be as a developer, owner of assets is being undercapitalized, right? It limits your ability to grow, it limits your ability to be competitive with other businesses who have big balance sheets. And so whether you're running an M&A process to sell your company or sell assets, that's a form of liquidity for the business to continue to grow. And similarly, if you're an operator that needs capital just to build projects, right? That's the value that we're bringing. We're bringing liquidity and capital to an industry that has a voracious appetite for capital.
Have you seen the investing landscape really change as a result of the IRA?
I will start and say absolutely. Right, the tax incentives are real. The returns have been boosted, even in a high interest rate environment. Right, where 500 basis points has been added by the Federal Reserve over the last 12 months. Like that hasn't affected necessarily the return parameters or the appetite for investment. Like it's depending on where you want to invest, what jurisdiction, what state, where you want to invest in the value chain, the returns have been phenomenal. Yeah. They will continue to be. We kind of help our clients, monetize their investments that they made 3, 4, 6 years ago. And it's still extremely attractive. And before, generally most of our clients make an investment, if they're a follow-on client, they kind of know what to expect. And the IRA has been incredible for that return mechanism.
Yeah, I would totally echo that. I mean, we've been in this business for 11 or 12 years, and I would say consistently for the first 8, 9 years, we saw like constantly new capital, new investors coming into the space, and it drove down returns and it drove up valuations for developers. There was a period of time between when Build Back Better didn't pass and the passage of the IRA where it's very anecdotal, but it seemed to stagnate. Like there was still a lot of capital chasing relatively few projects and companies, but there wasn't a lot of new capital coming in during that period. And then with the passage of the IRA, it's like gangbusters again. We're seeing tons of new investment come into the sector, people raising new funds, and there's just a scarcity of assets. We're running in several processes right now selling community solar assets, and we regularly get 20 plus offers for those portfolios of assets because there's so many investors that want to own these generation assets.
Yeah, I would just say, look, passage of the IRA, the timing couldn't have been better, commensurate with a risk-free environment. As Everett said, pumped out 550 basis points. So without those incentives and some of the pressure on valuations, particularly on leverage, it really is a driving force.
Investors like stability too. I mean, so that's ultimately, like Tim mentioned earlier, there was lack of stability on whether there was going to be federal policy that was supportive of the industry for a long term, and that stagnated the space, stagnated investors' participation. But now that we have stable policy for the next 10 years, we expect that to provide like a bedrock for investors and capital.
It occurs to me that there are lots who are tracking with you, and there are others that maybe don't understand how the market works at all, and they're becoming educated right now about M&A generally. So can we take a step back? Let's think 30,000 feet. Who's at the table? Like, help me understand the real value chain with regards to M&A, how it works. Can you help outline the different roles, the kinds of companies? Obviously, I don't expect that you'll name brands that you work with, but just sort of who participates in this segment to get deals across the finish line? Yeah, so I mean, we firmly believe that development is best done at a very local level. You see this in other industries. Prior to doing renewable energy, I worked a lot in wireless towers, which is like vertical real estate. And there are 3 big public tower companies, but they don't do development very well. They generally rely on small companies to develop these assets, build the towers, and then they usually sell them to somebody that has maybe a medium-sized company that might be backed by an infrastructure fund or private equity. And then usually once they achieve a certain scale and diversity of cash flows, they end up in a very, very low cost, an owner with a very low cost of capital that's usually a public entity. We started to see that window open up a little bit, where a couple of companies started to go public in renewable energy. And unfortunately, the equity markets are just not great for doing that in any industry right now. I think when it does open back up,
renewable energy will probably be some of the first companies to go public, but that kind of wave of asset creation is how M&A is driven. So you have small developer develops a handful of megawatts of projects, it sells to, call it a mid-tier aggregator, and then they develop, they amass a portfolio of assets that eventually will end up into somebody that will own it forever. We're starting to see that. I mean, the private markets, I will say, have completely stepped up. We still see valuations are still very, very high for assets going into pension funds, as we're seeing pension funds make direct investments into renewable energy. But once the public markets open back up, I think that you're going to see a huge wave of consolidation happen again.
But I think going back to your original point, the smaller developers on a localized level now have ready access to capital, whether it's development capital, minority equity, structure preferred, and that really is a great conduit for, that early stage of the value chain.
Is there any place in the market that you see a lack of maturity right now, and you're kind of hoping, you find you have to constantly educate, or just generally maybe even avoid, and you're just kind of waiting for that area to kind of firm up?
Tim mentioned it, and like the public markets are still coming around.
Yeah.
There's an ABS market. There's a little bit of a bond market.
Yeah.
The equity markets aren't there yet, but they're going to come around. And when they do, you're going to see not just consolidation, you're going to see a different level of capital coming to play. And all the equity analysts that cover the space are sometimes, ex-oil and gas guys, but they're not. They're just coming up to speed as well. So when it's not just the initial public offering either, it's going to be the follow-on that's important for consolidation in the space. I would just say on the capital market side, that's kind of what I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add that we see kind of a dislocation a little bit for companies that are earlier mid-stage on the development cycle. I think a lot of the capital that wants to own these projects is infrastructure-focused capital, like infrastructure funds, pension funds. And they really like infrastructure that is built and is operating and throwing off cash flow. And they tend to have difficulty, understanding the risk-return profile, something that's earlier stage in nature than that. And I still think there's kind of an imbalance between, these companies who are developing and creating a lot of value through that development process, and the ultimate owners, being able to, they want to invest in those companies, but they just don't really understand the risk-return profile. So, they often will want to invest in those companies without actually recognizing the return that those companies are creating.
And that's why you see a lot of partnerships. You see a lot of joint ventures. You see utilities partnering with life cos, setting up infra funds, and it's just really convergence of multiple constituents, leveraging their expertise to get something done in the space.
And look, to the contrary to the point I made, it has gotten better. Like, it's gotten dramatically better over the last few years, but still not where we think it will get.
Well, I would actually one other thing.
Go for it.
We mentioned earlier that I can't remember if it was Everett or Ryan, that Europe is a lot further ahead in renewable energy. I went to grad school in Europe, and that was much of the impetus of me wanting to get into renewable energy because it was so far ahead of where we were. And in a lot of ways, Europe was a pioneer for the rest of the world. Europe was very largely dominated by feed-in tariffs, which is just you build a solar project, you can sell the power at this rate for this many years, and it's a very, very simple program. It was a subsidy, basically. They were paying more than the wholesale rate of electricity in these feed-in tariff programs. But in the U.S., it creates opportunity, but also creates a huge headwind for the industry because it's like operating in 50 different countries, and when you actually boil it down to like utility zone, it's like many multiples of that because we have so many different programs. And that complexity, I think it creates opportunities for developers. It does, though, require a ton of education for investors because every sort of process we run, it's like an investor. There are a handful of investors that need really basic education on some of these markets and some of these programs.
We're going to work on that. We're going to work on the education side. You guys work on lubricating the finance side. But the markets do, with all of the tailwinds, and even with the technology challenges, we do expect that there will be gigawatts and gigawatts of projects coming online. I'd love to wrap with each of you kind of talking about where you see specific limiters. It could be around infrastructure or market structure or capital, but what is ultimately keeping us from achieving our goals and targets? And with the gasoline on the bonfire, as Andy Redinger likes to say, what has the potential to snuff it, or at least quail it a little?
Look, I think the industry's pointed in the right direction. To me, it's about efficiency, like multiple transactions and standards for returns, thoughts around valuation that are consistent and there are comps for which don't exist, up and down the value chain today. In some cases, they do. As this becomes known amongst the investing public and/or private infra investors at a certain level, you will see it attract even more capital, and you'll see processes become more efficient. And once you monetize a bunch of these investments and the returns are pretty much there for all institutional investors to record and rely on, then you'll see even more progression.
Right.
Yeah, I think I too did a part of my undergraduate work and my graduate work in Denmark, and it's hard to compare Denmark to the United States. It's a much bigger footprint, obviously, and we have to learn that it's not necessarily one size fits all. So I think a practical approach that's going to be complemented in storage, where I live now in Ohio, let it be known the sun doesn't shine as much as it does in Palm Desert, and so we're going to have a different approach, and I think that's really what's going to get us over the hump. But again, like our earlier colleagues talked about storage, I think that's a major catalyst.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that are maturing in our industry that we don't have enough of. I mean, like we ever hit on supply chain, and I think the last podcast we spent a little bit on supply chain too. But we don't have enough components. Whether they're manufactured here or other places, we don't have enough components. We don't have enough people who understand this in the space, who have kind of worked in the space long enough. We need to increase the labor force and the experienced labor force. All of our clients are short-staffed across the board. Tax equity is dislocated right now just because of the IRA, which is a phenomenal thing, and that will get figured out in the next 12 to 24 months. But for the near term, a lot of investors, tax equity investors, and developers, owner operators are trying to figure out how the IRA is going to change that tax market. So there's a lot of things that we need to work through over the next kind of 24 to 36 months, but the tailwinds are all trending in the right direction.
Tim, last word?
I would say another big impediment right now is interconnection. It's obviously very, very different by market, and it has a lot of players involved. Sometimes often utilities are resistant to renewable energy. Oftentimes too, they just don't know. We've never had a dynamic where you could actually build small power plants all over the country, and they're not prepared to deal with that. So I think we need better regulation to kind of free up the molasses around interconnection to get these projects connected to the grid and generating.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, again, I say I've had a small master class today on M&A in the renewables markets, thanks to the KeyBank Capital Markets team. Tim Beach, R.A. Citron, Ryan Pimott, and Everett Courier, thank you so much for joining us here for today's conversation.
Right, thank you,
Nico. Thank you, Nico.
And thank you all for joining us here live. This was quite the audience.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free.
day. We are live, as of course, if you're standing within earshot, can hear me, you are listening to the PowerUp Live podcast stage at RE Plus in Las Vegas. If you're joining us online, thank you so much for watching us at suncast.live. We so appreciate it. If you are here and listening and you are going to be trailing away to somewhere else, you want to keep track of what we're doing, you can check it out at suncast.live. The PowerUp Live podcast stage is presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. We have some amazing supporting sponsors, and we're so grateful for all those who have helped to make this come to fruition. Everything in history comes back to the story that we tell. So today we're going to talk about how that story really matters to move product and to move people towards our goals of mass proliferation of renewables, right? A peaceful advancement of the energy transition. Are you guys hearing? I feel like I'm hearing a little background. Is it? What are you hearing, Herman? Yeah. Yeah, so we need to bring it up. Okay. Bring the volume up. And then let's make sure. I think we're good. Yeah, I hear that. I think we're good now. Tom, move yours up a little bit.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect. All right. And then let's move yours around up a little as well.
Up?
Yeah, just a little. Perfect. There we go. I think we're good. All right. I am joined by, truly, some of the folks in the industry whom I admire, look up to, and seek advice from when I'm curious how to tell a better story or where I should look for examples of great marketing and great storytelling. The brands represented on the stage today have moved billions of dollars and gigawatts of product and loads of communities towards a sustainable, renewable future. And all of it comes back to great marketing. It really does, doesn't it? I'm joined on the stage by Tom Warwick from EDPR.
Good to be here. Thanks, Nico.
Lavi Singla from Nextracker.
Excited to be here. Thank you.
And Scarlett Chepke from Solve Energy.
Hello, everyone.
Extremely proud of Scarlett for having her first appearance on the stage. Lavi, is this your first?
Yes.
Lavi's as well. Tom, you're old hat.
I'm old hat.
Yep. So look, since the beginning of time, the story we tell is how we move as a community, how we pass our heritage along. It's culture to culture. It's how we've populated the world. But we're increasingly in a 6-second world where people just don't pay the one thing that we want, which is attention. And if you're a marketer, you often are thinking, how do I communicate that message? A lot of marketers fall into focusing on features versus feelings. And not a lot of storytelling, if you're familiar with how stories are told, really dig into features. They tap into emotions. We're going to talk a little bit about how, as a corporate marketing strategy, you can tap into storytelling today. And I want to start at the beginning, which is understanding or knowing your audience, right? You've built brand pillars. You've tried to come up with your key message platform. How do you figure out who the audience is? That's the key crux. So, Lavi, I'd love to get a perspective from you on what does it look like to build out the audience that you're going to develop your marketing campaigns around, and maybe how often is that evolving and changing for you?
Absolutely. So target markets are at the core of what we do, and they're the foundation over what we are building our marketing strategies. And personifying these target groups is one of the key things that we do in my experience at Nextracker. Personifying and understanding what do these different target groups mean for our business. But the most important thing on top of it is what you just mentioned is the evolution. It's amazing how our target groups are evolving and ever changing. So ask this question to yourself. Are you re-looking and re-evaluating your target groups every 6 months? Because that's how fast
every 6 months.
Every 6 months. That's how fast people are changing.
I feel like it takes 6 months just to create a persona.
Yeah. Yes. So by the time you're done,
we had a full-time staff doing personas. This is like Kristen's like, this is your persona person.
Yes, and just to add to that, the final thing I would add is, one is your customers, right? You're always creating target groups based on that. But there's one component of your target groups, which is communities.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's the most challenging part of influencers. Who are the people influencing your business? Really understanding what those influencers are and evolving with those influencers, because your business is changing, so is your personas, and so are your influencers.
Anything to add,
Yeah,
Tom?
and the communities, I say, rightly so, are becoming smarter and smarter. No longer can you as a developer, we're a top 5 developer in the country, no longer can we go into a community and spout off bullets of, hey, this is helping your economy, this is doing, X, Y, and Z, They're looking for an emotional connection to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think with us, just building off and riffing off what you just said, it is about showing, trying to find those stories in those communities, doing that through town halls, doing that through community meetings, and really getting to know community leaders and really teasing out those stories that I would say spark emotion in the community and spark a passion and a pride in the renewables projects we're building. Because at the end of the day, if you don't get communities on your side, you've already lost the project.
Yeah.
Even before day one, before you drive any steel into the ground. So driving that emotion, finding those stories in those communities, and amplifying those stories really is what's important for us. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would add on to that, we're an EPC contractor, so we're out in the small rural communities building projects. Sometimes it's about creating the stories. We have a community relations group that goes out and mobilizes our project teams to go out and get involved in the community, do volunteering work, and work in the local schools with STEAM education, and then figuring out how to tell that story, share it with the community to let them know what the impact of these solar projects in their community is.
But I think what's really important, Nico, is that all three of us here in our different roles as APC, as a developer, as a technology provider, right? It shows you that you need a whole team to work together on this. This can't just be the developer working on this. It has to be everybody in the supply chain working together in the communities. But at the end of the day, we all benefit from greater education on renewables in the community level. Yeah.
You touched on something, Tom, that I think is really key to defining the key elements of good story. You said make it personal. As we build brand pillars and we go through all these exercises on personas and key message platform, we can get buried in the lingo and the formality, which is important, and we can get lost in capturing data and forget that at the end of the day, there are key elements of a good story. You mentioned make it personal. I wonder, do you guys have other examples of sort of the cornerstones for you of what it means to develop a good story?
Well, I think it is that outreach. It is a partnership. For us, our mentality is, listen, we're, as a developer, going to be in this area for 30, 40, 50 years with our projects, right? And as a result, you have to be a good neighbor, and you have to see what really at the heart of, what's at the beating heart of the community, right? What really drives the community in their aspirations? Where do they want to go as a community? And a lot of it is workforce development training, right? And having that community see their future in your project, right? One of the things, Sandhya Ganapathy, our CEO, spoke yesterday and opened up the conference, and she mentioned a story where one landowner went to her and said, listen, if I didn't have the one project on my property, I wouldn't be able to send my kids to college. Wow. And I got to send all 3 of my kids to college. And I think stories like that, also stories of folks in the coal industry who said, hey, you all came in, I was scared, we thought our livelihoods would be taken away, but actually you gave us a new lease on life. And a new lease on a technology and an industry that can give us passion and energy back into what we're trying to do. So again, it is trying to find those stories and really connecting with the community at the ground level.
Yeah. And it really does, it evolves, it changes depending on what you bring to market. You've talked about project development. We have 2 other providers that are EPC and product, right, manufacturing. I think that there are few in the industry, if any, that do as good a job on sharing the value of local manufacturing as Nextracker. You've opened, 15, 20 factories in the last couple of years, a lot of them here locally. I'd love to hear from the 2 of you the differentiation that you see in what are the elements of a good story from the perspective of an EPC versus a manufacturer.
Absolutely. I love that story, Tom. That makes so much sense, and it resonates so much to what Nextracker is doing and trying to achieve. It's heartwarming when we go to these small towns and these manufacturing units are open, and we talk to the workers that are working there and how a single job impacts their whole life, including what school their children go to, what food they're able to afford for themselves. And after taking all of that, the awareness and the passion those people have for solar or renewable is absolutely mind-blowing. We just amazed at these stories. There's this woman we met in Pittsburgh. She's a worker at one of the manufacturing units that we have. She's a mom. She's a single mom. And she's so passionate about what she does, and she's so proud that she's related to the renewable industry.
Yeah.
And her son is so proud of his mom for doing that.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that stands out to me, and I think, you know, we've talked about Scarlett for Solve, is you're bringing up elements of story that tie back to work that's been done. I think that a lot of folks take, they don't get to see behind the scenes the incredible work that goes into capturing the essence of what this project or this manufacturing facility are doing in the community. Scarlett, how, with so many, you have so many employees at Solve, how, as the marketing lead, how do you think about actually capturing those stories? Because that sometimes is the bottleneck.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. We're all over the country. We are very fortunate at Solve Energy to have a phenomenal photographer who can travel across the country and go to our job sites and build relationships on site. He was just telling me before I came up here that he goes to job sites and they are excited to see that he's there, that he's going to take pictures of their project that they take such pride in, and that we're going to share the story of what they're building in that community. We have work in over 30 states at this point. So, you know, there's a lot of stories to tell. So really, our employees feel honored when they get highlighted. So.
And do you have in-house creative as well? I mean, it's amazing to see that you have in-house media capturing the content that you can deploy at will. You don't have to go find someone in this or that town. Do you also have in-house creative?
We have in-house creative, yeah. We have some graphic designers, but like you said, the challenging point, the bottleneck, is often finding those stories, and it's about finding allies on different project teams across our business, and then especially even on our safety team, finding those people that travel to all of the different projects, that know people in all regions of the country, and you know, just keeping in touch. It's all about building relationships.
Yeah. And we're not trying to make more work for them either. Have you guys come up with novel ways to capture the content? I mean, you're sending out, that is a novel way. You hire a photographer full time, but are there other ways that you've been able to co-opt folks in the field and encourage them to send content in?
Well, I would say tons of videography, right? We're in a world where you have 60 to 30 seconds to put together a video, right? To connote a story, to get a point across the screen. Also, you know, there's a lot of nonprofits and other groups, Rise, there's also Grid Alternatives, there's CLI, there's so many groups out there also that are looking to tie in this messaging, right, to make their own nonprofit missions alive. And that kind of partnership also helps to pull together those stories and make them relevant, right? So I think it's these partnerships, and also just partnerships between partners on a project, right? We've done lots of work with Beta Engineering and other vendors of ours on those stories in Louisiana coming out of hurricanes. This is how renewables has really helped the community, right? So I think finding those stories and finding those partnerships to make those stories alive is just as important. Yeah.
Yeah, to add to the component of finding stories, as a global company, we've done road trips across countries like Australia, Brazil, traveled from one city to another for over a couple of months. Hiring a photographer is a really small component of story finding.
Yes.
It's about finding those people in every town and finding how they are getting impacted with solar in their town.
Right.
We have so many tremendous stories in these countries. There's an 84-year-old farmer who had lost everything, but then he gave away his land to lease out for a solar farm, and now he's living comfortably. He's so happy. Yeah. We have a woman who started supplying food to a solar farm in Brazil and eventually ended up opening a restaurant.
Wow.
It's beautiful. So it just takes time to connect with your local construction managers, talking to them, and then finding those few people and then visiting them and talking to them.
I'm curious, you must have, you know, just from this show alone, we're going to generate about 4 terabytes of data from the podcast stage. which candidly probably pales in comparison to the quantity of content that is fed into the machine that's creating these stories. Tom, how do you integrate all of the stories? Because you actually, you're lucky in that you've got folks that are really bought in on your development team. They send you content all the time. It's akin in many ways to the Resi folks that have their installers sending pictures, right? Like you guys have a ton. How do you integrate it into campaigns, and how do you filter it?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. We filter it through themes, right? There's different themes, like workforce development, right? Community relations, community build out, right? Rural communities versus urban, right? We have a distributed generation business, right? So we have different stakeholders, urban stakeholders versus rural, right? So those are two different subsections. But it goes back to, I think, what everyone's spoken about before. You have to go back to the customer. What does the customer need? And what do their stakeholders need? And it's both internal and external stakeholders. These stories, as much as we love getting out there in the world with these stories, they also empower our own employees, right? This is why we get up in the morning to do our work. And especially if you're attracting talent for talent acquisition reasons, people today, especially Gen Y, Z, all the gens, right, are looking for a job where they're creating impact. And I would say in many ways, these stories also help to attract the talent we need to take us to the next level, right? But yeah, it's all by themes. To answer your question, we divide it up by themes. We then try to figure out, okay, how do we apply those themes to the stakeholder groups we're trying to communicate to? And then what mediums are the best mediums? Is it is it social media? Is it YouTube, right? More and more people are leaving Twitter. LinkedIn.
You mean X.
X, exactly. Even LinkedIn, right? There's a big debate about what's appropriate on LinkedIn anymore because it's become almost like a Facebook for those of us that are 40 plus, right?
So again, Nico posting about shoes and swag. I mean,
about people taking their kids to school, taking their kids back to school. This year I've seen so many family pics, right? I think coming out of COVID's really changed the concept of how we can really stretch LinkedIn, and it's all about balance of, a well-rounded, balanced person, right?
Well, that brings up a question I have, and I think it'll tie into the next piece, which is part of what we do as marketers is we have to be sleuths, right? We have to look for the stories that we don't get from our team, that we can pick up from local media, that we can pick up from social media. So I want us to think about, there's kind of a bifurcation of the audience, and I want to start with how you maybe utilize stealthy tactics to find stories that your own team is pushing onto, so maybe they didn't even check in and say, I posted this on social media. Do you have a social media policy that helps you capture stories? Do you filter and decide who posts what? I'm curious about that, and I'd love for you to expound on that, Scarlett, specifically around this bifurcation of the audience, because we've talked a lot about storytelling as it pertains to our customers and who we want to attract to the company as people who buy our services or products. But one of the key things that we have to attract in this industry is talent, right? Which means we've got a bifurcated audience as marketers. We have to serve our internal customers and our external customers. So first, the filter of social media, and then how do you think more broadly about the internal versus external audience?
Social media-wise, we just want to kind of set an example from the top down. So creating content that people are excited to share. And with all of us, people are excited to share things that feature themselves, that talk about the work that they're doing. So, we always just want to celebrate the victories that we have at Solve Energy and the things that people can see and not see. And sometimes that does mean talking about internal campaigns and initiatives externally, because we want people that are potential job seekers to know that we're always looking out for our people. We're always looking out to make people more engaged internally there. What was the next question?
I think that touches on, I'm wondering how you filter if you're encouraging the team about things they could post, or if you're sort of filtering and searching LinkedIn to find things to highlight and push out.
Yeah, so we definitely sometimes even send out suggested things that people could share. That's a super easy way to do it. And another thing that we do internally is myself and my team, we look through for employees who are doing a great job sharing our news and sharing their own successes and celebrating others on social media. And we actually just send those posts out to other people, encourage our own people to go amplify those, like those, share them, and that's been really successful.
Lavi, how do you think about internal versus external customers, so to speak? Internal, obviously, is your teammates and how you have to engage them. External is something that we all have thought we think predominantly about.
It's actually very similar. From a marketer standpoint, they are your customers.
Yeah.
And they are constantly working, they're constantly engaging, and there's so much noise everywhere. It's filtering out that noise for them and then feeding them content that's really valuable to them, equally valuable to both these customers that you just mentioned. We do also promote internal communications to go outside if they're not sharing anything that's IP or confidential. And anything that we see externally, we share it with our internal customers. Hey, we came across this something we loved. We would love for you to go and talk about it. And to answer your second part of the question, how do you go to social media? Well, there is a constant research that our entire team does, going through different social media channels, what's being talked about, how does it connect to our brand pillars, and if there are stories that we're working on that are connected to our brand pillars and other people are talking about it, that's your best moment. Grab it before it goes away.
Are there any particular tools that you guys have found that help make that easier?
Well, there are multiple. We've used the social media tool that you use to post that also helps you filter out. We do have some internal tools for organizing our content that we use.
Can you guys, I'd love to hear like specifics around how you've built the tools around capturing and syndicating the content. Are you using things like Hootsuite or other tools?
Yeah, definitely Hootsuite, Sprinkler. There's a new tagging system that we just that we're implementing right now on all of our photographs, right? So to your points, we take thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of photographs, right? And then good luck sorting through all of those, right, for different situations, right? So we have a new tagging system where we actually tag, we put filters and tags on all of our photography. So that way, if I'm searching, okay, I want to see some, a technician with a helmet and safety glasses on, right, following ocean rules, boom, we can punch that out. So we're using those kinds of tools to help us just, I would say, just catalog all the information, because that's half the battle is cataloging and then using the technology to our advantage, right, to push out as much marketing as we can.
Sprinkler, I love it. Social listening, for those that aren't aware. I'd not heard of Sprinkler. Tom dropping some. This is the kind of stuff we got to share, right? We're on the vanguard. We have to help others catch up. So I hope that actually we'll get some folks coming up to us later and saying, "Hey, have you thought about this? Have you done that?" In that light, I would like to know, generally speaking, as with personas, marketing tactics, they start to fizzle and fade. So I'm curious, going into Q4 and thinking about the next year, what is working for you and kind of what stopped working?
I think what works is the minute you personalize and make it about the employee, not about the technology, right? Technology is cold no matter what the technology is, but if once you ascribe it to a person and their achievements, like you said, I like very much, Scarlett, what you said about personal milestones and celebrations of employees' work. You know, I just had a technician on the ground at one of our farms come to me, and he's been on Instagram as an Instagram sensation doing safety catches and saying, hey, I want to partner with you on how do we educate people in the industry on safety catches, no matter what company they're part of. And I think that's kind of where you apply the storytelling to industry leadership that helps everybody. And you make it about that person, this one technician who grew up in this community, who's now working for us on one of our wind farms and sees this as a future, right? And he wants to educate others and help others. Right. That's what I think attracts people and takes it out of the noise of all the other news out there. But that's just an example. But that's where we're seeing, I think, success is applying it to people, applying it to our employees. Yeah.
Lovey, what's working, what's not?
Absolutely. Agree with everything that Tom said, but I'm going to add a little spin to it from a product and technology standpoint. Yes, focus on features, focus on product specifications is really important, but where's the value?
Yeah.
Are you really breaking down the value that a customer is getting from your technology?
Right.
If you're not, you failed.
Yeah.
And it's very elementary, quality over quantity.
Yeah.
The moment you start chasing quantity, you'll start seeing your quality go down and down.
That's right.
And that's why you need to do quality control and bring up your quality levels.
Yeah. So Seth Godin, ever the sage for short quips, says, you know, really when you're doing marketing, you got to look at each piece and ask yourself the question, so what?
Yeah.
So what? And then distill it down to the so what. Scarlett, what's working, what's not? What have you stopped doing?
We, like it or not, do not put the focus on solar. and we put the focus on our people. Just with the communities that we're going into, people know what they know about solar or they're against it. There is value in educating people on what is true and what is not. But from my experience, the best way to do that is through the story of somebody that they know and what a job on a solar farm means to them and what it means to their family and how a school has benefited by a big project being developed in their area. And all of those. We have a saying that good energy has a ripple effect. So, what is that ripple effect that the solar project itself starts?
Yeah. Well, as we wrap, I would be remiss if I didn't ask a question that I know is on most marketers' minds. And I'll just say it this way. Isn't AI wonderful? Isn't it just the perfect addition to our marketing stack? Tom, don't you agree?
No. I'm very old school. For those of you in the audience, I'm 43. I hate and I detest AI right now. Aside from operations and engineering and design and layout, okay, there might be some kudos there for AI. But from a marketing point of view, I had the other day a colleague from our people's and operations team or people and culture team come up to me doing a description, and she's like, "Listen, look, I just popped this into chat GPS, and this is what popped out." And I read it, and I'm like, oh gosh, this needs to be filtered a lot. Like, what's the audience you're going towards, right? How are you addressing this? It talked about being green, and it was like almost this poetic lullaby about being green and going green. And I was just like, I'm like, how did you pull this together, you know? And she said, chat GPS with a smile, and I'm like, please let the marketers do the marketing. Maybe later on when chat GPS, has all the information it needs to still gather to be a little more eloquent, maybe, but I'm a very big, again, operations, design, engineering, obviously in other divisions, I can see value, but right now in marketing, please don't approach me with AI. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't. Not to be a Debbie Downer. That's the first answer.
I'm hoping we can be a little contentious here.
Yeah.
Lavi, I would love to hear your perspective on it.
I agree and disagree.
Very diplomatic.
With
yes.
Switzerland over here.
In my opinion and experience, it could be talked about.
Yeah.
It really depends on what is it that you're trying to achieve. Marketing operations, there is a lot you could do and make AI your best friend.
That's right.
To give you an example, think about your next month's calendar, and there is a new content pillar that you're working towards, and you really don't know if people are talking about it or not. Use an AI tool to research what people have been posting, what people have been saying.
Yeah.
Get data, because data is so important even in marketing. Collect all of that, gather all of that in one place.
Yeah.
And then for creative writing, you don't have to go to AI.
That's right.
Do it yourself. You have, I'm sure, very smart people in your team to utilize their skills.
Yeah.
Identify the parts where you're able to utilize it to your advantage, and you would actually have a lot of value.
Yeah. I would absolutely agree there. And what I hear you saying is creative from a copy perspective can get a lot more attention and time if you leverage AI to help surface the research that you would otherwise spend that time mulling away at.
Yeah, that's one way of definitely
like ad copy.
it.
I think I can see AI being valuable for initial ad copy riffing,
ideation.
right?
Yeah.
And ideation, stuff like that, and going, okay, this might take us in direction A versus direction B in terms of campaign messaging.
Scarlett,
Okay.
are you
I'll give you that.
Are you
I'll
old
give you
school
that.
like Tom?
I was Team Tom, but I think that I might have switched sides. And it definitely sounds like I just need to expand my AI horizon a little bit.
I love this.
Yeah.
My next email to you will be generated by AI. We'll see how you like that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, for what it's worth, in the last 3 months, we have used all of the AI that we can get our hands on, and I am incredibly impressed and intimidated as a marketer by what AI means for us as an industry, right? I don't think that AI will replace us. I do think that it will replace those of us who don't learn to integrate it into our processes prompt engineering is already becoming a degree. AI prompt engineering. I mean, if that is something that we have to pay attention to as marketers. And the great thing, as Lavi really pointed out, is the ability to use a tool to save you time in the research phase. Templates. What is this or that happening in the marketplace? Actually, try asking ChatGPT or Bard, how do I tell a story? What are the core elements of a story? What are the best examples of a 6-second story? What are the best? You could ask all kinds of questions, right? It is infinite, but prompting is an art. I've invested heavily in our operations team trying to figure out that art just to keep us lean. Because that's the other thing, right? We talk about there being a talent shortage, and you can leverage these tools to give your existing team more leverage, more time.
Well, and Nico, and to your point, I think in storytelling, it's all about asking the right question.
Yes. Oh, that's a great way to tie it off, Tom. Thank you very much.
There we go. Non-AI created, not ChatGPS created.
So, I want to thank Tom, Lavi, and Scarlett for joining us, and thank you, illustrious audience, for taking the time to be here today. Storytelling really is at the heart of everything that we do. Now, I hope that you will see it a little differently as you're seeing the marketing campaigns coming out of these larger organizations and integrate it into your own business. We've got the Hydrogen Grand Prix folks coming up in just a few minutes. Thanks again to our presenting sponsor, KeyBank Capital Markets. Thank you, Tom, Lavi, and Scarlett.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being here.
I'll take a selfie.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy
Welcome, everyone. I want to thank you for joining us here at RE Plus 23. We're live here at the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. And today, we're really excited to talk about the Horizon Hydrogen Grand Prix World Final that's taking place here at RE Plus, just over to my right. And I have here with me today Max Accordino with Horizon Educational, and we're here to talk about the contest, the cars. We've got a car here with us that's been branded for RE Plus, and we're really excited to have you here.
Yeah. I'm excited to be here, so thank you for having me, and thank you RE Plus and Suncast Media for organizing, all of this, and especially Keith for, making those initial introductions several years ago over with the RE Plus folks to be able to bring us here to where we are today.
Oh, really pleased to have helped, and I'm it's amazing going over to the site and watching all of the students compete, and to see not only them, but their parents and even the audience. RE Plus, we're welcoming more than 30,000 people here, and we're starting to see them show up and really take an interest in what's going on. So tell me a little bit about Horizon Education and how these teams got here. What's that process look like?
Yeah, so Horizon Educational is a global STEM and STEAM distribution. We distribute STEM and STEAM kits all around the world focused on renewable energy. So we cover wind, we cover solar, we cover alternative fuels, with the main focus always coming back into hydrogen. And we are one of the only ones around the world that are actually engaging with young people to get them involved to hopefully, pursue careers and degrees and just be motivated to be able to fix the problems that essentially we've been causing over the last several hundred years. And so what we have done now is that we have developed not only our STEM kits, but now we introduced our programs. So which is the Horizon Hydrogen Grand Prix. And this car you see in front of me is actually a fuel cell electric vehicle that students from over 20 countries have built and designed these cars over the last academic year to be able to compete in a series of endurance races using their hydrogen-powered vehicles. They learn about the whole value chain. They learn about how to create hydrogen, how to store hydrogen, the distribution network, and then, of course, the use case of converting hydrogen into electricity and powering a car.
Wow, that's a lot to learn. And so we talk about, in the title, we talk about a 6-hour endurance race. What exactly does that mean? It sounds pretty gruesome.
So we got inspired probably about 8 years ago from a race actually that took place in Switzerland that was a 24-hour RC race. And we saw that, we said, well, they're just recharging batteries, and what makes this an endurance race? What's the educational value out of it? So the next year we entered in a hydrogen car, and we said, we are only going to do very limited amount of energy and see how much energy we could use to stay for 24 hours. And they ended up finishing third or fourth in the whole race. And so that was how H2GP was born. And so since then, these students have just wowed us every single year. So at the beginning of the academic year, we delivered their hardware. They get it completely disassembled. They have to mount all the wheels, the motors, the gears, everything. For a lot of these students, it's their first time actually using a screwdriver or a wrench, and so we really get down, to the basics. And then once they get it assembled, that's when they start actually practicing and learning that is their solution, is it the best solution, or how can I improve it? So what we do is we tell the students, your car needs to fit within a length and a width, and everything else is up to you. And so they will take this chassis and this body you see in front of us, and they will completely remodify it. And they will innovate it like crazy. So they'll change the body, they'll make it out of clay and vacuum form it, they'll modify the fuel cell. We even have teams taking apart the fuel cell and testing each individual cell for the voltage to make a larger fuel cell stack.
That is some hardcore STEM activity.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you, I really appreciate the fact that Horizon took and developed a car for us at RE Plus. And I believe we're going to be racing it at the corporate race on tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, yes. So Wednesday at 5 o'clock, We're going to open up the track to all of our sponsors that have, been great to us and helped us, engage a lot more students and put on such an amazing event that we have here. And then, so they're going to be able to drive all their cars. Of course, we have the RE Plus car. We're going to have a little networking happy hour and a corporate race where we have awards for the fastest lap, but we also have the bringing up the rear for the slowest lap.
Okay, got it. But really, with the designs and getting back to the kids, I mean, I've seen some of these cars. Like one is a Barbie pink. It looks like a Le Mans racer. It's just almost glows in the dark. There's the kids out of San Diego. Their mascot, school mascot, is the Chargers. So they're what would you call it? You call it the cover, or?
Yeah, they're the body.
The body, and they've chosen a 69 Charger body to emulate. And I think that's just incredibly cool. And just watching all the cars, they're all different sorts of, obviously under the hood and over the hood.
Absolutely. And so part of the competition, at the core of it, it's academic. It's all about learning. It's about teamwork. Of course, it's competition that makes it fun. But there's only going to be one car that wins. So what we do is we also incorporate other activities. So every team has to present to a panel of judges in a video presentation and an in-person presentation. Wow. So while they're doing that, they're also explaining the design choices that they made. And we have a winner actually for a design category. So last year, our winner for the design category was actually a team from Southern California, the same one that now has the Dodge Charger body. We had our world final in the Netherlands, and so as a tribute to the Netherlands, they actually painted the Starry Night by Van Gogh body. Wow. And that was actually what won that, because I'm getting goosebumps, talking about that. And so it's really it's spectacular what these students can come up with, whether it's through the paint jobs that they have on it, if they are using the body that we provide them, or if they're starting from scratch, and even to putting it through wind tunnels and testing the aerodynamics of it and what is the best and most efficient car body for them to use.
I keep saying wow, and I'm always kind of amazed by some of these kids. I met with some of them earlier because we're going to be talking to local news media tomorrow morning, hopefully, and it's going to be really interesting. But they seem so calm and quiet, and yet 6-hour endurance race really kind of belies that sort of calm demeanor they have.
Absolutely. They're definitely calm, but I could tell you that their blood is flowing and they are just as nervous as I am, if not more. So with the 6-hour long endurance race, so it all starts back at the local races where we start with a 2-hour long race. So at the beginning of the season, we start with a 2-hour race where you get more battery capacity and a little bit more hydrogen. Because what we want to do is we want to make sure that you're able to finish that race. Then we move on to the national finals or state finals, and that is a 4-hour long race where we now start taking a little bit of that energy away, especially on the battery side, so that way they are forced to actually use their hydrogen to be able to extend the battery range, if they have a battery in their car. That's also another thing. And then so now today we have our qualification races to be able to qualify into the main event where we're going to have the top 15 teams competing for competing over 6 hours, where they're only going to get a limited amount of energy. So that's why we have it as an endurance race. The fastest cars, they will not win, most likely. If they have a trigger finger and they are, really holding on the gas pedal, they're going to run out of energy. And the moment that you run out of energy, your race is over. So it really is about strategy. These students only see the track the moment that they arrived yesterday, so they had to come up with their whole strategy for the week within 20 minutes, from the time they started their first race, to see, okay, how am I going to take these turns? When am I going fast? When am I going slow? Is there any more technical areas? Where's the straightaways? But then also factor in all their energy consumption. So what these students have is they have put on systems into their car, some telemetry systems that are able to track the data. So coming out of their car, they're actually sending data to their phones and computers where they have massive graphs and Excel sheets telling them what's the voltage, how much hydrogen do they have, how much battery do they have left. And they'll pull back in the pits, change their hydrogen or batteries out, swap them out for new ones, and they're back on the track. I have seen some fuel changes that are less than 10 seconds today.
Wow, that's some hardcore STEM behavior. Wow. So you've got teams from all over the world. I'm aware of some. I'm from the Los Angeles area. There's one team out of Boyle Heights. They're only 4 miles from me. There's others in Southgate, in Orange County, San Diego. But where are some of the other areas we're seeing teams coming in from?
Yeah, so we have, here in California, we started the season with about 120 teams in California. Now we have 4 competing in the World Final event. We have teams coming from the Midwest, so Illinois and
Chicago,
Michigan, Chicago. We got a couple teams from Chicago. We have Bulgaria, a lot of teams from Czech Republic, Australia, Slovakia, Chile is here, Dominican Republic is here, and we are just, I'm sure I'm leaving some out because we have a total of 13 countries, and I know I didn't say 13 of them, so I apologize to all the teams that I just didn't mention. But it is really spectacular to have them all here, and they're all engaging, all speaking with each other. Today, one team, they said our wheels aren't, they had something problem with their wheels, and so instead of coming up to us as the race directors where we have all our spare parts and able to help them, they went around and talked with all the teams in the pits, and they made friends with one of the teams. They gave them their extra wheels that they brought on, and they're creating these relationships and speaking different languages. We have multiple teams that don't speak English here, and they're still having fun, and they're making new friends and just exchanging in cultures. I had one team who brought candies from Bulgaria for every single team. Other
That's
ones
a good
brought
strategy.
That's a great strategy.
Absolutely.
Our Dutch teams
Let's
brought
make
some
friends.
candy. Yeah, they might have bribed me a little bit. They're very good.
I do like a good candy bribe. That really works for me.
Absolutely, but just having that's cross-cultural communications and experiences for these students, it's amazing. And coming to Las Vegas when you are in high school and middle school, that's a spectacular opportunity. Most of these students have never they've never left their home, let alone their country, and now they are in Las Vegas in America traveling for sometimes for 40 hours, some of these students.
And you've got some amazing sponsors that have sponsored not just individual teams, but the entire program itself.
Absolutely. So we're really lucky that we actually have Raven SR as our official hydrogen partner. So all the hydro sticks and the metal hydrides that the students are using are all branded, with the Raven logo, and they've been a huge supporter for us for the last couple of years. We also have Blue Ridge Power, Suburban Renewables, Pine Gate Renewables as well. They're all awesome supporters, and they're all going to have a chance to actually compete in the H2GP corporate race tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. And so they've all been amazing, and they've been able to support us and be able to grow this with our students. And then last but not least, we also have the high-tech servos that are over there that are supplying a lot of technical support for the teams. Even brought some spare parts, and they also were able to help us with the live stream coverage. So we've actually been live streaming this whole race, thanks to a lot of our partners. We have a professional live stream out there. It looks like you're watching an F1 race.
Wow. It looks like it because when you're there and you're watching the audience and you're watching the cars, and it just you can feel that energy. And I'm doing this without your permission, but how can companies help and sponsor these teams? Because I want to see this program grow, because it's amazing. I've helped students in previous years, helping them kind of get things going.
So just today, actually, and I guess you're hearing it here first, I haven't even told you this before, is we're officially launching the H2GP Foundation. Probably should have told you this before I did it, huh? But so we're officially launching the H2GP Foundation, which will allow companies and schools provide donations to hydrogen education programs in their local regions or globally. It's based in Southern California, Los Angeles for now, but as we start expanding, we're going to have local offices throughout the U.S. So, one way is definitely reach out to us. If you are looking for students, if you're looking for workforce, I know right now it's very difficult to find employees. Well, we have hundreds of them that are eager to join something in the workforce, and we'll be able to help you with that. So if you're able to put any funding into this, even if it's manpower or mentorships, internships, these students are unbelievable. And the work that I've seen them do, and their demeanor and their ability to innovate, it's spectacular, and you will definitely find your best employees coming out of our program.
And I keep talking about my local team in Boyle Heights, in the eastern part of the city of Los Angeles, and I'm hoping to get out there because I drive a Toyota Mirai, a second generation. It's gray. I call him Sharky. and I'm hoping to take it out to them. And really, I'm not even sure they've ever seen a fuel cell car.
I believe they have. We actually have a great partner with SoCal Gas and also Toyota Mirai in California. So that's actually why you see a Toyota Mirai here, the Toyota Mirai body. But between them and SoCal Gas, we've had a lot of opportunities to bring Mirais to our events, which is great. And also SoCal Gas has been organizing tours to their hydrogen home, which is just up the road from Boyle Heights.
It's an amazing hydrogen home. I got a tour of it. It really is, when you talk about microgrids and hydrogen and bringing together electrolyzers, hydrogen storage, hydrogen blending in the natural gas pipeline system, just those are great trips for those students to take.
Absolutely, and next time if you go to the hydrogen home, you'll see probably something new that we provided to SoCal Gas. We actually built them a Class 8 semi-truck scaled down model with our fuel cell in it. So when you open up the hood, you actually have the fuel cell with the racking system of all the metal hydrides on the back. So I'm not sure if it's on display yet there, but it should be very soon.
Oh, that is really cool. I was talking with some of my SoCal Gas colleagues yesterday, and so I want to see that truck.
Absolutely, and SoCal Gas, they've been excellent. They actually sent two of their employees out here, Jeffrey Chase and Jaliva, to actually come out here just for one night to come and judge all the students' presentations and their abilities. And they've been an excellent partner the last 2-3 years, and we really appreciate them.
So I think we're nearing the end of our half hour. Max, thank you for talking with me. This is great. What's the easiest way for people to find you and the folks at the Horizon Hydrogen Grand Prix?
Yeah, absolutely. You can reach out to me. Of course, I'm on LinkedIn. Just search up Max Sacardino or Horizon Educational. Go to our website, horizoneducational.com or h2gpfoundation.com. And anything that you need, check out our social media. Go to our YouTube channel to go check out the live stream, and you'll find all of our information there. And I'm just a phone call or a text away.
And once again, RE Plus, on behalf of RE Plus and RE Plus events, we're just absolutely thrilled to have you here and participating in the larger show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Keith.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean. The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
You know, I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also, to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
We're live.
Hello and welcome. It's good to see everybody out there. Welcome to RE Plus 2023 and welcome to the PowerUp Live Media Zone presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. It's good to see some of you out there and so hopefully some folks listening in. And all of this content is available live at www.suncast.live. We are here this afternoon to introduce ourselves to you and also in doing so talk a little bit about SIA and who we are and what we do for the industry. So I'm going to start and then let my esteemed colleagues introduce themselves as well, and then we'll just chat and have some conversation. So my name is Colin Silver. I'm the Senior Vice President of Content and Strategy at SIA. I have been at SIA for about 9 years, and in my capacity, I oversee some of the content development that we do here at RE+, including the full conference education that's available upstairs, as well as in some of the show floor education theaters here on the exhibit hall, but also all the RE+ events around the country, and some of the other content that we put on at SIA. And then I sort of oversee some additional strategic oversight and organizational management as we continue to grow our organization alongside the industry. But I will hand it off to Steph.
Thanks, Colin. Hi, I'm Stephanie Bosch. I'm the new Vice President of Communications at SIA. We have a lean and mean shop that runs and tells stories about the solar industry all around the country. We do the best we can with our 1,200 plus membership to establish a unified message and share our story. SIA has a role of advocacy in Washington, D.C., where we spend most of our time fighting for policies like the IRA and defending the IRA and protecting against the challenges to that. So communications and marketing comes in handy when it comes to that. So I'm new to the organization, and I'm excited to be here. Hand it to you, Jasmine.
Thanks, Steph. So my name is Jasmine de Jesus. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Chief of Staff at SIA. So in my role, I support the CEO and the rest of the executive team with project management, cross-departmental projects, and just making sure that we stick to our core values. And yeah, I previously served as a Congressional Affairs Coordinator, so it's really exciting to see SIA from a new point of view.
Cool. Well, we are here on day one, I guess, officially of RE+ 2023. Steph, this is your first time here, your second time, right, Jasmine? So what are your first reactions? What's been sticking out to you as you've been walking around this week?
I am amazed at the diversity. I mean, last year, with the passage of the IRA, and then up until this year, I just see so many new faces, so many different faces. I see a lot more people that look like me. I'm a proud Latina woman, and to see people that look like me in this industry is so empowering. We just had a women's reception last night, and I got to connect with so many incredible, powerful women in our industry, and I'm just excited about the future. So that's really what's amazed me so far.
That's awesome.
I love that. What I noticed is that solar is not new. This event is enormous. This is the biggest RE+ has ever been. 40,000 attendees, the most booths that there's ever been. And as somebody who is positioned to push the message across the entire industry, it's exciting to see such a presence of the entire industry here in Las Vegas. The business is booming, and there's nothing but opportunity to grow the business, both here in the United States and abroad. So I think for me, being here for the very first time, it's so obvious that this is the place to be. If the world is needing to catch up in terms of clean energy, they should step inside this arena, because the business that's being done here, the deals that are being done here, is super exciting, and I love it.
Yeah, and I've noticed, I think every year, I've been to this show for a few years, and we started out as Solar Power International, and then added in sort of Energy Storage International, and then rebranded to RE+ to bring in a ton of other technologies and market styles. And this show has just, continues to be that integrated place for all of these different companies to interact. And so every year I come here, it seems like there's, a new series of booths of business models and companies that I hadn't seen before. And I think it just speaks to this being that hub of like all of that innovation coming together and just really seizing a lot of opportunities, and it's really exciting to see. So thank you to all of you for helping make that possible. So let's talk a little bit about SIA. What are we focused on at SIA? What are you excited about for the future of our organization? What are we out here doing for the industry?
Right, yeah. On an organizational level, we're being really strategic and thoughtful about how we grow. This industry is booming, as we know, and that requires a lot of thought, into the process of how we grow physically as an organization and how we grow alongside the industry itself. We want to make sure that we remain true to our core equity values, right? We want our organization and our industry to reflect the nation. And so that's one of the tenets that we really try to be live true by and stick by. And then also just like making sure that we're fighting for pro-solar policies, right? At the state level, at the federal level, we do everything we can to make sure that our industry is always in a thriving mode.
Yeah, I'll take it a step further. The Solar Energy Industries Association is a national trade organization that represents 1,200 plus companies and hopefully many more that just learned about us as the host of this event. And we, like Jasmine said, represent the industry in Washington, and that means advocating for policies that advance the solar industry across the board, no matter which segment of the market your business falls into. So that's advocating on Capitol Hill, that's advocating for regulatory and siting issues in the field, that's, you know, sending a unified message through public relations and marketing channels. So the services that SEIA has to offer are really exciting. And it's shockingly affordable to be a member at SEIA. So if you're, you know, for those of you that are listening, you're not familiar with what SEIA is, check out our booth outside. It's you can find all the information that you need there.
Yeah, now's the time.
Yeah.
If you're not a member already, you should be. You know, and Jasmine talked about sort of the growth and the change of SEIA. I was reflecting at the general session last night. I hope all of you were able to attend, and if not, you can watch it on the app. But Van Jones mentioned, you know, the change that we're all experiencing in the industry as a whole, and what energy is going through in this country, and how change can be difficult and change is hard. And I think I've really started to view my role at SEIA and our organization in general as kind of change managers and change makers. We're trying to push change in the industry, and we're also trying to adapt to this really dynamically changing industry that we represent, and doing it in a way that you know, holds true to those core values, makes sure that we are you know, not just changing, you know, not just growing, but evolving, and making sure that we you know, do so in a way that's sustainable and also brings everybody in and makes that happen. And I think it's just you know, we have a phenomenal boss of Abby Hopper, who's kind of leading that charge of being intentional and having that change leading from in front, and that's been important. So we've got a hat here, and it says SEIA on the bright side on the front of it. And inside of the hat is a bunch of random questions that we're going to pass around and just ask some fun questions. It's going to be so fun. So I'm going to start, and I have one that says, what has surprised you most in your time working in clean energy and at SEIA? So Steph, you have a month under your belt. So what has surprised you most in the month that you've been working here?
Oh man, that's a great question. I mean, it's not shocking in any business environment how fast we innovate, but the technology and the growth within the solar space has been amazing to learn about, to watch, to experience, and hopefully promote myself as part of this team.
Yeah.
So to see how solar was really unaffordable not that long ago, right? And with the advancement in technology, and there's a lot of work to do in that space, but I would just say that's one of the most shocking and exciting things, that solar has become a realistic energy source for everyday people in a way that it didn't used to be. It's not just for the wealthy. It's not just utility scale. It can be for, you know, anybody who wants to access it. And I think that's it's only gonna get cheaper. It's only gonna be more part of the mainstream. Solar isn't the future. Solar is now. So, you know, being in the weeds on that has been really exciting for me, because we can. There's just nothing but opportunity but build.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. on that, I mean, it's been 1 year since we've passed the IRA, and the growth that we've seen. We have so many announcements from companies, right? They're building factories, they're hiring workers, and we as a trade association are getting to sort of shepherd that, right? And I think what's so surprising is just the scale of that growth in just a year, you know, compared to last year. And it really is shocking to see. I don't think I've fully grasped it yet, you know? It's incredible.
Yeah. The scale is really something else. I mean, this show alone, you know, we hit a record year last year at this show of 27,000 attendees and, you know, 1,000 exhibitors. And I was thinking to myself that, you know, okay, that was awesome. The IRA got passed. It's amazing that we all gathered in this exciting way and shattered all of our previous records. But we're probably going to, you know, come back down to earth next year, and it'll be maybe a slightly smaller event. And I was proven extremely wrong, and that's fantastic. And that just shows that, you know, we just keep moving the goalposts for ourselves, and that's a cool place to be. All right, so who wants to go next? Who wants to pick a question?
I get it. I hope it's nothing too personal. Okay. If you could only have one food or meal for the rest of your life, what it would be?
Oh, I got it. I'm ready for this one. And it's
All right.
well, it's not one specific meal, but it's a genre of meals, and it's pasta.
Okay.
I am
Yeah.
a huge pasta fan.
Mhm.
I could if I had to pick one sort of like cuisine to eat for the rest of my life, it would be Italian cuisine easily. I can just whenever I need like comfort food, that's where I go. I love to cook it. I love to eat it. Pasta all the way.
For me, it's also a cuisine. It's Mexican food.
Mhm.
I love Mexican food. It's just, there's so many different dishes, and there's so much diversity in it. So Mexican food is my pick.
Nice.
How about you,
Awesome.
Steph?
Easy peasy French fries.
Yeah.
It's my stranded on a desert island food. I'm gonna eat French fries for the rest of my life. It's fine.
You can't go wrong with that. And you know, I like that we represented three very different cuisines
Yeah.
here. That's great. That's great. All right, Jasmine.
All right. Let's see. What did you do before coming to SIA?
Okay.
You wanna
All right, I'll
start,
take this
Steph?
You
one.
wanna go first?
I was at JP Morgan Chase.
So ominously.
Yeah, right.
Can't wait to send this podcast to my old boss. Yeah. So I started my career on Capitol Hill. I worked in opposition research for the GCCC. I did a couple of presidential campaigns. Tom Vilsack, who is now Secretary of Agriculture, Hillary Clinton, presidential campaign, and ultimately moved to the Pew Charitable Trust and did a little bit of consulting in between those before JP Morgan Chase recruited me in corporate communications. And now I'm here.
Beautiful. So I sort of found my way into energy via climate change policy. I was a global environmental policy major in college, and I thought I was going to go into kind of like, you know, the UNFCCC climate negotiations world of international policy making around climate solutions and climate adaptation. And so my first job out of college was working for a program for U.S. Agency for International Development on deforestation in developing countries, which was really cool and very exciting work and important work. But I felt a little bit sort of disconnected from the actual impact of what I was doing. And I had actually interned at SIA when I was in college and sort of found my way back and have just, this is where I want to be in terms of making an impact on the climate and the economy as a whole. It just is such a great confluence of like that business-focused effort of market-driven solutions with that passion for sort of doing something that makes a difference. So it's been fun.
I feel like you found a really good place to actually do the kind of work you studied.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's sort of like I took an end around.
Yeah. In my goal has always been to drive change, drive impact, and you can do a lot of good from the inside of a big organization. You know, working on a campaign is what it is. You burn the candle from both ends, and you learn all the lessons as a young person. But it's just so exciting right now to actually have an opportunity to, at the intersection of business and politics, just advance the entire field forward. So yeah, it's just super exciting for me. What about you?
Yeah. So like you, I did my fair share of campaigning. I did a stint on the Hill, and then I worked on the federal policy and advocacy team at Hispanic Federation, which is a Latino nonprofit, and just doing work with environmental justice related issues and really seeing how climate change is disproportionately impacting Latino communities and other communities of color. And so, I saw this opportunity at SIA to really drive policies that would have a beneficial impact on my community, right? Like my community is facing some really detrimental impacts from this climate disaster. And so getting the opportunity to be at SIA and really be at the forefront and being leaders in this fight has been incredible.
Yeah.
And also, you mentioned climate impact, but also economic impact,
Yes.
right? If we, as an organization and as an industry, can get it right at the forefront, it's going to mean a lot more economic opportunity, career pathway opportunity, access to capital opportunities for women and minority-owned businesses to start their businesses, grow their businesses, expand their businesses. We just had a great conversation with the chair of the Export-Import Bank about how companies here at RE Plus can engage with Export-Import Bank to build a new manufacturing business. So really exciting opportunity, and from a diversity perspective, this industry is still relatively new.
Definitely.
So,
there's a lot of work to be done, but it's exciting work.
Well, and the fact that this industry is new is, I think, such an asset, because we've just seen, like, the three of us came from very different backgrounds, bringing those backgrounds to our work, and I'm sure that's true for every single person at this show, right? Like, there are certainly some folks here and in the industry who've been working in solar or working in clean energy or even just energy broadly for a number of years, but there are also so many people who are brand new to the industry and bringing a policy background or a business background or an environmental justice background. And I think that's what makes us really, like, it's such an exciting time to be working in a space like this, because there's just like this dynamic, everyone's got something that they're bringing to the table, and it's fun times.
Yeah, and one more thing too, right? If we do all the things we said we were going to do, there's a $565 billion economic impact over the next 10 years, 263,000 workforce, 263,000 strong size workforce with the opportunity and potential to hire another 500,000 workers in the solar space. And that means creating an entire new education curriculum for young people. So engaging with colleges and universities, even high schools, to develop apprenticeship programs, workforce training programs where, a kid who wants to become a part of the middle class has an opportunity to get a well-paying job in a brand new field. So we have to figure that out.
Yeah, that's so exciting. All right, what's next? What are your favorite hobbies?
Oh, okay. Hobbies, let's see. I'm a musician. I play the violin. So, sometimes I just pull it out and I play it.
Wow, on a podcast, I'm learning something brand new about my colleague. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Play the violin.
Great.
Cool.
Steph?
I like to garden. I like to do Orange Theory, fitness. I play the piano. I have children, so I don't have time to do very many of those hobby-ish type things because they're 4 years old.
Sure.
But yeah.
Well, I joke that a lot of the hobbies that I collected when I was younger were the ones that are hard to maintain as an adult because they require like lots of other people. So I was in theater and I was in a cappella, which I did sort of maintain into college and post college, but it starts to become that kind of like it's not something I can't just grab the guitar and just sort of like hang out and enjoy my hobbies by myself. But it's been, I've as like any self-respecting white guy, I picked up golf, so that's been a hobby.
Will you sing for us?
I won't sing for you right now,
Come on.
but maybe someday.
We'll have to start a band, Colin.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Take it on the road.
Well, yeah, our boss Abby has been advocating for a SIA talent show for a long time, so maybe that'll be next year's RE Plus. Yeah.
Okay.
What's next?
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, what's your favorite season and why? Should we pick a new question? What is the one thing that instantly makes your day better?
Nope, not that one either. Well, it's apparently not a season, so.
How did you first become interested in clean energy? That seems more relevant to this audience.
Jasmine, do you want to go first? Do you want me to go?
Sure. Yeah, like I was born and raised in Miami, Florida, and our community is seeing firsthand the impacts of climate change. Every time I go home, there's a new barrier put up to stop the seawater from coming in. So just experiencing that, growing up with that, it has always been in the back of my mind, and of course hurricanes, which get worse every year. And then, of course, going into the policy space and realizing that you could make a change, right? You could advocate for sound policies that fight against climate change, and you could advocate for programs that, put solar companies and workers, like Steph said, you're developing a workforce, a diverse workforce. So yeah, that's how I first became interested in clean energy and seeing that we can have an impact.
Yeah. I guess, so my dad's career was in sort of an energy services company. He was an energy engineer, and his company did sort of energy audits on a lot of government buildings and sort of did a lot of work to, upgrades on energy efficiency and things like that. So I think I was always pretty conscious from a young age of like the impact of energy on businesses and sort of energy conservation and all of that, where a lot of people just kind of do the flip the light switch and forget about all the impacts of what's going on behind the scenes. And so I think I've always been a little bit like more sort of aware of our energy system, and so I think that's probably my entry point to the clean energy space, is sort of through understanding that this is a system that really impacts everybody's lives. But as I said, I interned at SIA when I was in college, and was sort of one of the first projects that I was tasked with when I was there was working on the solar decathlon, which was a project of the Department of Energy at the time, sort of doing sort of almost like this, like a sort of an expo style event on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., of just like demonstrating what are the technologies, what are the businesses out there in solar, and I was like floored by that. I thought it was like, we talk about solar swagger this week. I think that was like my first introduction to how cool clean energy can be. So I've been trying to hold on to that feeling ever since. Sometimes it doesn't feel all that cool, but it's a good time to be in it.
Yeah, I love that. So for me, it's kind of a two-part answer. I grew up in the great state of North Dakota, which is the windiest place on planet Earth. And so if you look at a wind map of the United States, you see a big purple band that goes from North Dakota down to Texas. And so that means that no matter where I was at any given time in my life up until the age of 18, I was windblown. And so a very important person in my life was the superintendent of schools in a neighboring town, and he had the foresight 40 years ago to build a windmill to power the school.
Wow.
40 years ago.
Yeah.
And it still exists today.
Wow.
So that was my first foray into clean energy. Like, what can we do as a community? One person can have an impact. One person can drive change in a county for just a school system, for an entire district, for an entire state. So that was my first, we can do anything. I mean, he raised the funds he needed to build a windmill and power the school and save, in a rural community, energy costs for that school to keep its doors open. So that's step number one. I circle way back to clean energy now, in that I had kids, and I want them to be proud of me. I want them to be proud of what I do, and that is why I left the industry that I was in to come running to the clean energy industry and try to use all of that experience to drive change in this space. So it's really like creating a better future for my kids.
Oh, well, we're glad that you did. I think we got time for one more.
One more?
Let's
all
do
right.
it.
Let's see. Ooh, what is one of your proudest achievements from your career?
Ooh. I don't know if I'm ready. Do you have one off the top of your head?
I do. At JP Morgan Chase, I built the first ever global diversity, equity, inclusion, communications team. So JPMC had built its very first global department to lift up all communities within the firm and in communities where we do business. And I built an inaugural team of 11 that did work all over the world to promote diversity.
That's amazing.
And I'm super proud of every single one of them. I miss them, but I also wish them well.
That's great. I love that. I guess for me is when I was at my previous organization, it was during the height of the pandemic, and we created a culturally appropriate outreach system for immigrants who were afraid of going to get their vaccines, right? And so making sure that they knew that, the police weren't going to persecute them for getting the vaccine against COVID. I think doing that had such a positive impact and just empowering people to go, do something that could potentially save their lives. So that was something that I'm proud of. I was very proud to be part of that team.
That's awesome. The one that comes to mind for me is actually also sort of COVID related. When we all sort of went into telework mode and lockdown from the pandemic at SIA, we've talked a lot in retrospect about how that experience kind of brought us all closer together as an organization, and we did a lot of things. We tried to encourage virtual opportunities for us to gather with each other in non-work settings, and we established a daily email that was one of my pride and joys of the pandemic, sharing recipes and sharing songs of the day with each other. And it was just this opportunity to take what was a very challenging, dark, and difficult time and make it something that we could all, rally together around. And I think it made us infinitely stronger as an organization. And so I'm really grateful and proud to have been a part of sort of helping us all do that together. So that would be mine. But I think that's probably our time. Any closing thoughts from either of you?
I'll just say I'm really happy to be here. I'm really excited about the entire week we've got to promote the solar industry. And to anybody who's listening, please come talk to us at the SIA booth. Come talk to us individually about what we can do to help your company grow. And thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Jasmine?
Yeah, just excited, and I'm ready to get to work.
Yeah. Let's do
this.
Yeah, come visit us at the SIA booth. It's right up the escalator from the exhibit hall here, and we're looking forward to talking to all 40,000 of you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. Welcome to RE Plus 2023. We are live at the PowerUp Live stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. And you can watch all the sessions this week on www.suncast.live, and I believe on their YouTube channel as well. So hello again, my name is Morgan Lyons. I'm Director of Communication for the Solar Energy Industries Association, or SEIA. And I'm joined today by three esteemed colleagues of mine on our state policy team. And we wanted to hold this session today to introduce them to you all and let them tell you about the great work that they're doing. I'm a communicator, and a lot of the headlines around energy are about the national issues, about the Inflation Reduction Act, about the latest trade case. And unless you're reading the trade publications or you're in a market or in a state where a big policy event happened, you might not know about what's happening in the states on clean energy policy. So I thought this was a good opportunity to introduce them all to you. I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll go around the table here, and they can let you know who they are and what brought them to SEIA and their clean energy journey. So Marcus, let's start with you.
Thank you, Morgan. I'm Marcus Pitchford. I am the Central Regional Director for Solar Energy Industries Association. I represent the Midwest and Texas. One of the things I do enjoy about working in the industry is that there's not one singular way to get into the industry. My background before joining SEIA, I worked in local government as Director of External and Legislative Affairs, overseeing economic development, passing the first sustainability plan for a city that's 160 years old. And prior to that, I worked in the Illinois Senate Democratic Caucus, passing legislation. And so one of the things that I bring to the table with the IRA being implemented is local and county experience, and that is exactly where the industry is going as we begin to develop throughout the country. So, it's a really great place to be right now.
Great. Leah?
Yeah, thanks, Morgan. So I'm Leah Meredith, Senior Manager at SEIA over the Mid-Atlantic region. I cover Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and I dabble in DC and Delaware on occasion. But yeah, I totally agree with Marcus's comments about kind of the state of the industry right now. I mean, for me and kind of my story and how I ended up here, I'm a long-term climate anxiety sufferer. Probably since I was old enough to know what climate change was, so I've been going on like 20 years of climate anxiety now. So
You're
yeah,
not alone.
yeah. So I mean, I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my anxiety though, right? You know, it's like it's like it's how you use it that's like powerful, right? Just being nervous and despondent about it isn't too useful or conducive to long-term mental health. So when I was in college, I majored in environmental science, and then kind of realized, you know, I really like the policy side of things. I'm not like the strongest math student. I wasn't the strongest chemistry student. So I realized that I wanted, like one thing that I think fits my kind of like natural skill set is policy advocacy. So I got my master's in public policy with a concentration in environmental policy after college. My first job was at a really small Chicago-based nonprofit that did agricultural policy. But I've been in the clean energy space since 2015. I worked with the Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, which is a membership-based organization that works to advocate for energy efficiency policy and program implementation throughout the Midwest. And so that's kind of where the majority of my background is. I was, you know, in the demand side management space for a good 6 years before joining Advanced Energy United, formerly Advanced Energy Economy. Oversaw their legislative and regulatory work in Pennsylvania and New York when I was there, and that is what eventually led me to SIA. I just, I really like the working for like the industry side of the trades. I think the message really resonates in our political climate. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Valessa?
All right. Excited to be at RE+. So Valessa Suderklein, I'm the Northeast Regional Director, which is ambitious. So I actually cover New York and Massachusetts, and I also try to keep a handle on what's going on in Connecticut when I can, with hopes of, you know, eventually expanding that. I got to see I mean, how much time do we have? I'll try to be succinct, but my undergrad was in psychology, and I got into behavior change and how do you get people to do things. And so from there it was, okay, where do I want to apply this? And I ended up in an environmental studies master's program, and actually was working on water for a while, and water's great, but it doesn't, and be careful here, I don't want to offend water people.
Yeah,
water is important.
Water people.
We need it. We're in Nevada. Water's great. Anyway, I was very intrigued by the world of energy. So I ended up in the world of energy as working actually at NYSEA, the state affiliate in New York, for a little while. And while I was there, I was sort of noticing that there's not a huge number of developers in the policy space. And I had a couple years to get that under my belt. So I went out and I decided to be a developer. So I dove in and I permitted projects, and I've done wind and solar and storage projects for permitting and development, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity to get back into policy. So when the job opened, I applied, and here I am, and I could not be happier.
Fantastic. Thank you guys for laying that out for us. I want to, before we get into the state policy issues that you're all working on and the great work that you're doing, I know Valessa and Marcus, I think you were at RE+ last year, right? But it was your first. And Leah, is this your first? I want you guys just to tell me, and Colin asked this in the previous panel, but just what's been the most surprising thing you've seen in your day and a half here so far?
You know, I am pleasantly surprised at how large this event is this year. That, you know, we are in Anaheim, and I thought, 28,000 people was a very large group to come together and talk about policy regarding renewable energy. This year, having close to almost 40,000 of us here in Las Vegas, it really shows the demand as well as what the future is going to be, not only here in the U.S. but across the globe, about how much this is really important work, and I'm really happy being here.
Yeah, I totally agree. The scale of this conference is just astronomical, and I don't know, probably 3 times the size of the second largest conference that I've ever attended. I really enjoyed the Solar 101 presentation yesterday. I mean, me coming from demand side management and that kind of being the majority of my years of experience, I like to say that I understand, the grid a little bit and electricity markets, but there are certain aspects of the solar industry that I'm still certainly getting up to speed and learning more. And the Solar 101 program is such a great resource, kind of regardless of where your experience is at. You can kind of choose your own adventure a little bit of where you feel like you need that additional background information. So I know it's a little bit of tooting our own horn, but shout out to Sean and Ben and Joan for their presentations yesterday at the Solar 101. It was very informative.
Marcus and I were actually talking earlier about this, and I think one of my favorite things about RE Plus is, we live in a really wonky, policy-dense world, and RE Plus is that. It's all the sessions, and then it's the trade floor, and you get to see the people who are doing the installations, who are developing the technology, and I love that we are all in one space.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I appreciate the most about coming to this conference every year is, like you said, we work with the policy folks at our member companies, our 1,200 member companies. My team, we work with the communicators and the marketing teams, and this is the forum to meet the engineers and to meet the construction workers and the salespeople and the people that really make the 10,000 solar companies in this country run. So yeah, I had a similar observation. So I want to get into the policy work that you all are doing, but it's what, 4:45 on Tuesday of RE Plus. The drinks are starting to flow a little bit out there on the show floor, so we'll keep it a little bit fun. And so how I'm gonna introduce this is I'm going to give you guys clues about an anonymous state in the region that you work in. They're going to be data clues about the market. I want you to guess the state, and then I've got a follow-up question to kind of get into the policy issues.
Should I tell you I can see your notes?
Yeah. Well, I think I was covering yours. So
all right. I will look.
Yeah, but
I'm not playing you at Monopoly. I see.
Right.
Melissa, I'm going to start with you because yours is a little bit different. So, California is the largest solar market in the country. It represents 37% of the entire residential solar market and 35% of the commercial solar market. There's only one other state in the country that can claim over 30% market share in one of the 4 major solar market segments: utility, commercial.
Fighting words, Morgan. New York.
Okay, yeah. So you can name the state. Okay, but can you name the second biggest community solar market in the country?
Second biggest community solar, oh gosh.
It's also in your region.
Really? Massachusetts?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, New York and Massachusetts make up collectively 51% of the national community solar market, which is, a market largely policy-driven. So on those 2 states specifically, Massachusetts and New York, they're both top 10-ish solar markets as far as cumulative solar capacity goes, but they're headed in very different directions right now. Our forecasts with Wood Mackenzie show that over the next 5 years, New York is going to install almost 9 gigawatts of new solar capacity, 6th most in the country, while Massachusetts is looking at a forecast of only about 1.7 gigawatts, ranking 29th. So what are our, specifically in Massachusetts and New York, what is happening there on the policy front? What are you working on to, to pull Massachusetts along, and then also to make sure that New York is achieving that 8.8 gigawatt forecast?
It's all about 2 things, and 2 things only. So it's siting and it's interconnection. And interconnection is maybe the driest topic we could talk about on a podcast, so I'll talk about siting. We love interconnection, it's true. So the 2 things that we need to do both in Massachusetts and New York is figure out ways to speed up interconnection, figure out ways to introduce flexible interconnection and accommodate solar more efficiently. And then the other side of the coin is we have to be able to put these panels somewhere. And so it's really helping communities understand what's in it for them, why they should get on board, and really understanding how low impact solar is and how much we can generate power and maintain space and land in ways that sort of make people more comfortable with our technology. So I could go on endlessly. I'll stop. But yes, siting and interconnection.
Melissa, you're right. I mean, community benefit needs to be discussed at the forefront before you begin, the development stage. Communities do not understand what is the benefit, and so having those equity meetings, having meetings on a Saturday so that people can actually attend the meetings up front does a long way to getting the community behind, projects like that.
And you, Marcus, have a lot of experience on the community engagement front, working in Illinois and in some of the other states that you work in the Midwest. And so your state has 2.2 gigawatts of solar capacity installed currently, over 5,600 jobs, and is forecasted to add over 7 gigawatts in the next 5 years, ranking 8th nationally. Can you name the state? I kind of gave you a hint a second ago.
Yeah, it's, it is my home state. That's Illinois.
Yeah. So what's happening in Illinois? They passed a big law, the Clean Energy, CEJA, the Clean Energy Jobs Act, a few years ago, which had some of those kind of community engagement, equity provisions in there. What needs to happen to make sure those 7 gigawatts come online, and what kind of work is SEIA doing to shore up those CEJA, those provisions in that legislation?
Well, one of the things that SEIA has got done this year, actually in January, was pass a reform on siting and permitting. And that has definitely driven the market to making sure that we can get, all projects that are 500 kilowatts and above into the state. And
can I just interject to say that this is a huge win and nicely done, Marcus, and congratulations.
Shout out, Marcus.
Thank you.
All right, carry on.
And speaking of Melissa, SEIA is now looking at using the Illinois law to be a model, a framework through our C3 to utilize that across country. And believe it or not, Leah is working on that right now. Hopefully to get that introduced, fingers crossed, next year in her region. And so, CEJA is being implemented at the same time with the IRA. And so right now, what SEIA is working on is just making sure the programs do match up, and if they don't, we need to figure out either on the regulatory side or legislative side of how to make sure those programs are aligned. But to toot my horn, Illinois is a great place to do community solar. I can't speak for the great state of New York, but Illinois is a community solar. I think I'm 3, but we're in the place. So. It's a great time to be in Illinois. You get to utilize both the ITC as well as the RPS in Illinois, and so it's nothing but up from here.
I'm sitting between Marcus and Melissa right now, and the tension is palpable.
No, we love each other.
New York, Illinois throwdown.
There might be a little competition, but it's good natured.
Yeah, it's good.
You can't get these policy wins without a little fight in here, right? So, that's what we look for when we're hiring. So, Leah, your state has installed 4.6 gigawatts of solar capacity cumulatively. There's over 6,600 jobs, $13 billion of solar investment in that state. Can you guess what the state is?
Jersey?
Yeah, it is. So the thing with Jersey is, again, like Massachusetts and New York, it's kind of one of those legacy markets. It's had a pretty strong, solar's had a pretty strong presence in that market for quite some time. Over the next 5 years, about 2.5 gigawatts are expected to come online there, which only ranks 21st. I know Jersey has some aggressive energy storage and solar targets. What's holding back the market there, and what kind of policy has SEIA kind of successfully gotten across the line, and what are we looking to achieve there in the years ahead?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to echo what Melissa was saying. It's siting and interconnection. and like, interconnection across the board, right? Like, obviously, like PJM and interconnection has its own unique challenges. Interconnection on to the distribution grid in Jersey is quite challenging as well, starting to run out of, hosting capacity and those sites that would be sort of, prime sites for solar development, but it's not a good place to connect to the grid. So one thing that New Jersey is starting to undertake, and this was something I was involved in, like literally in my first, I think, 2 weeks at SIA, there's an interconnection grid reform process at the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. It's a slow-moving process. Regulations kind of, don't move at the speed of a snail at times, but
yes, they do.
but New Jersey is very committed to their clean energy goals. They know that it's a problem, and interconnection and siting kind of stand in the way of their likelihood of them achieving their goals and on the timeline that they've set for themselves. We're starting to see the process for solving those issues be put into motion. But it is a challenge. It's definitely a challenge in that state. And like you said, it's starting. Yeah, it'll hamper progress. But hopefully that is just a blip along the road of maximizing deployment of solar resources in the state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know we're working hard to fix those solutions, and I know you guys are on it. My next question has a little bit to do with some of the federal policy that I talked about earlier. So, as we've talked about, I would say ad nauseum, but I don't think you can talk about this win enough. The Inflation Reduction Act was passed a little over a year ago. SIA put out analysis a few weeks back indicating that the IRA since the IRA was passed, solar and storage companies, many of them here, have invested over $100 billion in the U.S. economy in the last year. There have been 50 plus new manufacturing facilities that have popped up, many in the states that you guys advocate in. How does a blanket federal policy with that much certainty, 10 years, how does that help you in your state level advocacy? Obviously, a lot of these companies are investing in your states, creating jobs in the states that you work in. So how do you take that message to the state legislatures, to the state regulatory bodies, to demonstrate the economic impact that this industry is having and why they should shore up and make sure that those federal dollars are flowing into their states?
I am so glad you asked this question, because one of the things I've noticed, I've been around a while in this industry, and for a long time the conversation was, will we have a market? Can we keep going? And it was always ITC, what's the future? And that has completely changed with the Inflation Reduction Act. So now it's how do we deploy, how do we implement? Huge challenges, a lot of work, a lot of how do we get this money into the states and get it on, flowing into projects. But it's a very different conversation. It's not will there be a future, it's what does the future look like. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think, it takes some education as the IRA is being implemented. You need to have more, concentrated conversations with regulators as well as with states when it comes to, like you said, the supply chain. You're going to have to set it up, across the country, and it just can't be located in one state and not the other. And so how do you spread that out, and how you talk to states about, incentivizing manufacturing is that conversation. But, one of the things is that it is a certainty. It's not if you do this, a cliff is going to fall off. You do have that certainty, but it's a more concentrated conversation for sure.
Great. Well, okay, I think for now, we're approaching 5 o'clock on the show floor here. I want to have a little bit more fun, as I alluded to before. So we're going to stop talking about federal policy, and I want the audience.
It's as much fun as you can have, Karen.
Yeah, excuse me, state policy, but yeah, that is fun. I want the audience to get to know you guys a little bit. So I'm going to throw some rapid fire this or that questions at you. We're going to go around the table for each one. You're going to answer these, and these are new questions because, Marcus, you roasted me earlier when you reviewed the questions that I was planning to ask, saying that they were cringy. So we're gonna try to be cool. So we're gonna start. I think cultural topic of the summer: Barbie or Oppenheimer?
Barbie. Oppenheimer.
Okay. Why?
Well, I actually haven't seen Barbie yet, so maybe that's unfair. But Cillian Murphy is one of the greatest actors of our generation, number one. And
It's a lot of cheekbones. It's like 3 hours of cheekbones. You know, he's great. He's great.
I mean, and number two, it's obviously like depicting a watershed moment in the history of like human advancement and kind of the ability to push the self-destruct button. So I don't know. Yeah, I kind of like appreciate like the drama.
Just go back to like your climate doomerism.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just kind of like obsessed with Armageddon, really, and that's why I'm pro Oppenheimer.
Okay, that tracks. That tracks. Okay. Nicki Minaj or Cardi B?
Cardi B.
Nicki.
No.
Pass.
Missy Elliott, right?
There it is.
Yeah.
Finally got it.
I do love Missy. As a Virginian, I gotta say,
Yeah,
I
you gotta give it up for
stan
Missy, right?
Elliott.
Yes.
Misdemeanor.
Yeah. Okay. Over top or underneath toilet paper? And we'll do one more after this.
Over.
I honestly like don't even notice. I just put the toilet paper on the ring.
You just put it on, huh?
Yeah, I just put it. I mean, I think I do prefer overhand, but I don't like think about it like while I'm positioning the toilet paper.
We've been getting along so well until now, but this is like a
Not really. You guys had the whole
non-negotiable.
back and forth. You and Marcus were
No,
about
Leo
to
and
jump.
I.
That's
Marcus,
true. That's
like,
Yeah, that's normal. That's
Marcus is
normal.
a troublemaker.
over or die. All right, carry on.
All right, last one, because I think there's such a range of attire at an event like this. Would you rather be extremely underdressed or extremely overdressed at a wedding?
I'm gonna say overdressed. It's a tough call, but yeah, I don't know. Just whenever you show up to anything underdressed, like you're the person in like shorts and a tank top, it's just like not a good feeling. I'd rather deal with like, okay, I've kind of overshot the moon here a little bit on my attire than someone who, just feeling like uncomfortable and that I'm looking like I'm going to the beach when everyone else doesn't.
Well, you guys know me. I mean, look at the attire I'm wearing now. It's overdressed, so.
So let's just be clear that Marcus is currently wearing a pocket square that matches his tie with a rose pin.
With a gold.
With a
rose gold
Rose gold pin, correct.
We only get together as an industry once a year. You gotta look your best.
I have changed my wardrobe to keep up with Marcus, and I don't even come
He
close,
puts a
but
lot
it's
of
just to
pressure on.
like be in the ballpark of Marcus.
Yes, and
So-
you're matching, so that you got to win. You're missing a pocket square, but hey, you're matching. That's
couldn't
good.
go with the pocket
Yeah,
square
Marcus
today, but-
is the king of accessorizing.
All right. Well, we're a little after 5 o'clock here. I just before we depart, I just wanted to plug real quick. Yesterday, SIA issued a new survey, a workforce experience survey, to track some demographic and key metrics that indicate how you feel working in the solar industry. Do you feel like you have room for upward mobility at your organization? Like I said earlier with the Inflation Reduction Act, our workforce is going to double in size over the next decade, and we need to make decisions now about how we scale that workforce. And so would highly encourage everybody to take that survey, go to the SIA booth. We want to hear from you and understand your experience in the solar industry so that we can be competitive in attracting and retaining workers over the next decade. If you want to learn more about SIA or become a member, please come to our booth. Go to SIA.org. We're happy to talk to you about the unbelievable benefits, including the world-class state-level policy advocacy that these three folks are bringing you. Thank you to the PowerUp Live team. And with that, we'll close out. Thank you guys, too, the three of you. You were fantastic.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24
Thank you for joining us. Welcome to RE Plus 2023. We are live at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. You can watch all the sessions throughout the week at www.suncast.live. I'm Peter Kelly. I'm from the Humans of Clean Tech series at RenewCom. And today we're speaking with Jan Napierkowski of Ariel Green. He's got a powerful way to increase the speed to market of clean technologies that fight climate change. So what do you mean by speed to market? Because we know we're not moving fast enough. And while we may no longer be in the Model T years of the energy transition, there is still a lot of new technology to come. Most of this technology will work, including, let's hope, everything that we're seeing here on the show floor, and some won't. But that shouldn't stop us, right? So, Jan, I'm going to ask you, how do we speed up the adoption of new climate tech, which, as we know, is essential to bending the curve of the emissions, while we protect against this likelihood that some of it is not going to work quite like we expected? And one of the answers is technology performance insurance. So to start off our Humans of Clean Tech interviews here at RE Plus in Las Vegas, Jan Napierkowski of Ariel Green. Now, Ariel Green was previously known as the Clean Energy Division of Ariel Re, the global insurance company. They underwrite at Lloyd's of London. And just yesterday, Jan's division was relaunched under the new name of Ariel Green. Jan works both in Asia and Europe, out of London and Hong Kong. And Jan, we're going to turn it over to you now. We're here on the show floor, surrounded by all sorts of technology, and I understand you ensure the performance of this technology itself, and that you're especially interested in how we get it online in time to meet net zero goals and address climate change. So my first question is, out of all the technology we need for net zero, how much do you think has already been introduced and how much is still to come?
Thanks, Peter, for having me at the podcast. And I think the official reference number is 50%. So 50% has been introduced, 50% not. But you have to define what really means, what really the technology means that you want to bring up to scale. Mm-hmm. So we focus on both. We want to provide technology performance risk transfer to both the existing, let's call it commoditized / commercialized technologies, but we also want to enable the novel / unproven technologies to get the financing that they need to get projects off the ground.
Right. And now, there are some sectors that are just getting started. Green hydrogen, long duration energy storage. Do you insure in those areas as well?
Yes, we have the technical expertise to do so. We are engaged with companies in the hydrogen space, obviously in the storage space. That's why we are here. I mean, if you look at most of the solar companies who are up there in floor 2 and 3, we probably cover 60+% of those companies since 2009. So there is big volumes, over 100 gigawatt of insured solar performance warranties. So that already went for that whole learning curve. We want to use that experience and apply it to battery storage now, and hopefully to other technologies, to be able to support those sectors the way that I hope we can say we supported solar in the last decade.
Right. Now, interest rates are high right now. That's one of the challenges to getting all this new technology financed and built. How do you address these challenges?
On project level, we essentially want to, or we are providing risk transfer solutions to an investment-grade balance sheet, right? So if you look at most of the warranties, whether it's performance warranties or whether it's production warranties provided by different stakeholders across the value chain, they typically don't come, or very rarely come from balance sheets which have any form of credit rating, right? So given that those warranties are being provided for long durations, given that they have to match tenors of loans, it makes it a massive cost benefit to the project to have investment grade insurance backstop, which should move the needle in terms of the cost of funding. Right? Now, to what extent it does move the needle, it really depends project by project. But what we have seen a range between 50 to 200 basis points in terms of improving the cost of funding. Sometimes maybe you won't manage to necessarily improve the cost of funding, but you will enable to get that into the project at all. So it really depends on how novel technologies, which kind of volume or capex of the project are we talking about, and what is the risk appetite of the investors.
I know everybody's going to be wondering, how much does this cost me? So you're going to get me possibly 15 to 20 basis points off of my financing.
50 to 200, yeah.
50 to 200 basis points. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, in a high interest market environment, I mean, this is, especially now, this is really a game changer.
Yeah.
I think. Obviously, how much it costs. There has to be a cost benefit. If it costs more than the benefit, nobody will buy it. So we are aware of that. Yeah.
And what are some ways to think about the cost of this? You're writing a 25-year warranty on some technology that someone hopes will work perfectly, but you're going to insure against the possibility that some of it is not going to work perfectly. What is that going to cost? 25 years is a very specific example for solar, because the way that the industry has evolved is that they do provide 25-year or 30-year for glass modules performance warranties. Yeah, right.
So we are backing those. Obviously, if we look into a novel storage technology, that would probably be backed more for 10 years, I would say. Right? There is probably not enough data currently to support some of the warranties which are going out for 20 years. But this will change over time, obviously. Right? So depending on the type of equipment, the underlying tech, the durations of coverage will vary between 5 to 25 years.
And how much would that cost the capex on the project?
So you can speak either in terms of cost expressed as percentage of capex or as percentage of the revenues that you insure behind that production that technology will generate. I mean, insuring long-term revenue streams, for example, insuring X% of expected output of a certain deliverable over a duration of 10 years, that will cost between 0.5% to 2% of that insured volume and revenues, but that's a one-off payment for the entire duration of the policy, right?
0.5% to 2%, but that's a flat fee for the duration.
Right. So the characteristic is these have to be non-cancelable policies. So you're providing an investment-grade backstop for the duration, for example, of the loan. It has to be non-cancelable. There cannot be the situation that in year 3 out of 10 there's a loss, the insurer pays, and then says, hey, by the way, we need to adjust the rate because you still got 7 years to go. And then who kind of pays that? The funding into the project was already happened 3 years ago.
Right.
So so non-cancelable paid therefore upfront. Complete opposite to so-called traditional insurance policies, like a physical damage insurance policy where you buy that program every year and you renew it year by year. and it strongly depends on the fluctuations of the insurance market as well, right? So this is a very uncommoditized, very niche area in insurance, and it also gets, it requires a lot of specific understanding by the capital providers to kind of support that category of insurance, which is technology performance insurance.
Is this kind of like if I buy a car, I can pay extra for an extended warranty? Is it an extended warranty? Is that a useful concept in thinking about technology performance insurance?
Well, if you're an insurance specialist, then no. If you're an insurance layman, then maybe yes.
Okay, great.
I mean, there's the whole category of extended warranty insurance, which is very different to what technology performance insurance is. We don't insure what the supplier of the equipment is not willing to warrant.
Right.
We're not smarter than they are. Right?
And in fact, you insure a very specific list. You customize each of these policies so that it's a specific list of perils, as you call it in insurance.
Yeah, these are bespoke name peril policies. These are technology-related perils. Simple examples could be manufacturing defects, material aging, material defects. Could be design flaws, design issues. Could be improper maintenance of the projects. It really depends what kind of process we insure. If we insure an anaerobic digestion plant, then obviously the perils will be way more specific. And if it's a solar panel, then it's kind of an industry standard to use the three that I mentioned. The good thing behind having named peril policies is that it is meant to much easier define insured losses.
Right. And what are some of those insured losses? You've got so many years of experience doing this now. Since you came up with the idea in 2009, what are some losses that you've seen since then?
Yeah, I was part of a starting team that started, three of us back then, that started and issued the first performance warranty in 2009. I would say predominantly when it comes to solar, where we have the majority of experience, is predominantly, and there will be no surprise, to people at the conference, it's predominantly backsheet issues, backsheet cracking. There have been known couple of recalls of large backsheet suppliers across the industry. So this has clearly hit a couple of larger portfolios of projects. Delamination or moisture ingression, mostly because not of faulty manufacturing, but I would say low quality of certain materials, like certain encapsulants. And a lot of issues related to light-induced degradation, for example, and some of the back then upcoming newer technologies which have now been commercialized and don't have those issues anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So people treat solar as very commoditized, but there's ongoing innovation in cell deposition processes and new cell technologies, and they bear their new risks which are not known to the public yet. And this is where we come in. Yeah.
And you can insure 95% of the revenue, or 90 or 85, right? You can pick as a manufacturer or as a developer, you can pick how much insurance you're buying.
Yeah, so if we insure, if we focus on a project and we back the output of the technology that is deployed into the project, then obviously the client provides us with an estimated production level for the duration of the policy. It's going to generate 100 in year one, and then minus X% every year until year 10, 15, 20. We kind of agree and endorse those expected production levels, but then it's all, then to your point, how much of that expected production level do they want to insure? And this is driven by what is the demand behind insurance. If it's driven by backstopping operational cash flows which service debt, then maybe only 85% is enough. But if this is driven by expanding an O&M provider's performance ratio guarantee, then maybe we have to insure even 95 or 96% of the expected output. Yeah, so it really depends what drives it, and then obviously the cost varies significantly. You either go for an insurance product that has a very low likelihood of losses, but then the severity is very high, and this is what insurance is really meant for. In other markets, people would like to buy insurance policies for highly expected losses, very frequent losses with a small impact. That's not really what insurance is meant for. Yeah.
And you work with your customers, you collaborate on these, you customize the policy, you come up with something, as you called it, bespoke. It's based on your experience, but it's also based on what the customer is telling you they need and what they need to finance.
Yes, we wish, obviously, in a perfect world, we would exactly know what the financing structure is and how to, and what the requirement is in terms of structuring the policy to respond to the demand of the investor or lender. In reality, we are, which is a good thing, we are very often involved in the project at a very early stage. Sometimes even at the level where the technology is being selected, where we're being asked to see if we have, maybe not preference is the wrong word, but suggestions or experiences, which helps obviously to optimize the project from a risk point of view. So to use technology that will create the lowest possible cost of insurance, but then structured in a way, in a collaborative approach with all the stakeholders. So with the lender, with the equity investor, and with the tech provider, with potentially providers of warranties in the project, to structure it in a way that it creates the most cost beneficial solution to everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd sound like some long Zoom calls you're on.
Used to be very long Zoom calls during COVID, yeah.
Right. So let's go back and talk about the insurance market as a whole and how you got started in this idea 2009. I mean, for most of us, we think of insurance as insuring against a catastrophe. Mm-hmm. A hailstorm hits my solar, or the truck goes off the road on the way to the project.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about with technology performance insurance. And you were around when this got started in 2009. Can you take us back to 2009 and what you were doing then and how you got this whole thing started?
Yeah, so I mean, physical damage or natural catastrophe, non-man-made losses. Yeah, this is traditional insurance. There's many categories of insurance which are non-traditional, I would say, but they can be seen as quite commoditized. But technology performance insurance is still a very niche area. It's being offered only by a handful of markets, even less.
But you were around when you came up with this idea.
Yes, but the way it started is that we were approached actually back then by solar manufacturers in Europe who were giving out warranties for the products and realized, well, we're growing very fast year to year. We have to build significant liabilities in our balance sheet for the warranties that we are giving out.
Right.
We need to transfer the risk out of our balance sheet. So it started the way it should start. It started as a pure risk transfer demand, and it was a clear cost benefit. For less than the amount of the reserves that they have to keep on their balance sheet, they could buy an insurance policy with a much higher limit. Yeah. So
Right.
they had more protection for a lower cost because insurers diversify the risk with other risks that we write, whereas a solar module manufacturer is a monoline company which only has one source of risk, so to say, in this case.
Right.
Yeah. So this is how it started, but then it became deployed across a wider industry, and obviously manufacturing moved more to Asia, first Taiwan, Japan, then predominantly China and Southeast Asia.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, I want to get to another motivation besides transferring risk off of the balance sheet. And we're speaking again here with Jan Napierkowski of Ariel Green. And he's talking about technology performance insurance. And in a press release yesterday announcing that you were rebranding your company as Ariel Green, previously known as the Clean Energy Division of Ariel Re, you talked about the climate. So it's not just about transferring risk off of balance sheets. Can you talk to me about your interest in the speed of marketing climate solutions?
I mean, it's Ariel Syndicate, right? We are active in the climate space because we are a huge provider of catastrophe reinsurance. So all those physical damage, natural catastrophes, all the hurricanes, earthquakes, wildfires, we are a very big provider of reinsurance capacity into that space. It's a different form. Just technology performance insurance is a very different form of support to mitigate climate risk. We literally provide our capital behind technologies that will that will lead us to net zero, versus on the reinsurance side, it's more like a approach, post-disaster approach, where we help the people who suffer to recover.
And you told me that writing these insurance policies is a challenge because you don't look backwards retrospectively over the performance in the past. Some of these are new technologies. There is no past to look at. So you need to look prospectively. You need to, I'm going to say, predict the future.
Yes, we call it, you used a good word. We call it prospective underwriting. Typically, underwriters in insurance, they do retrospective underwriting, which means you look at historical data and then you do number crunching and you try to figure out how much to charge for that risk. You cannot apply it even to solar. Even, we've been doing solar for over a decade now and insured over 100 gigawatt in modules. The materials are changing constantly, the manufacturing facilities, the cell technology is changing, the type of extended reliability tests they do and different type of stress testing which is applied changes. So it's a constant understanding of, and trying to understand, like what could go really wrong. What do the changes that are being implemented to the manufacturing process, bill of material, how they can impact the long-term performance of the module.
How do you do that? I mean, what's the process you go through by which you're predicting which is going to fail and at what rate, so you know what to charge for the insurance?
It's a very technical underwriting process. I think I can say it requires deep technical expertise in the certain fields that we focus to underwrite. Like, one area that we don't underwrite risks in is wind. And the only reason is we just didn't build the technical expertise in that field. But we have built a lot of technical expertise in the field of solar, fuel cell, battery storage, hydrogen, bioconversion, different waste to energy technologies, energy efficiency technologies. And we have mostly chemical engineers and mechanical engineers on the team, and not so many typical insurance underwriters.
Right.
Because the process is mainly technical, really. Yeah. It's really risk engineering. Yeah.
Right. So you're one of the show sponsors here. You've got a cube that has your new Ariel Green logo.
We got 3 cubes stacked up.
Great.
And we managed to get the logo on the top cube finally in the middle of the first day. Yeah.
Great. So what kind of people are you meeting with here?
All really across the value chain, right? I mean, it's the main reason for our relaunch and rebranding is that we want to communicate the value behind technology performance insurer in a more precise and transparent and cleaner way. So we it's like nothing changed to us. Like, we still are underwriters at Lloyd's. We write on Ariel Syndicate paper. We work with design customized bespoke solutions to our clients, but we, I think, now explain to our clients through our webpage, through all the communication that we will plan to launch, much clearer what actually they get in return. There is a lot of terms being used in the industry, proxy revenue swaps, performance bonds, efficacy insurance, and I think people can be confused about what are the differences between those products. We want to highlight more the meaning and the value behind technology performance insurance.
Great. Yeah. Thank you for joining us, Jan Napierpajowski of Ariel Green, talking about technology performance insurance. I'm Peter Kelly of Renewcom, and we've got a series called The Humans of Clean Tech that we have teamed up with the Clean Tech Leaders Roundtable to produce, among other series where we talk about people's stories. Thanks so much for sharing your story with us, Jan.
Thanks very much for having me. Thank you.
Bye for now.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
All right, as we wrap the first of 3 days of this RE Plus 2023, we are broadcasting everywhere live from the PowerUp Live podcast stage. My name is Nico Johnson. I'm joined, as always, in our daily roundups by my illustrious co-host, Josh Porter from Solar Coaster. Good to see you, buddy.
Hello, everybody. There.
Herman?
I'm Josh.
It was just on. Oh, no.
Yep, we're right here. How's that? Better? Good. All right, we'll try that again. Aloha. My name. She goes. She's out. Josh Porter from the Solar Coaster in Maui, Hawaii, and really cool to be here to meet everybody. Got my co-host Jason Verkart in the audience, and I'm stoked to be here. And so thank you so much, Nico, for having us.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure. As usual, the daily roundup is our opportunity to think about how the show's going so far and talk about what's to come. We bring in thought leaders from the industry to hear what they experienced on the show floor. I'd like to also acknowledge that the daily roundup for the next 3 days is brought to you by Modern Energy. Modern Energy invests development equity in early stage developers and provides operational services to accelerate growth. And we're going to hear all about the different ways that folks from both from the audience and around the show floor are accelerating growth, ways that we've been in conversation with folks all day long. But before I do that, I'd like to thank our contributing sponsor, Lux Power. Lux is your all-in-one energy solution provider. They're over at booth 5521. You can find your advanced hybrid, off-grid, three-phase, and DC retrofit solutions at Lux Power. Experience SunPower every day and explore smart energy solutions beyond reliable hybrid and off-grid inverters. Lux is over at 5521. If you get a chance, please go visit them. And a reminder, we are streaming live at suncast.live. You can watch all of our shows from the daily roundup to tomorrow's morning show and everything in between at suncast.live. Josh, what has been the most interesting thing that's happened to you today?
I mean, first of all, I hear numbers in the 40,000 range. So just the sheer density alone is the kind of thing that I think it feels a little bit distinct, right? You've got a lot of people everywhere all the time. And that's a great thing for the industry. That just makes me feel good, you know, that alone. I mean, then there's plenty of technical things. Candidly, we were at our booth or on stage presenting basically the entire day. So we didn't get a chance to do our usual booth-to-booth kind of like major hits. Jay did say that it's data out there. Software is big. He showed me a whole like slew of data companies. And he's like, yeah, I'll throw you this one, Josh. You can steal it. So apparently data and software are big out there in this show floor. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow to actually get in the nitty-gritty of the booth-to-booth.
Yeah, likewise. There was some cool, I kind of walked the show floor a little bit. I think the prevailing conversation that I heard was just how immense the show is this year. Yeah. It's spread out in essentially 4 different locations. Caesars all the way to what they call, I think, Hall D, which is the back of the top floor. And all of the downstairs here, which is appropriately level 1. There was some confusion around level 1 being upstairs or down here, but we did find people actually find their way down. You were over by Speaker's Corner doing all of your Solar Coaster interviews, and I heard a lot of folks saying that there were some pretty brilliant conversations. The guy from the USDA spoke there talking about the amount of money that is available for solar projects. Actually, that's something that we can talk to Drew about because he's done a lot of work on REAP. That would be fun to have Drew talk about when he comes up, absolutely. And it's just been, I think that a lot of folks at the show, you're here for one of 2 reasons. Either you really want to get educated on a very specific topic, or I guess it's 3 reasons, or you're trying to find a very specific product to fit a hole in your process. And I imagine that the third category are those folks that realize this is the place to be one time a year where everybody else is, right? And everybody, as a result, are stacked meetings behind meetings, right?
I think there are some new folks out there too. I met somebody on the bus to the reception last night, and he was just getting into the industry, and I kind of asked him about his background. So maybe part of that kind of like swelling is other industries, other talent coming in and saying, I want to be a part of the renewable energy revolution, and then kind of building it out from there. There could be a lot of new folks here.
Yeah, but speaking of new as well, I mean, on the show floor, there's everything from the number of software companies and battery companies at the show this year is bigger than ever.
Yeah, wow.
But there's a whole section that's growing on hydrogen. And the very definition of renewable at this show, beyond what it was, legacy or traditionally, was Solar Power International, right?
Right.
What's that? Fuel cells, yeah. I mean, hydrogen in multiple forms. I think what is also surprising me are the number of badges I'm seeing walking the show floor that are A, companies I haven't seen before, or B, companies that I didn't expect to see walking around RE Plus that typically are moving molecules, and now they're moving a lot of their people around the show floor to see what exactly is happening in the renewables.
So we're smiling because we just got out of a show recording where we were challenged to integrate a solid oxide fuel cell to our home, our residence in Makawao, Maui. And we just walked through the value propositions and the step-by-step on that. This is something I never thought we'd be talking about.
A fuel cell in your home. How would that work?
Fuel cell in your home. Well, basically, you have a solid oxide fuel cell, runs off of hydrogen, but it pulls the hydrogen from propane, which we already have in the home. So it adds basically a backup to the battery system, giving you a never empty battery.
Yeah.
That's the general value proposition, but there's a whole nuanced suite of values and opportunities in that space.
Amazing.
And so we're going to put it on, and we're actually been challenged to essentially break it. Put it on, make this thing work, tell us what works or what doesn't work. This is Upstart Power, a really great company doing amazing things. That's George.
Oh, they picked the right person. This is one thing I love about having Josh as a co-host, is he is about as geek-tastic as it gets for understanding how all this technology works. It's entertaining, if nothing else, Josh, because you're putting together content that really does educate. I would put it in that category of edutainment. You know, the stuff you did with Solar Edge and putting the batteries on your home, the stuff that you've been sort of chronicling from solar hot water all the way through to fuel cells is fantastic. But you know, you also are a developer. You built and sold a solar company, and at some point, I'm sure you experienced the necessary constraint of capital.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, every day.
Yeah. We had the capital banks folks, or KeyBank Capital Markets folks up today, and they said that the number one thing they see holding storage companies back and developers back is access to capital. Candidly, they said most people are just undercapitalized to get out over their skis, and as a result, it's great for KeyBank, right? Because they have an M&A advisory, and they end up helping consolidate a lot of these projects. But a company that has been helping put gasoline in the tank of developers so they don't run out of capital and so they don't have to worry about back-end services is a company called Modern Energy. And I want to invite Modern's co-founder, Ben Abram, to come up on stage and join us.
All right. Looking forward to talking to Ben here.
Ben, what do you got in your hands?
I have a swag bag.
Swag bag. You want to jump up? Here, Ben, let's put you over here in between us so we can bring everybody else up. I'd like
that one still working?
Yeah. Here, Mom, we good here? This is number 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thanks, Nico. Thanks, Josh.
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's great to be up here.
Yeah, I mean, we had to come, how far? 3,000, 2,000 miles away?
Yeah, living just a couple miles from each other.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, you guys are both East Coast boys, right?
Well, Ben's the reason I moved to Durham.
No way.
Yeah. So before Modern Energy, a company that became Modern was Wyland, that acquired American Efficient, and he and his business partner, Mark, created Modern Energy to create for other entrepreneurs what Wyland needed all along, which was the back office support on top of the capital stack.
Right.
Did I get that right?
100%, Nico.
Absolutely. So it looks like you've had some fun on the show floor today. What in the world?
Yeah, it's so funny.
What a haul.
I mean, at Modern, there's a small number of people that we're excited to meet here, and it's a great watering hole to talk to them. But mostly when I'm walking the floor, I have sort of not a lot to do with most of the folks that are here, right? I guess that's true for all of us. And so I just went ahead and collected a lot of swag because I figured that could be a good part of the roundup today.
Absolutely. Is there anything that stood out to you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there was the Utah company that's doing commercial vehicles. They've now leasing, and it's called something King Bee, and they had some nice honey as a result from Utah.
Oh, I got it,
Yeah, it's clever.
What, this box has got my attention in your left hand.
The box was a really sweet gift from the folks at UFO Power.
I get it. That's crazy.
Yeah, and they
that looks really
went out of their
cool.
way to give me this very, very kind lion, I'm not sure the right word, charm.
Yes,
but
charm seems to work. Where would you hang that charm?
They talked to me about the lion dance that you might do for a good moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it in your mind's
This is
eye.
the February. This is what we get back in Hawaii. The dancing lion, we give him money, that whole thing, right?
Exactly. So
we love
very
that.
nice, very kind. And I think probably my favorite one actually was from the
the Turkish solar company that has soccer balls.
Football.
Football. Well said.
There you go.
Well said.
Footballs. Well, in all of your travels and travails, traversing, I suppose, both floors and possibly, did you get to Caesars?
Didn't make it to Caesars.
Didn't make it to Caesars. Did you end up in conversations with developers and founders?
We've had a great set of conversations with developers, and I think we've got a bunch of meetings lined up. My team does tomorrow, and we're really very, very excited for the folks here. This is such a great watering hole. I mean, really, everyone comes.
Well, I mean, I'm curious to hear. I know that you're going to want to deflect conversations and go towards having a more broad conversation, but I really would like that. Built. That's a really cool head, actually, built. Is there anything that stands out for you, particularly, you guys see a lot of deals, you see a lot of developers who, and I know how discerning you are, you see a lot of developers who have good portfolios, see a lot that don't. What do you consider to be the most common trait of the successful developers that come across your transom?
I mean, I really think that, like so much of life, it's about persistence, right? It's people who have the knowledge and expertise to understand what needs to be done, but know that when they hit a roadblock, they just have to find the way through it, around it, under it, over it, doesn't matter. You just got to keep going.
Yeah.
Can I jump right in here, Nico?
Go
this
for
one
it.
here. All right. What sectors are ripe for the type of capital that modern energy provides, my friend?
I gotta say, this is the first time I've ever seen Josh Porter read anything.
I told him, he's like, "You're gonna script me, man. That's how it's gonna go."
A lot of sectors have been unlocked by the IRA, so there are many new ones of interest. For example, green hydrogen.
Green hydrogen, our friend.
For sure. There's also many proven technology solutions that have not hit scale today, and we've really interested in partnering with those.
I think we've done at least 15 roundups, and I've never had our entire group stand and read from one screen.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. See, I knew you'd give in. I knew you'd give in.
All right. What's on your mind?
It's fascinating to be in. One thing that's interesting that we don't talk about, of course, is that here we are, all of these renewable energy folks, and this wonderful facility is fueled by a lot of fossil fuels.
Yeah.
I mean, we do, of course, have power from hydroelectric, I believe, in this facility in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
But it's not without the
Hoover Dam. You're talking about
the Hoover
right?
Dam. But it's not without fossil fuels that we're here. And I just always think it's interesting to think about that dichotomy, or that what we're trying to do is take this country that has, whatever, 3% solar and move it to something that's much bigger.
Yeah.
But while we're doing it, we're using fossil fuels. And the question is, how do we put these fuels to best use to make sure that we can get through the energy transition? That's something that's just on my mind whenever I'm in a place like this.
And put these fuels to best use, you mean, what is the actual transition away from fossil look like?
Well, yeah, I mean, even if you think about, so this room is powered by, in no small part, fossil fuels, and also everything that here, all of the manufactured components are built using fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And so I just think that there's while obviously we're moving to a world where we're having much more renewable production, it is the case that transition is entirely fueled by fossil.
Isn't it interesting, though? It's like when you're discussing the green tech revolution, you have conversations with people, and sometimes that's a sticking point that people have a hard time getting around. So, but of course, all of this is already from fossil fuels, but it's just this arc, right? It's this time frame that we have in front of us in this transition. And I for me, it's not really like they're not mutually exclusive. We're moving in this transition, and there's probably going to be this hockey stick moment in terms of the acceleration of it, where one day it's largely clean energy, and we look back on this and go, oh, that's what it took for us to get there.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, to me, it's that easy.
Well, there are people on the ground that you are funding and that are doing it from their own funds. One of them is a guy, Drew Mitchner from Greenbox. I'd love to bring him up and talk a bit about how he's helping expand in Utah the very concept of what it looks like to acquire customers and bring value to the market. Drew, good to see you, buddy. Can we get mic 1 on? All right.
All right.
There you go.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, nice. I can hear you as well.
It's great to be here.
Good to see you. So, Drew, for those who are unfamiliar, give us a sense of Greenbox, where you are, and the kind of market that you're focused on.
Yeah, so Greenbox is an installation company primarily, but we're based in northern Utah, just north of Salt Lake City. And we're in about our 6th year right now, and it was kind of a result of a retail background from myself. I founded the company, and kind of how can I take my background, kind of my budding passion at that time for solar, combine them, and maybe do something a little bit different than the industry's doing, especially from a lead generation standpoint. So Greenbox has a retail storefront where almost all of our residential leads come through. So in that store we have solar gadgets and off-grid equipment, things of all types. And
It's
that,
a real
What
It's
is
a real
what an
business
interesting-
model.
He told me this the other day, and I was like, hang on a second. They got retail store. Because I had a team in Maui. We were door knocking for a decade, right? So you actually perfected this retail storefront model where your lead gen comes in through that.
How many door knockers do you have, Drew?
We have exactly 0 door knockers.
I love it. I love it. That's fantastic.
And Drew, how often is your crew, stranded without anything to do that doesn't have to do with snow?
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple of my leaders down here, and I don't think they remember the last time they're not doing anything. So,
Yeah, I mean, and
we're busy.
would you consider, you're in a big
Right.
university town, would you consider that you are the leader or among the strongest in the town?
Yeah, I think at this point we could call ourselves
That's amazing.
the leader in
I
Northern
love
Utah
it.
for sure.
No door knocking.
Hang on, just before we go anywhere, I'm not a competitor, so you can share a little bit of this secret sauce now about what's working. You mentioned interesting gadgets. That's what I think I just heard you say.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that part of the attraction? Is that part of the kind of like the glow that brings people in?
It is, yeah. I mean, those gadgets are just, they started just being fun for me because I kind of nerd out on that stuff as well. But the idea was to have those as traffic drivers and start the conversation with anybody who want to talk about solar, and that has often turned into install conversations, both resi and commercial.
I think it's amazing how you're really meeting people where they are, right? Someone walks in and they're interested in this gadget, and then you take that to convert it to a conversation about their house. And you were telling me earlier that most of your commercial lead gen comes from your residential solar customers.
Yeah, that happens quite frequently. Yeah, just kind of dominoes one conversation. We might start with a $50 gadget, and now we're to a large commercial install.
From 50 to 500,000. That's amazing.
That's well done.
That's
wild. Well done,
It is. Drew, one of the things that I remembered as I was giving the intro here about USDA is that there's a little known opportunity called the REAP grant. And I would argue that very few are taking advantage of it the way that you are. Could you talk a little bit about how you've positioned the REAP grant as an opportunity for your customers?
Yeah,
and
so
what it is, maybe. Explain that as well.
Yeah, definitely. So the REAP ramp is designed for agricultural installations and small business in qualifying rural areas across the country. And it's been around for many, many years, but definitely underutilized. I think it's becoming much more utilized now as part of the IRA. The amount of money available per project has drastically increased from 25% and then to 40 and then quickly to 50% of project cost in qualifying areas. So we focus on those areas in agricultural and small business that would qualify and make that part of our proposal just up front. Doing some of the groundwork beforehand to make sure that the project qualifies before we even talk about it. But it's been a really great way to distinguish ourselves amongst our competitors in the commercial space in particular. So.
I'm a big REAP grant fan.
Yeah.
Big REAP grant fan. So what I saw recently in Hawaii, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but basically you've got 50% up to $2 million, right, on a grant.
Yeah.
For a pretty awesome project. And then in the case of Hawaii, for example, you have the federal ITC, which is bumped now with the IRA potentially, for LTM or for other components. I won't get into all that. And then you got the state side, which I think if it's still the same was like 35% or 500K. So you add all that together, you're cash flow positive year one, right? Am I wrong?
Sounds about right.
So, holy moly, not to mention the fact, my friend, that they started to take quarterly applications rather than biannual.
Right.
And they upped the bucket. So there's more of it available, so more people can do that.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, REAP grant.
That's
Thank
amazing.
you very much. That's unreal.
Yeah. Drew, is there the one thing that stands out for me about installers is installers have around this time of year where the show is a thing on the calendar, one sort of conflicting questions. How do I approach the show? Do I take my whole team? Do I take part of my team? I'd love to get some of your wisdom because I've had a chance offline to talk a bit about how you think about sort of this divide and conquer mentality. Can you talk about A, how you use it as an incentive for your team, and B, how you, once you get them here, make sure that you extract the most out of the show?
Yeah, so we've been back and forth with Aegis, who we bring to the show. There's been years in the past where we've brought the entire team, installers and everything. And although that was probably fun for a lot of those, I don't know that it was a lot of value out of that. So, so this year we brought kind of our core leadership team, and we did, do some planning beforehand, set up several meetings ahead of schedule. But a lot of it we've decided is just let the wind take us, because we discover some unknown things that we don't know about, and as long as we're just willing to have those conversations with people we don't know, we've already learned several things just today. So it's been really great.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. Drew, thank you for taking the time to come up with us. I would love to have you back again next year. Always great to hear all the wonderful things that you're doing, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Nico.
Next, I'd like
Thanks,
to bring.
Good to meet you, buddy.
I'm going to have to open up my doc again.
Uh-oh.
Next, I'd like to invite Derek Gabriel onto the stage. Derek is the EVP and Head of Originations for SolREIT. SolREIT has been a partner for us. You got that headset there?
That's you right there.
Been a partner with us, and I've known about SolREIT for years, but the reality, good to see you, brother.
Hey, how you doing, Nico?
Good, I'm good, man. The reality is that SolREIT as an entity has begun to evolve. I'd love it, Derek, if you could give us a sense of exactly who SolREIT has become.
Yeah, so SolREIT, we've gone through an iteration of expansion, growing, expansion in skill set, expansion in what we do as a private lender. So we're a private lender. The SolREIT, of course, is the solar portion of in the battery storage portion of what we do. But the focal point of our overall value proposition is to provide that financing for the construction to perm for EPCs and developers in the second mid-tier. You know, kind of what, as everyone probably is aware about what's going on in banking now and the headwinds and tailwinds, we fit right in that space where the EPCs and developers that may not meet that high threshold, or even from the underwriting standpoint of banking underwriting is tighter now. Not to say that, we have our requirements for underwriting also, but we actually meet that level where the EPCs are, that growing EPC, that EPC with maybe 2, 3, 5 years experience, that EPC or developer that wants to hold on to their project on their balance sheets and actually not sell it off right away to that big aggregator from that standpoint, and just expand their overall balance sheet. So that's kind of where we are. That's kind of how we have evolved from that in that space, and as far as a private lender.
Yeah, I love it. It really expands the pie for developers who would otherwise really be stuck in that M&A cycle.
It's hard.
Yeah.
What are the log jams you think holding back community solar right now?
Well, capital. That's the end of the day. I mean, that's the whole message. Yeah, that's what we've been hearing since we've been here at RE Plus, is that capital. I mean, we've been stopped in the hallways, we've been stopped everywhere about what can SolREIT providing as far as capital. So to answer that, the bigger question, what is the holdup? It's the capital part of it. Yeah. But then you have, of course, everyone may be aware about the interconnection issues in certain parts of the regions, especially in Northeast at PGM. That interconnection aspects and what's in the queue and so forth. But the focal point is capital. Yeah. That's where, at the end of the day, the money. It's what we need to build these projects.
Yeah. You had Mark Settles, the CEO, in the Master Speaker Series. We talked about this morning that there were a lot of sort of luminaries up on the stage.
Yes.
Could you share a little bit of the takeaway from Mark, what Mark was talking about on stage?
Yeah, so the overall aspect of what Mark was talking about is expanding the roles, expanding what's needed. As we focus on, the overall aspect of, solar everywhere, battery storage everywhere, EV, we're going to have to expand the roles of the workforce overall. Yeah. We can't just do it with the bodies and what we have right now. We're going to have to expand. We're going to have to reach out even across to areas that have not been traditionally from the standpoint of solar. The banking industry, engineering, mechanical engineering, other areas from that standpoint to expand what we need as far as workforce development. Because the roster that we have right now, even though it's great, when I got in solar in 2009.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it was.
Early.
It doesn't seem that, but we've seen a lot that has expanded from that space. I was just talking to my assistant. The first really seminar that was focusing on solar only focused on utility scale.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about, ag resi, ag commercial, CNI, community. Community solar wasn't even discussed at all, 15, 16 years ago. So now we're talking about expanding the roster, expanding different areas that pretty much more inclusive from that standpoint. So that's what Mark was about, expanding those roles in the roster and the workforce development.
I think that agrivoltaics, as they like to say, right? That's a sleeper, man. There's a lot behind that. There's so much land. There's so much value waiting to be unlocked. There's some new technologies that are approaching that in interesting ways that can reduce BOS costs. So are you looking at that space a lot now?
We're looking at that space. We consider ourselves not just from the agrivoltaic, but that is an area that's really kind of untouched at this point. Especially as we were looking at several projects in New Jersey, and New Jersey's kind of leading the way in that agrivoltaic.
Home state, New Jersey.
Hey, all right now. So yeah, from that perspective, we are looking at taking a look at that. And like I said, not just the traditional type of solar installations.
Yeah.
We provide financing from the microgrid standpoint. Again, I mentioned CNI, the mid-scales, and so we're looking at it from a holistic standpoint.
I wonder if there is any example in your portfolio and maybe some of the newer projects that you've looked at where you've been able to give someone runway that you could talk to. Just tell me, I'd love to hear a story of someone you've been able to give runway and like really breathe life into their business where they would otherwise have been subject to what we all know the development cycle looks like.
Yeah. Well, there's several projects right now that we're looking at, and one project in particular is an ag resi developer. As we know, there's the Sunnovas, there's those type of entities in that regards. So we had an aggregator that came to us and said, you know what, we would like to hold our own PPAs. We would like to hold our own PPAs.
Okay.
And because of a lot of the stalemate that's going on in ag resi now, so we devised and came up with a structure for them to finance their ag resi portfolio under their own PPA.
Yeah.
Own PPA letterhead, their own PPA paper,
cool.
Own PPA structure.
So it's a white label product.
Exactly.
From solar. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's you'll probably see a press release on that very, very soon.
Yeah.
In that transaction, but I would say that's an example of where we were able to breathe life into a mid-sized developer focusing on ag resi, but yet had a lot of room to expand. And we saw that. We saw the potential. We saw where it was going, especially when you look at not just the solar, but look at the technology part that can be paired with it. We saw that. We saw where they were going, and we saw it was a great opportunity.
Do you think you're going to do more of that, more white labeling of that for?
Yes, we will. Yeah, that's kind of the focal point. Do some white labeling from whether it's community solar or microgrid. So yeah, we will.
It's great to get to be an engine for all that growth. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Derek, what's the scale of the kind of company that would typically run into these issues and would benefit from this kind of capital?
Yeah, I would say, the typical DNA or that type of company would be a company that's, I wouldn't call them newbies, but I would call them companies that they've started projects, they have some megawatts under their belt, they have some experience as far as building projects, because that's very important, even from an underwriting standpoint.
Sure.
We want to make sure that these projects can be completed by an experienced EPC, but even if they don't have the necessary experience, we have the consulting, the internal advisory to help guide these companies to grow where they need to grow. So we're not just providing just the capital to support them. We're also providing a structure of, okay, this is what you need to do to get to this level to actually manage your own balance sheet.
How interesting.
From that standpoint.
Yeah.
So, whether it's a company that's 1 year old or 2, 3, 4 years old, we're still providing that what we call a trusted advisor at that level also.
That's very cool, and it's debt, so they can continue to own their business and their asset. That's really cool.
Right.
Well, guys, as with all good things, we have to bring the daily roundup to a close. As we do, I would love to hear a little bit about what you guys are looking forward to for tomorrow. It wouldn't be the daily roundup if we didn't talk about tomorrow, in fact. Derek, is there anything on your agenda that's got you particularly excited?
Yeah, well, again, meeting more of the developers, hearing, what's going on out in the market from their perspectives. I'm looking forward to hear more about, even the EV supercharging and so forth. Cool. I think that's really big. It's great to see the number of EV supercharging and EV network suppliers that are here. So I'm looking forward to see that and hear more about that.
Exciting. And where could folks find out more about SolarRead if they wanted to swing by and meet you or learn more?
Yeah, so we're right at booth 22055. It's only a short walk to your right when you leave off the stage here. Come in, give us a talk.
Right here on level 1.
Right here on level 1. Yeah.
Sweet. Josh, are you going to the block party?
We'll go to the block party. We'll definitely get there and say hi to everybody, but don't be surprised if I dip early. But these days, tomorrow, it's an easy thing for me. At 10 o'clock, Speaker's Corner, we're going to be talking with Doug McLeod, former Maui Energy Commissioner, Jennifer Potter, former Public Utilities Commissioner of Hawaii. We're going to be launching RE Plus Hawaii. That's for January 22nd, 23rd of the upcoming year. It's going to be a good time. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what's been happening in Maui, of course, given the nature of the disaster we just went through.
Very cool. Ben, are you going to be walking the floor, gathering more swag for me?
Anything you need. You just water bottles, we got you.
Indeed. I love it. You've got your team walking around and in meetings all day. Is there something in particular that you have asked your team to keep their eye out for, or how are the meetings stacking up for you?
I think we're having a great week. I mean, we've got a bunch of great meetings lined up, and we're very happy to be talking to people here.
Yeah. Well, I, for one, will be right here on the PowerUp Live podcast stage, effectively chained to the desk. Today I got lucky. I had only a handful of interviews. Tomorrow I've got a few more, to say the least. But it has been a lot of fun. Day one is always a question of trying it on and see if it fits, right? People are trying to figure out which one is actually level 1. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I know my whole team is going to go out to Area 15 again. We had a fun time at Omega Mart there, which is a fantastic thing. If you get a chance to go to Area 15, I don't know what will be open tonight. But the block party is on for tonight. Make sure, if you haven't already, download the app. It does, in fact, help figure out where things are. If you get lost in the middle of the show floor like I did today, pull out the app and it'll help you sort of guide yourself. If only it had GPS, that would be great. If the app, it's just my feature request, if the app could allow you to put in Shoals booth or Trina booth or Modern Energy booth or Speaker's Corner, and then just sort of guide me there. That's the evolution that we need in the app, candidly, right?
RE Plus app, take me to this booth.
Exactly. Exactly. Siri, take me to this next booth. All right. I want to say thank you to Modern Energy for being our presenting sponsor for the Daily Roundup. Thank you so much to Derek for joining us as well, for being a supporting sponsor. Thank you to my illustrious co-host, Josh Porter, and to you, our joining co-host, Ben Abrams.
And to you, Nico. Thanks so much for having us. This is great.
This is the Daily Roundup live at the podcast stage here, the PowerUp Live morning show will be coming to you at 9 o'clock sharp, right here from the stage, and it will be live streamed. It will be live streamed. You can watch it wherever you are at suncast.live. I have on good faith that it's going to be on the Jumbotron as well as I believe this should have been. So if you're watching us out in the lobby, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Tune in tomorrow for our daily morning show. And until then, we're signing off, and we'll see you the next time.
All right. Thanks, everybody.